hanging from a thread till you dead. Cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spitting every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dense in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. I'm gone.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
What is poppin', people? Welcome back to Sha Ill Reacts. I am your host, Sha Ill, and we are back in the building. Salute to y'all for hanging out with me on this lovely Saturday night. Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. Right? We got here. Let's get it. All right. Welcome to the chat. Salute to everybody. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. All right, we're here to do hood rat stuff with our
But I
friends.
wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Man, and we chilling. All right. Shout out to John Good, who I reassured today. Reassured on another live stream we did. I reassured him that I would not be going live today, but here we are. All right. We were gonna do a former Kingpin's reacts anyway, but I was gonna just shoot it behind the scenes. He was running a little late, so I said, "Fuck it, we're gonna go live. We'll do it live. We'll do it live." Y'all ever seen that video? Your boy, John, what's his name? Something Pat O'Reilly or whatever the fuck, whatever his name is. We'll do it live. So we're here to do it live. We're waiting on him. We'll get her done. And he's going to cover a couple of things. I'm going to take the night off and hang out with y'all in the chat. Watch y'all fight over them number 1, 2, and 3 spots. And let him take over and react to a couple of things that we got lined up. All right, salutes. Let's get to the chat. Shout out Shannon checking in first. Salutes to you. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you for coming through. Shout out Omar6, second to check in. Salutes. Bow. All right. Let's see. Am I muted? I'm muted. All right. Let me get 1 sec. Let's see. You're live. Salutes.
Hey, what's going on, Shay?
Chilling. All right. Running through the chat real quick. Give me a sec. Shout out Eduardo Cruz. Shout out Sally Correa. Salutes. Shout out Deb on the check-in. HG. Salutes. Yar finally made it on time. Salutes to you, sir. Shout out Jesus from North Carolina in the chat. Shout out to everyone. Hope everyone's having a good one. Shout out Yayo. LA Inferno. Salutes. Popeye the Stoner was good. All right, I'm sure El Tubo will start sending out the notification. Many people have laid their head and said, yeah, man, Shy's not going live today. That's what he said at the mukbang. He said he's not going live today. But here we are. So I'm sure they'll file in and pop up in between time and in the meantime. All right? Let me get this popping over here. Make this look right. And hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Bow, 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 bow. And I will bring in Mr. Flores. J. Flores. Hello, sir.
Hey, hi, how's it going, Shy? What's up to everyone in the chat? Thanks for having me, bro. How was that burger? We gotta get your food lingo in order.
Why? What do you mean food lingo? What, I said it wrong? What?
You know, like we gotta find some words where you're gonna say this is like scrumptious.
Oh, scrumptious? Yeah, nah, I don't say shit like scrumptious.
And the cheese marbled with the, with the
Fucksito already got the crack pipes.
You gotta find your own words.
Yeah, no. This shit is fire. Back the fuck up off whatever comes naturally, all right?
Well, we gotta take it seriously. We gotta get to
we gotta take it so seriously that we make a joke out of it and make a word up. Get the fuck. Listen, man, that shit was fire. All right, the barbecue burger, which I found out it wasn't a burger in development. She said that's the burger of the month. So I'm still giving it a 5 or 6. Still giving it a 5 or 6.
But also, is it that you don't like barbecue? Is it that's
no? Is that
this
this shit was just drenched in barbecue with some raw onions and some pickles, and it was all. I didn't even taste the pickles. Put pickles and that shit are usually cut through a burger. All I tasted was barbecue.
Oh, okay, so too much sauce. Okay.
And here's the thing: the sauce wasn't like mad crazy. It was subtle sauce, but it was just too much of that shit.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get to see the burger. I did see you eating up those fries, though, bro.
The fries was fire.
Yeah.
They look like they're not quite Jimmy fries. Fried harder than Jimmy fries.
Yeah, but then again, to your credit, you're doing a whole 5-hour session on one burger, one fries, and everyone else cuts it to 30 seconds.
Oh, they're doing shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a whole live stream. Picked it up, ate it in the park, all that good shit.
What park were you at, bro?
Let's just dox all the parks around there. Why not? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, my bad.
If put it this way, it's very easy to know which park that was.
Okay.
I'll say that.
I would not pay attention.
I'll say that. It's very easy to find out which park that was.
Mm-hmm. So what's going on? How's the weather out there?
Yesterday was t-shirt weather. Today was hoodie weather. It was nice.
It sounds like home.
Yeah, motherfuckers were still out there playing soccer and
And tomorrow's gonna be bathing suit weather, huh?
practicing for the maybe quite possible. All right, y'all. The way we're gonna do shit tonight, I'm gonna give Jay control of the reins for videos and for articles. I'll just he can have the control of the reins for that too. I can send him the link and tell him what we're covering. As far as I told him to stay his ass out the chat because that turns into an argument that I have to edit out of all of this at the end of the day. And some of you trolls are not worthy of my time to be cutting out your name for some shit that we're doing. So if you really got your heart set on trolling, you're gonna have to go through the TTS and you're gonna have to spend the $5 for a question. $2, you can leave a comment. You can leave it anonymous. You can say whatever. Motherfuckers is short. Motherfuckers is tall. Motherfuckers is ugly. Whatever you want to say, $2. If you got a question that you want to answer, $5. And that's the only way you're going to interrupt us tonight because we are only going to be in the chat, as far as support goes. But as far as questions and all of that, you either got to wait. And if you're thirsty for your question and you're going to sleep, then drop that $5 with the TTS. And I'm going to drop the TTS link right now. It's also in the description. It's the link in the description, but I'm going to drop it in the live chat. All right, we got Jay. I'm gonna have Jay stay away from the trolls tonight and not feed the trolls tonight. Right?
I think let's just explain. Basically, what we're doing, we're gonna get behind the scenes of what we actually do, and we're gonna do some of these Kingpin reacts, right?
Right.
This is just an added bonus. So I agree with you. We got too caught up in whoever that guy whose name was. I think I don't.
And that's the problem. We don't remember his day the next week. His name the next week.
Yeah, and then what happened too is that I went back. I don't ever listen to anything that we do together. I don't ever play it back. But I heard it. I don't know, whatever I heard, and I heard the name, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense later on when people replay it, and they're going to be confused.
Exactly my point. Yeah, so I have to cut them all out. And if you look at the edited versions, they don't exist. They're out of there. I don't even remember their names. You know what I'm saying? But just to keep it easy for me to do my thing, don't let them get your goat. And if they want to get your goat, they can drop
Upper Echelon sent $19.99 on YouTube.
Shout out Upper Echelon for the $19.99 super chat. He got a question. He got 4 questions for himself. All right, salute to you. Listen, let me say something, y'all. I don't know how that happened. He just did a super chat through YouTube, and it played our Stone Cold music. Don't ask me how that happened. It happened.
I don't know how to. I don't even know what I did, bro. To be honest with you, I just did it.
Yeah, no. This that usually plays for the power chat, not the super chat, but it did right there. So I guess something's working that wasn't working before. Maybe I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm gonna.
Also, just some FYI. Usually I know what I'm looking at, or I've took a glimpse of it, and I have no idea what I'm gonna be reacting to.
Yeah, usually he knows what he's gonna react to, something about it, or knows this video about this or that. But today he doesn't. I just picked a few things, but he'll know as soon as he sees them.
Yeah, and also I never watched those videos before me and Shy actually do it. I know what it's gonna be, but I just said, okay, go ahead, play it, and I told Shy, well, surprise me. Let's see what we got. Hopefully,
they're legit reaction videos. Now, the last one was the Vicentillo one, which did well on this channel, but that was something that was focused on one person. You know what I'm saying? And maybe in the future, when if he has time, we'll do more of those. Today, it's gonna be a mix of a couple of different stories.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's quite a few of those videos we could do, like on Jose Tirso.
Somebody asked in the comments the other day, when are you gonna talk about Jose Tirso? So,
yeah, we could do Jose Tirso, which would be a great one. I think we could talk about Damason Lopez as well. We could do that one.
All right, so let me quickly finish running through the chat before we're done. Again, thank you to Echelon for the 1999 super chat that rang out. Never heard that happen before. Excuse me, I'm burping up grilled onions and shit. Shannon, Omar 6, Eduardo Cruz, Sally Correa, Deb Heiser, Ace G, Salud Jesus Martinez, Yayo, LA Inferno, Papa the Stoner, Zapata salutes from Massachusetts. Shout out Sally Correa. Shout out Fista. Somebody go find John Good. John Good had a premonition that this live was going to happen today because he asked me earlier today if this was going to happen. If there was going to be a live today. And here we are. I said, hell no. I said, Chapo, somebody will have to escape for me to do a live today. And here we are. Shout out to Jay. Hope you and your family are doing well. Salutes. Jay just farted on the microphone and shit. Shout out Split That Pie. Split That Pie said, yeah, that would probably help. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Soccer in the cold is best. Upper echelon, blah, blah, blah. Eddie Gonzalez. Oh, that was his name. Yeah, Eddie Gonzalez. Y'all had me rolling that night. Shout out Shannon. Shannon don't forget shit.
We have to do a Kingpin reacts just to trolls and just invite trolls in here and just like.
They're not good enough. We need real trolls. We get some real trolls.
Yeah, they're not gonna take the link either.
Shout out JP. Salute Shy Il, my dude, Il Cartel members in chat. Hope you've all had a blessed and grateful Saturday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. All right, boom. There's the TTS link in the description. If you want to interrupt us with your question, if you've been waiting around all day.
I need a minute, Shy, okay?
Huh?
I need a minute.
Yeah,
wait
for if you guys really haven't, shout out Fernando Roland. I busted his balls earlier because, he was quiet in the chat until Jay got up in there and then he had questions and everybody got questions. And I think us as an audience are a little spoiled around here. You know what I mean? Again, if you can't wait until it's all said and done for your question to be answered, then you're going to have to hit that TTS. And for a question, it's going to cost you $5. So the link is there. Salutes. Shout out Vernon Himes on the check-in. JP. Shout out Yayo. Yayo asking questions. Shout out, can I ask Jay if him or P testified in Alfredo Bertan trial? We'll get to it. I don't remember myself if that happened or not. But that shit's gonna have to wait. Now, a couple of things I'm gonna have him check out today is, we could also discuss that. Not only and maybe I have to do some work and read some, read some stuff for him. But hold on, I had this in English and it changed. There it is. Give me this English one. Tango, los gatos, los pantalones. All right.
Tango, el gato, los pantalones.
Boom. Let's see. Shout out that ninja. OKC in the house. Salutes. Big June. Salutes. Papa the Stoner. Salutes to Big Homie Upper Echelon. Oddly enough, was listening to Surviving El Chapo on the way home today. All good vibes today in the chat after trolls. Salutes. Who got me said this about those transcripts? I still can't find them. Yeah, I was trying to look for some stuff the other day too that I couldn't find. Here's what it is. All right, I know I'm gonna need a beverage. Those burgers had me parched after that shit, man. There you go, John Good. John Good. We've been talking about you this whole time, bro. Hit the like button, y'all. We've been talking about you this whole time. We said John had a premonition that this shit was going to go down. And go down, it did. All right? Go down, it did. And here we are. So glad you're here. Glad you made it. Would have hated for you of all people to miss this. The dude that had the premonition himself. Some bullshit. I thought I had the night off. Let's tap that like button, people. It's well deserved. Salutes. We put in the work over here. Your boy gonna have to get a nice big ice water. And we're gonna let Jay do his thing. As soon as he gets back, we chilling though. I'm not in a hurry. It's Saturday night. Shout out to everybody that clapped some cheeks this weekend. Right? The boys was looking to clap some cheeks, and a couple of them never made it back. So I'm thinking they did good. Right? Shout out John Good. Right on, Shy. Glad to be here. Salutes IB on the check-in. Appreciate you. Shit's crazy, dog. Yeah, we were going to do this behind the scenes, which is basically, I give them a topic, I let them go. Boom, here, you control, if it's a video, you control the video, stop the video when you want to stop the video. If I want to interject, I interject. But I like former Kingpin Reacts to be more about Jay than me. Meaning, I don't have. That's different than us just me having a conversation with the Flores twins on the channel. With this is getting a reaction from somebody that has a perspective and somebody comes from a background that has this experience. You know what I'm saying? So what am I gonna say about the shit? So I stay out of it and I let him do his thing. You know, again, he don't have to do that, but salutes. Hey, Shai, did you check Walmart for your Arizona? Yeah, I was in there. They didn't have none of that. Well, I have to order on Walmart, but I tried to pick it up in the store. They was like, nah, they ain't going. They ain't going. Shout out Velez on the check-in. Salutes. Velez, man, we swore we wasn't going to be here today. Hit the like button, y'all. We hang
But I
out
wanted
doing
to do
hood shit with our
hood
friends.
stuff with my friend.
Right? Boom.
Okay, sure, I'm ready.
All right. You can lower me over there on your end. Okay.
I could what?
No, we're good now because I was hearing myself. Boom, let's get it. So I wanted to talk about something that you touched on in the chat earlier today. And it's your boy El Payo.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good one.
You want me to read this? I'll read this article first, and then you can say whatever you want to say, or well, how do you want to do that?
They also have a video.
Yeah, but it's in
YouTube.
Spanish, and I don't want to
Oh
translate.
yeah, it's in Spanish. Sure, let's do it.
So I'm gonna read this right now, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I'll react to that.
All right, y'all, let's get it. Hundreds up in the chat. Hit all the buttons. Fight for the number one spot over there. Number 1, 2, and 3 get a badge. Let's get it. All right, this is my marker. We moving into the content.
You don't want no problems.
All right, let's get it. El Payo, a Fetty Wap trafficker for the Beltran Leyva cartel sanctioned by the U.S., has been arrested. Juan Pablo Bastidas Arenas was arrested in Sinaloa and faces charges in the Southern District of California, United States of America. All right, there's his picture right there. They barred up his eyes. Like, we're not going to recognize him if you got a bar over his eyes and shit. El Payo was sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department in December 2023. Federal authorities arrested Juan Pablo N., alias El Payo, in Sinaloa, a member of the Beltran Leyva cartel, allegedly involved in drug trafficking to the United States, where he faces charges for this crime. The arrest of El Payo resulted from a search warrant executed at a property in Los Mochis, where he had been hiding from authorities. Thanks to a supervisory judge who authorized the search, federal forces entered the home in the early hours of May 28th. Inside the house, located on South Llorón Street, inside the house, located on South Llorón Street in the Jardines del Bosque neighborhood, the arrest warrant was executed against said subject for trafficking Fetty Wap and Method Man. 2 personalized hammers were also seized in the home, apparently decorated with gold. One of them features the figure of 4 men on the slide, a possible reference to Beltran Leyva brothers Arturo, Alfredo, Carlos, and Hector. The other has an Aztec calendar on the grip. Right? These are the images of the pretty little fancy guns. All right, boom. There you got both of them right there. The calendar. Let's get it. I'm going to continue. According to security sources, El Payo is a member of the Beltran Leyva cartel involved in the trafficking of synthetic rugs to the United States. He operates for 2 high-ranking officials in the organization, Oscar Manuel Gastela Mirribe, alias El Músico, and Fausto Isidro Meza Flores, alias Chapo Isidro. The 3 criminal members were sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department on December 6, 2023, along with 12 other Mexicans directly or indirectly linked to the Beltran Leyva organization. According to the Treasury Department records, El Payo was born on March 11, 1980 in Sinaloa. In 2021, he and Josue Estrada Gutierrez, another Beltran Leyva member, invested in a rug shipment that resulted in a record seizure of Method Man and Fetty Wap made by Customs and Border Protection at the Otay Mesa port of entry. Now we have here a Beltran Leyva organization breakdown, a map of, I guess, people and their power. Okay, and then it says, due to its magnitude, the operation was dubbed Methzilla. That might be the new name for meth around here. At the time, the rugs were linked to the Beltran Leyva network, an organization that severed ties with the Sinaloa Cartel in 2008. Under the command of Gaston Iribe, the group has been implicated in rug trafficking from Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Guatemala. In Mexico, its area of operation includes Quintana Roo, Chiapas, Oaxaca, Guerrero, and Sinaloa. Trafficked rugs are distributed within the United States, particularly in California, Arizona, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Massachusetts. And there it is. That's the article. Let me knock this down, and the floor is yours.
Also, if we could, it would have been cool. We could have found that story of when was it? A couple weeks ago, out of San Diego, where they were the first group that were charged with the FTO designation from the federal government. I believe he's on that indictment out of San Diego.
Which one? The one that also make sure you could you're gonna be able to share your screen as well, so that you could the videos. I could just send you the links if you just want to control them yourself.
Yeah, well, you know what? Could you send it to me on the chat, on this chat right here, on the that
Yeah,
we're on?
yeah.
Yeah, it was when was it? What, a couple weeks ago,
You're
San
talking about the
Diego.
one where they said, "Oh, it's the biggest," and we were clowning it for being the biggest. It was like Oregon or something.
No, no, this is no, that's not. There was a recent one where Pedro and Sousa,
Oh,
and
let me
Musico and all
see.
of them got indicted out of San Diego,
Oh yeah,
where they were
that,
charged.
I covered that. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. I think I
They were
have the.
charged with the biggest. What I think they said was the biggest fentanyl manufacturing in the world, I guess.
Let me see. That's when they brought the new charges on everybody. No.
Yes.
Yeah, I just dropped that. United States will bring new charges against El Chapito, El Maldito Flaco, El Pelo Chino, El Chapo Isidro, and Músico. That one?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want me to do with that?
Well, he's on that. He's in that indictment.
Okay,
On that one actually.
okay.
And you could just reference it here. Um, but going back to bio, I would tell you like this. Look, no matter what, where I am in life, like things don't change. You know what I mean? Man, Bio's the first person I met when I went to Sinaloa to rescue my brother.
Mm,
Um, they introduced me to him, and the minute they introduced me to him, we clicked. And he's basically, it was his house that we actually would use as a meeting point. When I was in the process of rescuing my brother, right before I met everyone, and the minute he met me, he was like, he was young as well. He just vouched for me, and back then he wasn't really like involved. It was his older brother, and uh, I'm gonna guess that maybe his older brother was has died or something, because no one mentions him, and his older brother was the one that was like really involved in drug trafficking for various organizations. They were actually the fleteros, which were people who moved the drugs from in and around Mexico, and they had transport in the United States. And we met, and we we connected like right away. And from the day that we first met, I came back to his house the next day, and he welcomed me, and we became inseparable. He became my right hand man in Mexico, and it worked out great. Because as I was like moving up in the cartel, he was like the one that would actually fill me in. And I remember I would laugh because people would come and talk to me, and they'll be like, "Twin, this and that," and I'll act like I know him, and I'll turn to him and I'll be like, "Who is that?" And he'll be like, "It's so and so, so and so." I'm like, "Oh, okay," like. And he lived with us as well. Like everywhere where I'd go, he'd go. Um, and I just he was never like, back then he wasn't a person that was like really involved, but he was always like in the middle, uh, for the Beltran labels at that time for Musico, and It's sad to me, after like 17 years, um, to see that he was, just arrested, and after everything that I've been through. I mean, I'm glad that he's alive, but I'm also like disappointed that it continued on, especially him, being around me for so long, and him knowing that I chose to walk away from that life, and that he didn't, think of, doing the same early on before he was, you know, n- not as involved as he is today, I guess. Uh, but he also, worked with another organization which was the Pedro. I think the last name is Insusa. Am I correct? I don't know, Shay, if you know. Um,
Which
Pedro
one is
Insusa,
that?
which is that was the head that actually got
Gene is,
charged with
but I'm
that.
saying he got a nickname El something.
El de la CIA.
See, I don't see that here in this
Um,
article. In this article, I have this. I'll give you the names that are in
not
this.
not this article, but it was
Oh,
on the
there it is.
video.
Pedro Nzunza,
Yeah, Pedro Insusa.
Sagitario.
So I'll give you some backstory. And Payo and his brother, they were like made like the transport for various organizations, but mainly it was gonna be for mine and for Pedro, and Pedro had a partner who I don't see being mentioned, which was Chorizo. So I'm gonna guess either he's in prison or dead. Um, and because of them, we kind of worked collectively together, and they were major buyers and distributors for the Sinaloa cartel, but specifically for the Beltran Leyvas. And um, early on, when the fight started, Pedro was one of the first casualties, and when he was targeted by the Sinaloa cartel in an ambush, if I recall this correctly, he was in a bulletproof truck with his son, and they end up, attacking him, and they got in a high speed chase, but he ended up stopping, and he got off the truck because his son was in the truck, his, like, 5-year-old son, and he basically like said, I guess kill me or whatever. But he had took some bullets, and they kidnapped him, and they took him, and they put him on a plane and took him to see Chapo, and Chapo interrogated him. And from my understanding, Pedro had a family member that was by marriage to Chapo, and that family member like begged for his life, and Chapo agreed and spared his life and sent him to see a doctor. But he was paralyzed, and I got to see him through a video, through like a Zoom. I'm not sure what we used back then, but through a Zoom or something, while he was actually recuperating. Because we would do business with him here and there, and I guess his nickname ended up being El de la CIA. So this was back then. But Bayo and his brother worked directly with him, and and you know, just to know what's coming for him, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up, here in the U.S. courtroom next week. Especially with that indictment that was recently uh, released, and you know, most likely that tells you that someone, really close and someone really important to that organization is actually cooperating, and that's where they're getting all this information for them to be able to make an arrest like that so fast. Yeah, but I mean, on a personal matter, it's just, it's sad. Understanding that he's the first organization being, targeted with the FTO. It's like, what's coming to him, Shai. It's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be a long time.
I don't
And
know, man. Maybe it's easy. Maybe do 6, he go home. His whole family come over here. They live in Disneyland. Who knows? Anything's possible nowadays. No.
I and you know what?
Don't we?
I
Don't
and
we
it,
negotiate with terrorists at this point?
Yeah, if I recall this, I think it was Cartel Wives where we talk about my friend had a baby as well, and we had like a pizza party. Do you recall that?
What in the joint?
In the Cartel Wives book, I think my wife wrote.
I don't recall. I don't remember. It's been a lot since then.
Well, it was him. It was him and his family, and and I'm gonna say really good people. And over the years, I've heard of different people that he never stopped, just talking, highly about us, and probably just more understanding. I do understand that there's a couple incidents where he really he could have done a lot worse, and chose to do the better thing that was going to be for me and my family, and that always stood with me. So yeah, it's unfortunate just to see him get arrested and see his picture popped up, and it saddened me, uh, that he wasn't able to make it out that life.
You hear that?
In a way, it's like, okay, in a way, it was like I was happy he was still alive,
Oh,
but
so
then
you didn't know, what was his status really? Yeah, until
nah,
you seen this article.
especially with everything that's been going on, it's like you just never know. But just it's weird because after all these years, like a couple months ago, early on, when was it, like last year, and I think it was September, October, when Tano and Ricardo the Garcia brothers were killed, and then recently Leo, he was arrested. And it's like a part of me is like, damn, it's these are two people that were relevant, back then, that were relevant today, that were part of, my own drug trafficking organization, and either through friends, or through the business. And then after all this time to still see this continue, it's like, it's like, just makes me realize how blessed I am as well.
Here's the thing: they get these guys, they're grabbing all these guys, but these guys got, somebody said something in the chat the other day that makes perfect sense. The Bartel game is about secession, and everybody got a successor in place. We let's just say the guy that we're talking about, Bayo, he had a faction, right, an organization. Does his business continue running? Do
Well,
all of these little businesses just
I
continue
would tell
running?
you something. Even when
Is it
I still
or
remember, like,
or is it a stupid question? You can tell me that too. You know what I'm saying?
well, I just think it's nothing that's planned, bro. I want to make sure that in everything I've
Mm.
lived, in every type of organization, it was my brother's organization, just my father's. I will tell you, what always happens is that people who are involved that don't get arrested or something think, oh, I could just do what he was doing and pick it up.
Right.
And then it continues to move forward. But it's not like it's like a crown, just
Right. It's
okay.
a different thing at that point. It's no longer the same thing that it
It's
was.
no longer the same thing. You could see it with Chapo and his sons.
Right.
Like that's them. You know what I mean? Like and so forth. But even with Musico, like I don't think, like, even for me, I feel like the organization as you see it today, I don't think it's the Beltran Labor organization, and they frame it that because
The
it
name.
was what's left behind, right? The last people. But everything that you hear stories about him, he's always tried to like run it differently, like his own organization, because man, it got wiped out. He was like the one of the last few that survived him and Chapo Isidro. And you hear the stories about the meetings where he said he didn't want to be no part of it, fighting and stuff like that. But I just think that, to the government or to us, we're like, oh, that's what's left of the Beltran Labor Organization. But for him, I just think, I'm not sure, especially today, with this indictment, and who knows what's gonna happen to that organization, what's gonna be the left, what's gonna be left of it. But um, it wouldn't surprise me if someone tries to fill that void. It's been the common theme for so many years.
Again, at that point, it's a different animal. Maybe that guy's
Yeah, I
ain't.
think it's just a different organization. You get me?
Yeah,
Right?
that
Like,
guy probably ain't the leader this guy was, and
yeah.
he who knows
So
how
I want
compartmentalized he was, and
I want to make it clear. I don't think Bio was a leader. I think he was
apart.
a part of it, someone important in that organization. But I don't know if he was a leader or not. You know, and I will tell you something. Here's some insight. Here's an inside story about him. I think I said this in a podcast where when when they basically started drawing the line of like who was who, um, and I remember getting that call with to one of the big lieutenants for the my organization, and they had me on speaker and they called and said, we have you on speaker and that's it. You get me? No more fucking playing games. Um, from now on, any time we catch one of these guys or we catch anyone, right? We're gonna we're gonna get rid of them. And he's like, that goes for you too. And I'll never forget. I'm on. I have it on speaker, and he's right next to me. And
Wait, who's right next to you?
Bayo.
Bio's right next to you, and then the you're on the phone with the Beltran Leyvas.
No, it's the Sinaloa Cartel with Miles' organization.
Oh,
They tell me that Miles listening,
mm.
and he says, I'll never forget this. He said, hey, he said, what's up with your little friend? And I said, who's that? He said, your little friend Payo and his brother. And he said that I'll never forget. I looked at Payo, he was white as a ghost. He shrunk. He said, he said, we want him. We want him now. He said, where is he? I said, and I just said, oh, when he heard of everything that was going on with the war and stuff, he fled to Arizona. He went back to the United States and with his family. Like, yeah, of course he did. He said, does he call you? I said, yeah, I talk to him all the time. He said, well, try to get him to come down and see you so we could kill his ass. And I was like, yes, sir. I don't think he'll come, but because he just left, but I'll sure try. He's okay, he told me in Spanish, like, ahí te dejo ese encargadito, aquí está el señor. Y ya le dije, he's like listening to you saying that you're going to do it. And I'm like, all right. And I remember he looked at me, he said, what the fuck? And I kind of know why that happened. I feel like I mean, I'm taking responsibility for it just because I felt responsible at the time. I mean, he's in the game. It's not my fault. But all those time he was with me sometimes, um, and if it was people that didn't know, like, and he was gonna come with me somewhere, and I'd be like, man, he's with me. Sometimes they'll be like, let me make a call, let me make sure, and then he'll tell them, who are you? You know, and he'll tell them who he was. And then the next thing you know, they'll be like, Cuates boy, El Payo, you get me? For that side of the organization, they didn't know him. So I kind of like burned them up and then when everything started, it's like, oh, we know whose friend is that? So
We gotta in at him. We know
yeah,
how to get at him. There's no way you lied to the bosses like that. I mean, you mean you were built like that to lie to the bosses? You had a guy sitting next to you looking like a ghost in the face, but you lied to the bosses? Oh, man. Who would have thunk it, bro?
shit. I'm gonna tell you when it comes, it's weird because look, Shai, you know what? I think this is something we could talk about. I think I I have this thing in my mind for such a long time. I don't know if we ever touched on it that in Mexico, especially in that life, I don't know if it's the same here in America, but there's so many songs even, okay, written about friends and compadres. All right, like there was this famous song right now. It was called "Tu Compadre" or whatever, and they were saying there was like a gay song about this guy. Maybe you correct someone in the chat. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know nothing about it.
Um, what's it called? It's called "Amigo" or something like that. Mi compadre or something like that. And there's so many songs made about friendships, Shy, especially in that narco world. Since I was a kid, there's been songs about their compadres, and it's like I could be in events where they will play the songs about having that compadre, or having that friend, that right hand man. And I believe just because it was the narco culture having to like lean on one person and the other. I believe that it resonated with so many people. I don't see that really in American music. One of the most famous songs, which I really love a lot, is the Mark Anthony song. It's called Amigo. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't even know that song.
Amigo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it's an amazing song. Mark Anthony sings it, and it just talks about like he's dedicating this onto his friendship with his friend who's always been there for him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And and it's like it's common, I think, because of it's like war kind of ish, you know, like narco war, narco, right hand man, and I get it because seeing like at the end of the day, it's like, man, he was my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, what would you do for a friend? And I think
Right.
my brother says it all the time. It's like they put you in a situation where you have to either kill your friend or snitch on them. Tell me what you're gonna do. And I'm not saying that that was just a reason, but I'm gonna tell you, like, snitching on someone and hoping that they make that decision. We'll see what he does. Later, but it's beats setting someone up and just to make sure that you're okay with the boss is gonna be okay. I lie to him all the time. That's just me. And it's weird because yeah, I'm putting my life on the line by lying to them, and but they also like it's what the game was. It's what we keep talking about,
It's the
right?
cat and mouse game. Everybody lying to each
Mhm.
other. Everybody betraying each other. If you play your P's and Q's wrong that day, it costs you your life.
I will tell you something. When when I looked at him that day and I was lying, I remember that thought going through my mind, like, we had a couple guys with us that day, but I'm like, do they know? Why is he asking me? To, like, you're thinking like,
Right?
do
Do
he
they
have
do
a
they see
camera?
this? Do they see
Like,
this motherfucker sitting 6 inches from me right now?
yeah, like for real, because I explained to you about the story with Deco, how they had their phones tapped and they knew, and I always used to be like, nah, they can't, they ain't gonna have my phone tapped, like that, because I switched too many phones, and I'm on top of that, but that thought did go through my head.
Amongst other things, I'm sure that's a moment where a whole bunch of shit gonna run through your
I,
head.
I, w- I remember that after we hung up, we hugged each other, and he like, no, cabrón. Uh, but I feel like after that time, like when that happened, and once he heard that, he started getting a little bit like, I started to see a part of him that I didn't see before, and we had a couple, like one time I had to really, really like bitch him out, because he was always with me, so he was always seeing me like talk to different people, and he knew what game we were playing, and I would let him know, and he understood it like 100%. And at one time, you know, he came with me, or we're in a situation where I end up having a meeting with some really high family members and high-ranking members of the Valencias, of the Low Valencias, and they said something that he didn't like, and they were supplying like weapons at the time. And I remember when, I was too busy in the meeting, and when I stepped to the side, he said, you know, how long do you think we got till we leave? And I'm like, I don't know, we'll leave like in 20 minutes. He said, you think you could wait 30 minutes? And I said, why? He said, because I just made a phone call, and I could get a good group of guys, so when we leave, they could come smoke all these motherfuckers. And then I remember I looked at him. That's the first time I ever like bitched him out.
Motherfucker, we playing a different game. I don't know what the fuck you
And
looking at.
I said, if that's the game you're gonna play without me, you get me? Like, just don't let me know, because what you think, they don't know that we're here together? Like, they don't know we're having a meeting. We leave and something happens to them, who they're gonna blame? Me, and then my family's gonna be. Like, I mean, I'm telling you the nice version of it, and I end up bitching him out, like mad at him, not just because he would put me in a situation like that he would put himself in the situation. I was like, come on, whatever our family, you're not thinking. And I remember telling him, like, you want to figure it out, you're smart enough, figure it out a better way than using me. Like,
Right.
come on, bro, like.
Right.
And I
This
remember,
you reaching for the low hanging fruit right here. You
like,
thirsty.
you're making it too easy. You get me? Like,
Yeah.
come on. If you really wanted to, like, I'm really about shy. Like, look, if you really want to, you could do it. You could try, but don't use me. And because even though he was my right hand man, he still had his, like, he still was working with the Bertrand labels. You get me? he worked directly for them, and it's like it kind of worked in my favor, but at the same time it was that. But regardless, we had a friendship. I never forget. He's like, nah, wait. He ended up telling me in Spanish like, perdóname, cabrón. You know, nah, like he told me like, la regué allí, güey. Neta que sí, you know. But yeah, yeah, it's sad. It's unfortunate. You know, that's just the way that the business is, and feelings, and you know, I guess maybe because it's hard not having feelings. You get me? You know, today, like, it's just I feel bad, but it's like back then, it's like you start like that was our biggest thing where we would worry about people, and then it comes to a time where these things were even added to be like, you know what, I'm gonna keep putting my life, you know, in someone else's hand that don't, you know what I'm saying? You imagine like without thinking in a second of emotional, you know, um, anger.
No, there's a bunch of years there where everybody involved had basically a nuke button over their head every day, and it could be
Mhm.
you.
Yeah. So I guess that's something that doesn't really you don't hear much about is the emotion side or the you know why things happen and stuff like that. But again, that's I guess a PSA, right? Of what's coming for the rest of the drug traffickers, right? And we're gonna see it play out. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in a U.S. courtroom by the end of next weekend.
That's crazy, boy. And again, we've seen the precedent set. They already done it. They've already took a bunch of dudes that they locked up and put them on the next thing flying out of there, boy. Dropped them right off over here. So it's easy. All right, so we're moving on to the next subject.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me go through the chat real quick. Salutes to the chat.
You don't want no problems.
All right, shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. Shout
Maybe
out,
you guys should chat to go find out that song. It's called Amigo. Let me. I could tell you the name of the song. Chat.
shout out Zoraida. Salutes.
It was just like the number one song in Mexico for such a long time.
Shout out Zoraida Shy, checking in to say hi. Jay chat, salutes. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. The numbers ain't numbering. 58 concurrent viewers, 37 likes. Salutes. Let's get it. We'll run through this chat again. Quickly, if somebody comes in, listen. My government name is Angel. I'm on credits on movies and TV shows, motherfuckers. That ain't nothing new. So if you see somebody coming here and they're not calling me Shy and they're calling me Angel, they get the fuck out of here for life. Now we all know who that was. That's the lame that sits at home all day waiting to talk on here. But you know he got to kick rocks. We get him the fuck out of here. So thank you to Shannon and JP for getting him the fuck out of here.
Who is that?
The same motherfucker that keep talking about, oh, I'm coming for you. I ain't never met a tough guy in my life that said, I'm coming for you. Get the fuck out of here.
They give warnings.
Yeah, they
Shit.
give away, I'm coming for you, bro. And then they want you to tell them where you're at.
I know.
They want you to tell them what you're wearing, if you hold. They want to know everything, man. No,
His
man.
name is Karin Leon, bro. De Compas, it's called the song.
The compas. We're not playing that shit. We got clapped yesterday for Don't Stop Believing. Let me keep going through this chat quickly. Sally Correa, shout out to me for my birthday, 55, feeling like 25. Salute, Sally Correa. Happy birthday to you. Glad that you're here with us. Salutes to you. Happy birthday.
Can I say happy birthday to Sally?
Yeah, say happy birthday, motherfucker.
Happy birthday, Sally.
I mean, you could talk to the chat when we're at this part. What you be doing is you be in the middle of a conversation, then you find the troll, and then you be like the troll's name, and then that's it. We're in a whole nother place. Shout out Moist Fist Shot. We taking more shots today? No. But I also said I wasn't doing another live stream today, and here we are. All right, salutes. Shout out Big June. Them dollar stones have them Arizonas for the low shy. Are they the liquor ones though, Big June? I'm looking for the liquor ones. Let's see. Let's see if anybody else checked in here. Yeah, we got dude the fuck out of here. Shout out Yar. Shout out Big June, Deb, Amy. Tread lightly, Amy. JP wants to crack your shit with a wrench. Shout out Franchise Beauty on the check-in. Salutes to you.
Did we say back. Sally's 55?
Welcome back. Yeah, Sally 55.
Oh, man. God bless to Sally. 55, man.
Shout out JP. Sally Correa, God bless you for your birthday. May God continue to bless you. 55 sure is a blessing. Indeed he do. All right. Shout out John Good. Who else is up in here? Oso. Al the Pal. Boom, boom, boom. I'm flying through, y'all. We're going to move on to the next thing. Oh, shout out Big June. It's not the liquor ones. Yeah, I'm looking for the liquor ones. The liquor ones crazy. Shout out Global Media. Jay and his brother gave a lot to that life, and I'm glad they are free and still have a positive attitude. Salutes to you, Global Media. Appreciate you. Shout out Ivy. Did you actually know that person, Shy? No, I don't know that person. That's just a person on the internet that thinks he has my address, and I be trying to give him the real address, but buddy he just always on the internet. And then
Why is he mad at you, Shy?
He came in here for peace yesterday. Who is?
Why is dude mad at you?
Why is dude mad at me? Because I'm me and he's not.
Well, just make peace with him, bro. Just he's a fan.
No,
fans. Sometimes I'm more used to people being
his mom. I make up with his mom. She's a fan.
That's fine.
Me and his mom can make up.
But I'm used to people being my fans and really just say really mean things.
And like me. See, Jay co-opted me. He caught me talking shit about him. He came over here and got in the mix and shit with us and shit. That's what he's saying right there. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I take these guys that talk shit about me and I make them my friend. Well, I'm not that dude.
Right. But big shouts out to everyone. Hey, big shouts out to Global. What was it? Global
Media.
Global Media. Thanks a lot, bro. Yeah. No, you know what? You know what? I've been having some personal issues lately with people who I never expected were gonna be like shady, and they tell me, well, when I'm cool, I'm cool, but when I'm not, and this and that. And I realized something. I'm like, you know what? That's fake to me. You get me? Because who are you? You know what I'm saying? Either you are a certain way or you're not.
That's it.
Because I've never changed, bro.
That's
you get
it.
me? Like,
I mean, 24 fucking hours a day.
Like what you see is what you get. Like, I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna be an asshole. Like that's not just.
Yeah, today I choose to be a dick. No.
Yeah, that doesn't exist with me. I'm like,
that's too much thought. Who sits around thinking, oh, you know what? Today I feel like misery loves company. Let me go, man. Run up or shut the fuck up, man. Period.
So what you like? I would tell you something, Shot. Like who I am today. You could go back and people, there's been people in the chat that been with me in prison. There's people with me that knew me when I was a kid in the street and at the top of my game, whatever. I didn't change, but this is what you get. I'm like this, at my job today. I'm like this anywhere. Mm-hmm. So when someone tells me that it's supposed to be a good dude or whatever, and it's like, oh, now you're gonna see my other side. I'm like, bro, what do you?
Like, that sounds like a woman. That sounds like a scorned woman to me. That don't even sound like some man shit. I'm not used to men to talking all that shit before anything. Like this, oh, you a dick today? Well, how about this? How about I match your energy? How about I surpass your energy? See, you don't like that shit, right? Well, then be done. I don't have no problems with nobody that I know. Put it that way. Hold on. People ask me, Shy, did you know that person? I don't have problems with nobody that I know. I don't know this motherfucker, but he don't exist. Dude don't have a face, a name, and I could never be afraid of somebody that can make that many fake YouTube accounts. How the fuck I'm scared of you? You know what I mean? So no, I'm straight. But we'll move on from that. But that was I just wanted to explain that to the people. If you ever see to the wrenches, you ever see somebody here calling me by my government name, you crack them in their fucking skull because they don't know me like that. Trolls gotta get put in the fucking back. Put him in the fucking bench. I don't know what you said, but it's gone now.
All right, what we got next?
Hold on, we about to move on to it.
You know what? Where's the chat on here, bro? Do we have a chat?
I told you stay. I did not tell you stay out of the goddamn chat.
No, I'm talking about the chat between you and me.
Yeah. If you go in the right corner and say hi, chat.
Yeah, I see it. But you haven't dropped anything.
No, not yet. Shout out Global Media. Shout out to you and your brothers. I really like the podcast that 50 produced. Salutes.
Yeah, well. All 50 did was put his name on it.
Hold on. You gotta repeat that because the
Moist Fistos sent $5 on YouTube. Yo, Jay, know you've met Mencho before, but did you ever meet Z40? Salutes to you and Chi.
All right, salutes Moist Fister. We're gonna get to that 1 second. What you were saying about the 50 Cent stuff?
I said no. I said he loved the podcast that 50 produced. I said that's all he did was put his name on it, but it's basically our story. But big shouts out to Global Media. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. You know what? We were talking like seriously. We're gonna get this season 3 going. You know what I mean? It's gonna be great. Let Leval come home and we'll get that going. It's gonna be good.
He talked about season 3 of the podcast. Yo.
Yeah.
All right,
It might be a different name, but it's gonna be season 3 for sure.
right. All right, shout out Moist. He said, "Yo, Jay, I know you've met Mencho before, but did you ever meet Z40? Salutes to you and Shy. Salutes to you, sir. Thank you."
I'm confident that if I had ever met Z40 before, I wouldn't be here to tell you about it.
It's a good answer, right? That's the answer, though. It is the answer. Moist Fist salutes. Let me go in here and shout that out real quick. All right, and then I'm gonna send you a link, Jay. Give me 1 sec. Let me get in this chat and hit this right here. Boom, hundreds up. Bow, bow, bow. Let's get it. Salutes. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm gonna move on. Let me knock this down and let me get you.
Hey, can I say this? Hey, Jonathan, what's up, bro? You've been grilling me lately, huh?
Hey, JP is on your ass.
He is on my ass.
Ever since you talking your
But for some reason,
your
it always
immigration
happens.
talk, boy, he wanna fuck
Yeah.
you up.
Yeah, but you know what? It always happens like that. Those people who really like my brother really never were into me. But yeah, I'm the one that spends more time with you guys. How about that?
Why would you spend time making a fake account? Yeah, they do it all the time. That, and to me, that's just the pussiest cowardice. I'm coming for you. Clown emoji, clown emoji, clown emoji. Hi. Is that what I'm gonna hear when you show up?
Hold on. Let's give him like a way for him to change his attitude. Maybe you have a real fan.
No.
If he does all that just to listen to your
That's
channel,
cool.
we
He
should
could be a ghost watcher. I don't need him.
an
All right.
olive branch.
Let me. So here, this is a video I wanted to send you. Or I'm gonna send you his channel. I don't know if you've seen a video recently from him, but I know you've one. There's one from 10 days ago, but maybe there's one here that might trigger your fancy. I know you wanted to get some thoughts out on this dude. Let me put it in the chat over here, in the private chat. Let me see.
Well, you got me wondering who. We talk about so many people. So.
It's the Mike Glover guy. But see, this doesn't even let me paste in here, so I'm gonna send it. Jeez Louise.
Mike Glover?
The fearmonger that always talking about Utah or some shit.
Oh shit!
The Utah fearmonger.
Oh my god, this dude.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to use this chat and I can't. Let me see. No, I don't want that. I want this. Oh, private chat. There it is. All right, boom. Let's get it. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Boom. And then you could set up your
Okay.
You can set up your screen.
Oh, let me see this.
Go down and present.
I got it. Hold on 1 second. Let me find you. Let me see.
Y'all got a lot of questions? For those that got a lot of questions, if you don't have time to wait, you do what Moist Fista just did. Drop that $5 in that TTS link that's at the top of the live chat, and you can interrupt us with a question. Otherwise, we are moving on. I see you.
Okay, so we got Mike. His name is Mike G. Okay, I don't know him, but I've been having mad issues with him. I don't know his nationality, but this is Kingpin Reacts, right? Or what is it? Extra Kingpin Reacts?
Former Kingpin
Reacts.
Get it together.
So this is former Kingpin Reacts, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna react to him overall. I don't know him. I only seen a few of his videos, but one thing I'm so disappointed in what to the extent he's willing to do to get those clicks, clickbait, or I just can't believe that he really believes this. I don't believe him having military background that would actually believe some of the shit that he has put out. and the reason why I feel like this is because he's, I'm gonna guess that his viewers love this shit, and he's basically giving a bad name to Mexicans, as a whole, and to me that bothers me because we know that lately, Mexican drug cartels have been a thing, especially with this FTO designation and stuff. But there's a big difference between the Mexican people and criminals. Okay, and this is coming from a criminal. And I believe that if he's ex-military and he has a channel like this, what's going to be important to him is the viewership, obviously, right? The clicks, but he should have some integrity to before he puts out information like this to actually know what he's talking about. And I've seen a couple of the videos, like one of them saying that there's sleeper cells, of Mexican drug cartels all across the country, just waiting for the green light. Like it's a real terrorist organization. Like, bro, this ain't, you know, what you've been used to in real life. This is like totally different. Just because they have a designation doesn't mean that they play the same or they look the same or they'll act the same. Um, and this really bothers me, because obviously there's so many, Mexican communities all across the United States, hardworking people, law-abiding people that have nothing to do with, Mexican drug cartels or distributing drugs, and for him to tell, his viewers that it bothers him to me, especially, I can imagine what type of viewers that, he has. And I think that that's just, it's irresponsible. It's dangerous, and to me, it's like it's so like degrading of the Mexican people. And, I'll say this again. There's 138 million Mexicans in Mexico. There's probably, 40, 50 million Mexicans in the United States with that were born in Mexico or were, first generation, second generation, some type of roots in, Mexico. And there's probably 500 to 800,000 criminals, and I feel like he's basically stereotyping, all these, the 220 million Mexicans, the law-abiding Mexican with this small group. And I think that's very unfortunate that he would label them this way. And some of the things that he says is like, oh, the ammunition, they're gearing up to, uh, uh,
What you say, to break
retaliate.
Chapo out or some shit?
Yeah, to retaliate or break Chapo. Like, are you ridiculous? Like, one thing's for sure that I know is that Mexican drug cartels have to be some of the most intelligent people to be able to do what they do in American soil. They have access to underground smuggling systems and more money than many terrorist organizations, and they're in it for the money, and that's it. Those ammunition, those bullets, and everything, they know, what to do, what not to do. That's going straight to Mexico to fight them against themselves and kill themselves, right? They use those bullets you know to go at war with other cartels. And it's almost like this happens daily all across the United States, where ammunition and weapons are being bought and taken, you know south across the border, um, where these Mexican drug cartels buy them, and that's okay. But now that wasn't enough. Now it's like, oh, these bullets are gonna be because you want to escape. You want to help Chapo escape from the one of the most guarded prisons in the world. Um, it's ridiculous. So there's so many videos I could actually talk about. And some of the ones I've only saw because I can't listen to this BS that long. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't talk about military stuff. You know, I would talk about military stuff 'cause I don't know shit about it. So I don't understand how someone who has no idea how cartels operate and how they work, why would they even, um, kind of give their expert, you know, advice. I mean, obviously he's gonna say it's his opinion, but I think it's just, you know, wrong. And if you look at the video, and you just looking at his videos, and every time.
RM sent $4.99 on YouTube. I seen you and Jalpa back in the day it with some big ass black PPL. Was one of them 50?
just see and look at his videos, right? The one with the bullets, cartels prepare. It's 579, right? And look at it, the other one, huge cartel. But this is something I'm not sure what his content was before, but we look at it, 43,000 views, 24,000 views, and
Here's
obviously
my
it's fake.
question. Here's my question. Hold on. Let's answer RM's question quickly. RM with the 499 super chat. I seen you in Jalpa back in the day with some big ass black people. Was one of them 50?
No, it wasn't 50. Yeah, it wasn't 50, but that's a good question, and 100% you probably see me with black people. Like I used to have a lot of people, a lot of my guys come with me to the town and hang out and stuff like that. So no, but it wasn't 50.
Here's my question, right? So we had the conversation the other day. I asked AI, why I get such censorship, because if you look at this guy, he's using the word Bartel all over the place, right? All over his videos. He seems monetized. Seems like there's no problem with his videos, no censorship. Same with Johnny Mitchell, right? What they said was that my channel in the algorithm is not seen as entertainment, but more as journalistic. So it's less safe for advertisement because it's more edgy and it's so real. That's basically what it told me. It says with these other guys, people look at it as story time, fantasy land. But this guy doesn't seem to have any censorship because he's using the word cartel over and over as clickbait to get views on his channel. So I don't get it, bro. I don't understand, the difference. Cause you just showed the difference between the numbers right there, right?
Yeah, I mean that's real easy, and it just goes to show you, like, look, he's special operations, whatever he is. So big respect because he served the country, right? But then I feel like, to what extent everyone's for sale, and we could see by these clicks, right, and why he's going to continue to talk about it. And I feel like that's sad. Um, and I think I reached out to him too, and I left him a message, and he didn't get back to me. Because when I'm doing this, and I'm trying to do the right thing. Like, look, I'm not like protecting drug cartels; they're my biggest enemy. But I'm coming from a view of I guess an expert or someone who understands reality or something. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's just ridiculous. Like. So right here, cartel Wyoming case update and power grids going down. He look at 155,000 views. He's selling propaganda. He's selling fear to a group of, I'm gonna guess, his viewers that love this shit. That take it in, and then next thing you know, because I'm gonna guess he says it, it's like, yeah, that's what's gonna happen when I catch me one of these Mexicans over here. I'm gonna, it's unfortunate. Um, that has to become got to this part. And I also, again, I don't think that this is what the government wants. I think that the government is doing what they feel could, change, the drug trade, and I keep saying it, it's gonna be great for the Mexican people, but if you really want to go after drug traffickers in the United States, then you got to look at your own people. Whatever race it is, they're everywhere. They're in Utah, and most likely their drug distributors are going to be Mexican. They're going to be white, and every other race. So I'm not sure. Do you want to get into one of these videos? What do you
So
want
so
to do?
quickly, Big June said, Jay, so you don't believe anything that he's talking about with all that ammo is true? I mean, it sounds far fetched. Just wondering, Shy, and your opinion. I think we talked about it on a live stream one time. I believe I did. I believe Ivy might have been there for that one. But my thought was, yeah, it was a reach. Like, okay, all of these coincidences, they're gonna go break dude out over there. Stop playing games with me, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about it. But the clickbait is
In
the
my
clickbait.
opinion, them finding the 180,000 rounds, I don't know the right information, but if you tell me, to me, it's obvious. You have Mexicans in Colorado with 180,000 rounds. That means that they're in the business of selling ammunition and weapons to Mexican drug cartels.
Period.
Just because they're traveling one way to another, they have to probably they go pick up a bunch of ammunition. They probably did it before, and then they come back rendezvous to a certain point where they'll be able to, you know, uh, get them together and then ship them down south to Mexico. It's a business. If they can make $1 out of each round that they sell, everyone, like for drug cartels, for people who are in the business, is just not drugs that's going to get you money. They're going to be someone that's going to sell weapons. They're going to be someone that sells, stashes. They're going to be someone that can make a submarine. And everyone, it's in it to make money off of this business that's not directly tied to, drugs.
Right.
So to me, 180,000 rounds is like, okay, to me it's normal. They just caught those. That's
They
it.
caught those. I say you hit that one that says illegal caught with 18,000 rounds again. I think that's the one where he, in the first one he didn't have all the information. It's up higher. At the first one, he right there, right at the bottom on the right. That's where he got the information about the prison and all of these
So
things.
this is 1 month, and this is 1 month ago.
Yeah,
and
1 month
then-
ago, 4 weeks, 3 weeks.
So it was okay. So this is in order.
Huh?
Which one was it? Was it right?
The newer ones are on your way up. So
Is this one's the newer one? This one you want me to
well,
watch?
that was the middle one. So if you look down at the bottom left, right there, that's the
This one.
first one that he did about that, that specific
Okay.
story right there. And then he had more information for the second one. That's why I say go to this. You might as well talk about this one. Maybe just jump in there. And we don't have to probably watch the whole thing, but just to get some examples of exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right, shout out to the chat.
A Wyoming
hit
state
the pause
trooper
on that
caught
real
an
quick
illegal
before we
immigrant
start that.
traveling through Wyoming with 18,000 rounds of
Shout out to the chat. We got a pole smoker in there. He likes to talk shit. He's a commenter. Salutes to him, but he can stay there. He's just insulting. He ain't on shit. He's a pussy. Shout out to Your Vid Sucks on the check-in. Shout out to IB. Big June. Yeah, Big June, no worries. Not that you were not up to par. We talk about a lot of shit here, but we covered that, and we too felt like he was reaching. And Jay's about to break it down. Again, to the Mamabichos, run up. Salutes. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. Yeah, I guess this is great for to get other people's opinions on this, but I'm a little bit reluctant to do this, but we'll do it just because. Like I hate to highlight something like this. You get me? But we have to. You know what I'm saying? But let's do it. You get me? It really just I just really personally on a personal level. I just it's something that really bothers me. You get me?
Yeah, we don't have to do the whole thing. Just find something that really bothers you and then get at him. We're done.
Okay, let's see.
rifle ammunition. Charged on Friday with being an illegal
full screen.
alien in possession of ammunition, Ricardo Paez Quinones could face up to 15 years in prison and a $250,000 fine and or deportation if convicted.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the show. I had to get up on comms as quick as possible this morning because I found out about this late last night, thanks to my patrons on my Patreon, which I'll link down below. March 14th, a little over a week prior to this happening, which, as a reminder, if you haven't watched the video, 2 illegal immigrants flew into Denver, Colorado from Mexico to buy a van in Utah and pick up 180,000 rounds of what we think is a combination between 7.62 by 51 or 308 caliber rifle ammunition and about 30,000 rounds, we speculate, based on the news reporting, that likely was 30 boxes, 30,000 rounds of 7.62 by 39, which is AK ammo. They get rolled up in Cannon City, which is very significant because it's in proximity to something related to the cartel. Thanks to my buddy KJ for reaching out this morning. But before we get into that, a week prior, on March 14th in Rawlins, Wyoming. If you've never been through Rawlins, Wyoming, it's because you probably blinked. Small town along the main highway, running west to east, was this particular driver who got pulled over at a TA gas station, a truck stop. Now, we know he was going west to east because he just came out of Utah. And guess what happened in Utah? He bought 18,000 rounds of what they're calling high-powered rifle ammunition. He purchased this ammunition in Utah. He's driving through Rawlins, Wyoming, and he's caught speeding. He gets pulled over. He's in a gas station. The officer says, "Hey, what do you got going on?" He looks in the back and sees boxes of ammo and asks what the ammo is for. And he said it's because he's taking his girlfriend to target practice. Now, let's take a look real quickly where Rawlins, Wyoming is at. Pulling it up on a map.
All right. Let's talk about this. Obviously, them buying the ammunition is not illegal, right? Because someone's selling it to them. And I'm going to guess that those shops, gun shops, or wherever he got the ammunition are going to be owned by white people. All right. And it was okay when they sold them. He doesn't care about who sold them ammunition, right? For this, inside terrorist, organization buying ammunition. It was okay for them to sell them. It was okay for them to get paid for them because it's not like they stole them, right? There's no emphasis that's going to be on who was the seller and why. But this happens all around the country each and every day. No one cares about that point, unless, it's being bought by a Mexican guy. Obviously, they're going to say, well, yeah, because he's illegal and, those rights are afforded only to U.S. citizens. And it's the same thing with, when it comes to drugs, like, all the drugs are only important when they come from Hispanics or a certain group. But when the drugs are coming from, their own group, they always go back where they came from Mexico, and stuff like that. It's just one of those things because everyone's going to ask, like, well, where did they come from? And, my biggest thing is like, damn, they could just go ahead and buy these many rounds. And as a kid with my father, it's like, it's something we did. On the way back, we were heading towards Mexico. We would stop at different Kmart's at the time, Kmart's, and buy rounds, rounds and rounds. Like literally, I'm talking about thousands of rounds. We would stop at different Kmart's. And I remember, one time where we bought so many rounds that the car was struggling. It was low just because we had bought so many rounds and we had put them in the compartment. And my father's not paying attention to weight, so it's a common thing. People make money off of this.
You got Rawlins, which is west of Sinclair, and it's a small town. And we got to find the TA gas station. So let's look that up.
In just the last 7 days, 8,368 men have clicked the link on one of our ads that you've probably seen on the internet.
So the old TA Travel Center. Okay, that's where he was pulled. Now I want you to take a look at proximity to Wyoming and Utah, where I'm located at in the little blue dot, and then driving through and where it connects to. That's right. If you go through Cheyenne and you go south, you'll head straight through Denver, straight through Colorado Springs and Fort Carson, down to Pueblo, Colorado. And why is that relevant? That's on the same path en route as the destination where in Cannon City, west of Pueblo, Colorado, the two illegals who came in said they were headed to Pueblo, Colorado to drop off this ammunition. In this particular case in Wyoming, this guy's got 18,000 rounds of ammunition, doesn't speak any English. He's actually been deported twice. And according to the news report, he was going 89 in a 75-mile-an-hour zone. The affidavit says Philpott, the law enforcement officer, visited the driver's side door, and the suspect spoke poor English but called his girlfriend to translate by phone. Philpott could see the boxes of high-caliber ammunition in the back seat. The suspect said he bought the ammo in Utah so he and his girlfriend could go to the range for target practice. Philpott asked him, did he own the guns they planned to use? And he said he did not. He did not have firearms, but instead he had some cocaine. When the suspect said he had to use the bathroom, they escorted him in the bathroom. As they got back to the vehicle, he told the state trooper they could open the doors and trunk, but they couldn't go inside the vehicle. So a Carbon County Sheriff's Office deputy brought in a K9 drug dog. It alerted to the presence of drugs. The document says investigators searched more and found 36 boxes, each containing 500 rounds of high-caliber rifle ammunition. How much you want to make a bet? That high-caliber rifle ammunition that they quote is 762 by 51 and a misdemeanor amount of suspected cocaine. The troopers arrested him and put him in the back of the patrol car. And also they found large amounts of cash, more misdemeanor amounts of cocaine when they searched him. The tow truck took the vehicle to a secure storage facility, and other law enforcement personnel sealed the vehicle with the ammunition still inside. This is significant. If you take a step back and you look at what was happening in 1 week, you had an illegal alien buying ammunition. Can we just pause on this too? What is going on with these ammunition stores in Utah selling large quantities of ammo to illegal aliens, non-residents, non-citizens in Utah? What the hell is going on? Like, how is that acceptable? I go into Walmart and I buy more than a couple boxes and people are asking me questions. It's nobody's business. As an American citizen, I should be able to buy as much ammo as possible, but I know I'm popping up on the radar. You know who's not? Illegal aliens who are buying over 198,000 rounds within a week. I hope it's not the same place. If you know the actual store, if anybody has any information, please comment down below and let us know what that location is. I'd love to talk to them. I'd love to find out, and they're not going to answer the phone and talk.
Well, I'm glad he highlighted this. It was probably all the stores in Utah, but most likely it's probably going to be one or two. And I wouldn't be surprised if they found out what stores were actually selling them, and they're now like looking to see who's buying this ammunition. And then they later on pass the information down to, a state trooper to pull them over, and they could continue to conduct this investigations, because to the government, it would be better to just be taking down whoever's buying them, right? Than to focus on the gun shops or whoever's selling this ammunition, right? So it sounds to me like they could have known between that week before, and now they're like targeting, like probably investigating, and they just kind of like do surveillance, and they just have someone take them down in another state or whatever the case is, right? Just to keep that operations going, so they could be making arrests. But I get it too. The illegal aliens buying large amounts of ammunition should be something that they should look into, because when he says illegal aliens, I'm not, to me, I'm not just thinking Mexican, I'm thinking of any nationality, right? Which could be a, national threat. But it should be looked a little bit more into, and I'm gonna guess that the only reason why they're going to Utah is because they're available, and these people, there's a business, buying and selling guns and ammunition. So,
talking to me, but I'd love to figure out, like, what's the deal here? How did that happen? Is that even legal? I know it's not. So how did that happen? So they go from Utah, they're driving through Rollins, and we already showed you where it leads into Pueblo. My buddy KJ hits me up this morning. He's like, hey, you know what's weird? You know El Chapo? You know the head of the Sinaloa cartel? You know where he's based at, or where he's imprisoned at for life plus 30 years? In Florence, Colorado. And I'm like, where's Florence? Huh. Wonder how close that is to Cannon City, where these guys got rolled up. Well, let's look at it. So we put up Supermax prison, because it is a Supermax prison, and you take a gander and you put in Cannon City, where these two illegals were rolled up. Whoa. It's 23 minutes away. 23 minutes away from a Supermax prison, and in close proximity to Pueblo, Colorado. As I put this out to my patrons, people are like, there's no way, man. It's a Supermax prison. Well, we do know what happened when they try to roll up in Mexico, El Chapo.
Okay, I have to stop this. Like, this is what I mean, right? We could have connected this to any other little damn town. Who knows? It's a conspiracy. And the fact that he's saying that his friend, this is the community that subscribes to his channel, that he interacts with all the time. This is the shit they want to hear. Now, I hope he says this is ridiculous and whatever the case is, but he doesn't. He's not, because he's gonna start saying, "Look what happened with Chapo's son when this happened," and the fact that he states this, the fact that he thinks that they would basically, come up with this plan, and they're gearing up to try to, go in guns blazing to save him. It's like, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But again, to me, but maybe to him, who's a conspiracy theorist, who has military background, and because he gets clicks for this, maybe it's not, but we'll see what he says.
Sun. They broke out the drones, they broke out the M2s, they broke out the Barrett 50 cal sniper rifles and unleashed hell, saying if you did not release El Chapo's son, we're going to burn the entire place to the ground. So would I put it past the cartel to plan a breakout of a supermax prison? No. The biggest issue here is you have two significant things that happen, and kudos to the law enforcement officers who rolled them up. But what happens when you're operating in a silo in your community and you roll up somebody who's transporting 18,000 in Rollins, Wyoming, or 180,000 in Kansas City, is you never figure out what the intent was. These guys are talking to third parties who are controlling them, giving them instructions, potentially even dead drops where they don't directly communicate. They get marching orders and are sent off on their own to do the bid. And the cartel is very smart when it comes to covert communications. I'm not saying that any one of these law enforcement situations in Wyoming or in Colorado should have just let them go. But what I'm saying is, one, they ain't giving up the information on their sources, their means, how they're doing what they do. They ain't giving up anything because they know if they do, their entire family's gone. The cartel will wipe out every strand of DNA that exists in their genealogy. So they ain't going to say nothing. So the best case, comprehensive, strategic scenario.
So, Mr. Glover, I beg to differ. I will tell you something that they will snitch on everyone. So he's again, he's saying that those local, law enforcement agencies won't know, but trust me, the federal government will know. And I'm sure that they're looking into this, and I'm sure that they'll get as much information as they can. So it's weird because he does know that part, but when he comes to everything, I feel like even when he's talking, he's not like, he doesn't close the thought. He doesn't, he leaves it open because that's what he knows his viewers are gonna eat up. You know what I mean? So it's sad.
Here is these organizations are talking to each other. They're trying to figure out, like, hey, where were these guys going? Hey, we tag or track and locate where these vehicles are going so we can find out their bed down. Hey, we get this guy's cell phone number, start tracking it and getting the signal intelligence of how these guys are collaborating. For sure, it is my opinion that both of these guys in the same week that got rolled up were involved in the same operation. Now, the question is, how many people got through? And then what was the final destination?
Well, he got something right. Yeah, it's the same, same operation, meaning probably them two and a whole bunch of other people that see a way to get money and a way to make a profit. And it's probably happened for so long. So he got that right. I don't believe it's the same organization or, who knows, but the same operation, meaning once one person knows that you could make money off of that, next, it's like everyone goes to get it. It's just like getting the best weed back then in Humboldt County or getting the best weed right now, for the cheapest in Oklahoma, right? Everyone's gonna go do it. Everyone's gonna go get it. So he got that right.
Was it Pueblo? Was it a potential attack on a supermax prison to break out El Chapo? Was it preparation for an inside attack? This is why I love this type of media and you guys' feedback, because
that pisses me off. Exactly. Oh, for inside attack on who? He's basically saying that Mexicans are going to attack American people in American facilities, right? Because now these terrorist organizations, they're going to work together. And because the United States is putting pressure on some fucking idiot criminals in Mexico, now they're going to, stop their livelihoods in Mexico and just in the United States and go kill innocent Americans. Like this bullshit right here, this rhetoric that he's spitting, this shit drives me fucking insane, bro. Okay. And he says my community. And these are what people are saying. This is why it's great. Because he's selling this propaganda for his own well-being. He doesn't give a fuck about America. Because if he did, he would say, you know what, let me really think about what I'm about to say. This is not something the military taught him. This is self-fucking knowledge. This is self-gain. This is his own self-fucking motives. And this shit pisses me off.
Your investigative work is what brought this together. And for a fact, there's fidelity and a correlation between these two events. But what we're starting to see with this type of media is we could put these things together and make sense of it. This report of this Wyoming story is in the cowboystatedaily.com of a Wyoming news channel, which one of my patrons who's from Wyoming ended up sending it to me. If you have any more stories or any more information about these specific things, make sure you comment or join my Patreon. I have a free side of my Patreon, and you can comment on all my stuff, and I stay highly engaged. I'm also reducing the prices on my tier 2 and tier 3 memberships. Guys,
oh, what a coincidence. Come to my Patreon. Let's keep talking about this shit. And in my Patreon, my private channel, I'll keep feeding you this bullshit so that you could, hear what you want to hear and these tie these conspiracy theories together for my people. And let me guess, your people are going to be, middle, American, Caucasian, people that have no idea how everything else works, and you're going to be the perfect person to feed them the perfect information so that they could understand that Mexicans, so these terrorists are going to gear up with a plan to go and wait for retaliation on the U.S. government and its citizens because they're attacking Mexican drug cartels. So let's sign up for his Patreon, guys, and let's go hear this bullshit. And maybe maybe he served our country, and because he served our country, now he's fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that happened. So we also have to
Maybe you
pray
join
for
his Patreon and he convinces you to join his militia.
yeah, and then next thing you know, this is the shit like that turns criminal because next thing you know, he does, he is the fucking one in charge of a militia with a group. Like this is ridiculous, bro. Because all his other videos you could go, they're not doing this. And he says that he's an active, participant, whatever. I reached out to him. I left him a couple of comments. I said, bro, I left him my website. He doesn't want someone to correct him. He's like basically El Primo. You get me? Now, and if I correct him, that'll probably be, people will probably be upset about it, But like, come on, bro. Like, this is not even about cartels. This is about what he like the name he puts on Mexican people and illegal immigrants. 100%. They're committing those who are committing crime. But the way he says is like, these sleeper cells who are gonna do retaliate against the United States. Like, come on, bro. You want some of that? You need to go back to Afghanistan.
And listen, miss me with the sleeper cell and the organized shit. When the guy that you're talking about with the 198,000 rhymes had bolsitas of perico everywhere and fucking probably open containers, that don't sound like no organized situation of sleeper celliage, all right? That don't sound like some elitist, militia came from Mexico. That sounds like a pendejo that had an opportunity to make some money y lo cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con la
So,
fe.
you know what? I'm gonna make a point right now. Look, like I know this is your channel, Shy, and I know that it's the usuals here, and we have like a different type of community, right? But like, look, like I tell this all the time. Like I don't, I, through experience, through what I live, I'm an expert because I know I'm an expert, and everyone out here knows. But as a consultant and some of the stuff I do, like this is the shit that drives me crazy. I wrote this article called "Does It Matter?" Okay, does it matter if who's a cartel, who's not, and how cartels operate, how they don't. And but I ask that question all the time because people might be like, "Oh, if you're a drug trafficker, it doesn't matter why you're sticking up for them." But this is why. This is why I believe that people should stick to their field that they that they know about. I'm not gonna be able to talk to them about military action in Afghanistan, Iraq, or whatever he did, special operation. I can't. I don't know shit about it, but people will cross over and you have all these fucking experts all over and everything's Mexican drug cartel, everything. And to me, I think that that's dangerous because if it's the war against drugs, then then that means that law enforcement is looking for Mexicans and everybody else is just getting by. You know what I'm saying? you know and and then you hear stuff like this. It's like it's disturbing, because now I'm making an argument to try to separate between criminals and law-abiding, citizens and
The regular
non-citizens.
people.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's disappointing. You get me? It's like, and he knows what he's doing. He's smart enough. I can tell just by the way he leaves those open-ended, statements. It's like he knows what he's doing. And I feel like this, as a soldier, as a veteran, like this is not serving your country by not providing the right information. Again, he keeps saying, "This is my guest." this is what my opinion, this is that. So just because he does that, it's like, what could you do, right? You know, it's like, he got a cop out. So let's see 1 second.
This is huge. I hope the federal government is all over this. My fear here, and I'll talk about this in the underground episode on my Patreon. My fear here is, although there is good leadership now installed in cabinet members and directors, there is a problem. What we have is political hacks and activists who are members of these organizations who don't want to see the dots connected to be able to go after this because it hurts their political cause, which only endangers the American population. And when you also look at all of these organizations, they don't have the resources. Already, because of bad politics, these law enforcement agencies don't have the funding and resources they already need to do their basic jobs. You think they have the ability to cooperate and synergize in a task force to be able to go and track down something so big that's right in front of our faces? They might not even know these two cases exist because all the divisiveness that's been created in the system. So what we can do is continue to stay informed, continue to report on these things so you could be prepared. And I'll continue to inform you.
Well, let's all subscribe to his channel.
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. The numbers ain't numbering right now. We close, but no cigar. All right? So if you have no more closing thoughts on him, we'll go say what's up. Take a break. Go say what's up to the chat real quick.
You don't want no problems.
Let me see what we had here. Anybody check in? Shout out to Pool. 323G said that's a coincidence. Is that close? I think Franchise Beauty said the same thing. It's convenience. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It could be as easy as that. Shout out John Vasquez on the check-in. Salutes. Only reason I had heard of this guy is because I used to listen to Joe Rogan, and this was part of the concubine, part of his concubine. The blind leading the blind. Shout out IB said, I'm so glad Jay's doing this reaction. I watched this when it was released, and I was getting so frustrated just from having the perspective of everything we talked about here. The people in this chat have become more expert on this subject than 9 out of 10 people who claim to be and who end up being just more talking heads. Let's see. JP says, Shy, no wheel? Shy only got cervezas, bro. We only got cervezas today. Shout out Global Media. Was it Global Media that said this guy, his wife pressed charges on him? Let's see. What was it? Scrolling back, see if I can find it quickly. You heard him? Jay left to go take a shit. Everybody tell him we heard him taking the shit when he comes back. Lo cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con los pelos presos en la casa. Cállate, hijo puerta.
Right. We heard you back there taking the shit, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody said lo cagó el gallo. Shout out Velez. $5 beers. I gotta see how many beers we got.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Global Media says he's a highly decorated soldier with a lot of honorable service, but since he got out, it's all about his website, podcast, Patreon, and his consulting. And I believe it was Global Media that said his wife pressed... Oh, here it goes. It's Mike Glover, same one whose wife recently pressed charges on him. Charges for what? What did he do? Lo cagó el gallo. ¿Cuáles cervezas and how much? I don't know. Maybe we spin the wheel on the cervezas. Give me a sec. Let me go take a look. Let me get Jay his next piece.
Well, it makes sense. Like, I feel like, of course, man, this is the problem with the gangs. This is the problem with everything, that once you leave the organization, you stop doing what you do, you look for something else that's more, like, dedicate your time to. And this is his own thing, his podcast, and then you start selling yourself, for reals, I guess,
Shout out Los Defensores. This dude came out of Joe Rogan, but after that, he fell off the map. Yeah, that's where I remembered him from. Turn off the mic, man. Taking the piss. Nah, he was shitting. We got it. Lo cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con la pena el pecho y la casa.
I'm getting hungry, guys.
This guy's getting hungry. Huh? You gotta mute your fucking microphone and eat your Pringles and shit. Shy, try to have El Gafe from Jalisco. I don't even know who that is, Andres.
We had a couple. We had some of Matthew Cox. We have a lot of them.
I got it right here. You want that one? I'll give you that one next.
And then we had what else did we have?
That's all I got for you right now. Is that those two? What else? And I got no, the article we already did, but I got that Matt Cox one here.
Okay.
You want that?
Whatever you want, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go
Whatever
check
you
out
got.
them beers. Let me copy this video URL, drop it to you in the chat, in the private chat. Let me close this. Salutes, hundreds up in the chat. Hit all the buttons, hit all the hearts, the hundreds, the smiley faces, the party things.
You know what? I wonder, does somebody disagree? Someone in the chat disagree?
Does anybody in the chat disagree with Jay's representation or his analysis of what dude was talking about?
But obviously, you don't have to be an expert to agree with me either.
Definitely don't gotta be an expert.
Yeah, you know, I think it's common sense. Huh?
Velas 408 sent $9.99 on YouTube. And exclusive content that you can't find anywhere else.
Bruh, I don't know how the super chats are playing the song from the power chat. Everything's playing the song, but whatever, it works. I guess it wasn't working before, now it's working. Salute.
I like the way it looks on the screen now.
All right, shout out Velez for the $9.99 super chat. Fire and exclusive content that you cannot find anywhere else. Salutes and thank you to Jay for that. Salutes. Let's get it.
Big shout out to everyone.
Let me get back in here quickly.
Big shout out to everyone in the chat. If you guys got a video you guys want me to react to or something, drop it on the Discord.
Let's go. Dude was a clown. Salutes. I agree with Jay. Shout out Ivy Los Defensores. Many do to pop out of Joe Rogan only to fall flat. Happens.
All right. I got an idea, Shy. Why don't you make a video and you be like sleeper cells all over
Oh,
the United
shit.
States? And then you
Sleeper
might
cells
get
in sleeping bags in their sleeping quarters. And that'll be the title of the shit?
And you might get 600,000.
Man, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like bullets and sleeping bags and Mexicans everywhere.
No, I got a couple good headlines for you that I think.
Nah, I just did it right there. Bullets and sleeping bags and Mexicans. And then boom, I get a million subs. The border, a prison, and a Mexican. And get a million views and shit. Boom, let's see. Fake news for sure. That's all he's selling like Trump. I think that would be fire. I agree with Jay. Dude was a clown. Bro got to react to Metro going off on that police commander. All right, first here, let me send him this. Let me go see what this beer situation look like, and we'll see if we're going to spin the wheel or if I'm selling beers.
So to everyone in the chat, I'm not going to address any comments or any questions until Shai tells me that I'm going to address it, because then we get caught up on all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. He be fucking shit up, man. I got to keep shit under control around here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We run a tight ship around these parts. Bien rocha. All right, Velez, have you had any more sightings of Rocha since the last time, Velez? We said he was the last one, said there was a sighting. We ain't heard from him since they tried to burn his ass at the stake. We ain't heard nothing about him. We ain't seen him. None of that shit. An improv group, Sleeper Cell. All right, Sleeper Cells are driving that new Hummer. Hummers and Mexicans and sleepers.
Hey, Shai, were we watching short?
What?
What are we watching?
It was a short.
Oh, short?
Yeah. You just go click the link again. It'll come. There it is.
Just okay.
All right. I'm gonna go check how many beers we got. See if we're gonna spin the wheel or if we are going to just sell beers because everybody wants to see me sloshed. Let's get it. Boom. You could play that if you want to. I believe that's the right one.
Okay. I'm trying to see how I could just make this whole screen.
That's as good as it gets right there.
Okay, cool. You ready to play it?
Go right ahead.
the compound with this guy named Ron Wilson. Ron Wilson ran a Ponzi scheme where he stole $57 million from pension funds and churches. Not a nice guy, but I liked Ron. But he's cooperating in his case, hoping to get some time off his sentence. He keeps saying they're not going to cut any time off his sentence. And I keep saying, why? He goes, because they think I hid Ponzi scheme money. I said, well, you didn't. You gave them all the Ponzi scheme money. You don't understand. Okay. This goes on for months. And then one day he keeps saying it. And I said, why do you keep saying that, bro? And he goes, can I trust you? And I go, probably not. And he goes, I did hide some Ponzi scheme money. And I went, okay. And he said, I gave my wife not much, $150,000. Since I've been incarcerated, she's found out that I was having an affair. And she's so upset about it. My fear is she's going to give them that money to make sure that I do all this time. And I was like, okay. And he said, I gave my brother about $30,000. I'm like, okay. And so we're walking and I said, well, don't worry about it. She's not going to do that, blah, blah, blah. He's like, we'll see. And I remember thinking, is that enough to get me a sentence reduction? So maybe a month or so later, I call my lawyer. And when we're talking, she says, anything going on in there? I said, no, nothing. And she goes, you sure? Nothing? It was just weird, right? Like, you never wanted to talk to me before. And I was like, no. Well, I said, yeah, you know what? Listen to this. There's a guy here named Ron Wilson. She types him up. She goes, oh, wow, this is a bad guy. And I said, this is what he told me. And she goes, okay, hold on. She said, look, I'll look into it for you. I figured I'd never hear from her. A week later, a correctional officer comes up to me and says, Cox, you got to go to SIS. So I go there. Come here, Cox, sit down. Okay. He boop, 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 dials the phone. Here, what's going on? Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. So I'm like, yeah, what's up? And this guy goes, hey, this is a Secret Service agent, Griffith. I said, I understand you know where Ron Wilson hid Ponzi scheme money. I go, yeah, but I need something in writing saying you're going to give me something. It takes about a month or so. He ends up sending me something saying that if they recover a substantial amount of money, they will consider it substantial assistance and reduce my sentence. What else do I have? It's all I'm going to get. So I tell them what happened. They go, they interview Ron Wilson's wife. The wife comes in and gives them $350,000. Keep in mind, I've been emailing the Secret Service this whole time. If the other inmates found out, I could get real bad beat down. But I want out of prison. So one day I'm walking across the compound and all of a sudden, Cox! I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, hey, Ron, what's up? And he says, you're not going to believe this. They indicted me. I'm like, they indicted you? That's crazy. I'm walking around the compound with this guy named Ron Wilson. Ron Wilson ran a Ponzi scheme where he's...
Okay. So big shout out to my Matthew Cox. You'll be seeing me at his channel one day soon. You know what I love about Matthew Cox, you know, I don't always love all his guests, but what I love is that he keeps it real. He should go on his show like since day one. He's like, I cooperated. I think on this interview and many other, he'd be like, look, when I was in there, I would have told that anyone. I want to get out, you know? And he's never like hid from it, and he's honest about it. And just to make it clear, I'm not saying because, you know, I love snitches. What I'm saying, I love that he's not being fake, that he's telling you what everyone thinks about. Especially being in there, and you know, Rule 35s are for real. Even me, for someone who was in the game for a long time, like I knew Rule 35s, I just didn't know how they work. But I remember, you know, in my first month being in the shoe, I remember I got a kite, and it was a Lion King. And maybe a month, 2 months later, it was Lion King. I remember he had came in, and they had put him in the shoe. I can't see him or nothing, but I know he's there. And sometimes you ask like, yo, who you know who's here? You get me? Sometimes they want to talk, and they'll be like, I'm so and so from wherever, you know. And I end up getting a kite. He's like, man, you know, you don't know me, but I'm a Lion King. I'm a Lion King from Cicero, and I know who you are, whatever the case is. But you know, I'm coming back on a writ. And I remember asking like, what the fuck is a writ? You know, writ is when they take you from prison to go to court or whatever the case is. They bring you out of prison. And as you know, a couple of days later, he told me, look, I got this many years or whatever the case is, but I'm going home. And I was like, how the fuck you going home? He's like, I know Rule 35. And I remember like, I know Rule 35, but how would it work for you? But he's like, I pen pal this white girl. And I convinced this white girl to do a Rule 35. So she's been buying, you know, ounces of crack from, you know, these you know, group of dudes in whatever suburb, whatever he said, and they're finally giving me a time cut, and I'm going home. I'll be going home, whatever, this day. And I was like, damn, you know. He's like, yo, I could help you when I leave, you know. If you need me to, you just say the word. I'll give you all my information, and I can make it happen, you know. He said, there's a group of dudes in where I'm coming from that actually sell Rule 35s, and actually there was even a website
Jesus Christ.
where people will set people up for you so that you could get time deduction. Depending on how much money you pay them, you know, um, will be how much it'll determine what type of, uh, like case they would give the feds or whatever the case is. But the feds have to accept it. So yeah, so Matthew Cox saying this, and actually this is what happened. This would kind of give Matthew Cox a significant amount of time off. I think he was looking at 23 years. I'm not sure how much time he did it in its entirety, but he's very knowledgeable about this topic, and he keeps it real about this and how things happen. And trust me, we are in a situation where people try doing Rule 35 on us, and the first thing they tell you all the time is that don't trust anyone, don't talk to anyone, and you think it's not going to happen, and trust me, people will try it. False information, they'll do anything to get out, and it always be the people that almost act like they didn't tell or whatever the case is, and in the real criminals that can exploit this type of stuff. Like, I'm not going to tell them right now, but I'll tell later. Especially if they get dudes, telling them about murders or robberies, home invasion, stuff like that. So it's very, very common in these places. And obviously, like, I've met people who got Rule 35s because they witnessed a murder in prison. Those are very common as well. You don't cooperate, you're there, you got a big sentence, you regret it like shit, and next thing you know, someone comes kill someone in front of you, and you're like, shit, I don't know him. you know Next thing you become a witness, and people go home off of this. So this is common, and I just love the thought about it, because in one episode, I'm not sure which one it is, Matthew Cox says, shit, why wouldn't I do that? I just met you. I don't know you. You get me? Well, I'm supposed to feel sorry for you or whatever. The
He
way
don't,
he
yeah,
just,
and he don't come from the culture that embeds that shit in you on a daily basis. He there's no code of the streets that he feels like he's under.
but what I'm saying, but you're right about that. That's a good observation. But on the other side of it, it's like, even the people with the code, that's exactly what they feel.
Of
Like,
course.
to me, it's like, if they're willing to rob you for your chain and kill you in the middle of the street, or they're willing to, like, do some of all the criminal shit they're willing to do, why wouldn't they do that?
No, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't they do that?
Absolutely.
It's like
Absolutely.
it's almost common sense. And I'm gonna tell you, many dudes do it. They plot, they use their girlfriends. He has a lot of stories about, Route 35s and different things. And it always, some of the stories of the people that say this is like, oh, I didn't want to, or I didn't know, like, AKA, Big Meech.
Right, because that's basically what it is. It's a third party situation.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, we were victims of it one time too, with this group. And I could probably talk to you about so many things, but a lot of it always has to do with women. Okay, you know, one of my, with women, like, cooperating for their man or their baby daddy or someone in the street, or they meet someone pen pal, and they go and give it up to get information from somebody else, and it works. You get me? And it's very common, but I love that he puts it real. And you're right, Shai. He's not saying he's not representing the street. He was, someone who caught a case, and what the fuck did he care about this guy?
Like, at the same time, he ain't no fool. He's gonna, when in Rome, he's gonna play the game, right? He was in prison. He's gonna play the game. He's gonna try to not get caught doing what he's doing. But at the end of the day, he don't got no code he's trying to live up to. He just doing what he do.
Yeah, and I love that he's honest about it. And he always has great guests as well, right? He has great guests. So I watch his show all the time, and I think he does infomercials and stuff like that. Um, he's a very smart guy, very intelligent. He also has this thing where I see him sometimes, like, I know he's probably been in prison. He probably heard everything. I love how he explains, like him listening to ghetto ass people, and stuff like that. And um, he has a lot of first hand accounts with different people that were criminals in the prison system. He knows how the prison system works. So yeah, for anyone who hasn't checked out his channel. Go check it out. He has a variety of different content from different people. Recently, he had one of those guys from the Cartel crew that I could have reacted to. Um, I didn't hear anything. All I heard. You know what? I here's the thing. I feel like I don't
I'm
know
walking
enough,
around the
but I
compound
heard.
with
Let's just see. Let me see where I can find him.
I told him go make a fucking sandwich. You put that shit up right now. Sorry, they couldn't hear me. You could.
I'm walking
Hold
around
up.
the compound with
So here's what you
where-
do. Go right down to his face right there.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
It's on his channel. Yeah, go to his channel right
No,
there.
but these are all clips.
Okay. Well, do you think I'm gonna knock?
I'm
Anyone
walking
wants
around the
to- anyone wants to
compound
see
with
him,
this
or-
guy named Ron Wilson.
anyone
Ron
see
Wilson
him?
ran a Ponzi scheme where
There are two types of people: the one that snitched and the one that wished they snitched.
Yeah, that's written. Hey, Shy, in prison, that's written all the time.
That was
Well,
John
I ain't gonna
Vasquez's
lie.
comment.
I seen it, but we used to say that all the time. And the people that act like they don't snitch, they'll come back and snitch again. Man, Matthew Cox got a nice little tan right here, huh? Let me see if I see this guy. He has a couple really
Nah,
good
here's
guests.
what you do. Go back up. That's his channel. Go back up. Just click on his channel. Go to the channel.
This one?
Yeah. Click videos.
Hey everybody, this is Matt Cox, and I
Videos
wanted to
right
do
there
a,
on the-
a quick
up
intro
above that
video,
video.
to the channel. I just want to go over what
Look,
the
I
channel
got it.
is about,
Right
what
there,
it's
up above
supposed
that.
to, what my goal is with the
Videos?
channel.
Videos,
As
videos.
most of you guys
There you
know,
go.
or
Now
I feel like I'm a kid.
you'll see it's recent. Right there on the right.
Yeah. Anything that says about rats, I like clicking on it. Like, okay, come on, tough guy.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent,
I got arrested 61 times.
61 times you got arrested,
Reality
right?
TV. I knew how to commit crime so well. I was not going to stop. So born and raised Miami, Florida, specifically.
Hold
a
on,
city
you gotta
called
pause
Hialeah,
it when you want them to
raised
hear
by a
you.
single mom.
You gotta pause it when you want them to hear you, and you can make it full screen if you like.
I'm not gonna do all of this
Of
either.
course not. It's a 2-hour thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. But he
listen,
said he's been arrested 61 times.
quickly. I'm gonna put the wheel up, but it's not the wheel. Bar's open for 5 minutes. Bar is open. You know what I'm gonna do it on the timer. Bar's open for 5 minutes, but I only have 2 $5 beers and 2 $10 beers. That is what you got. All right. So the first 2 to get in. After that, so you might want to hold your bread back if you're not trying to be the first 2. But that's it. I got 2 $10 beers, 2 $5 beers, and that's it. All right. Boom. Jay, do your thing.
Okay. So this is Matthew Cox with Eddie Soto. He's one of the Cartel crew members. I don't know much about him. I see him in the Cartel crew. I don't even know how he was associated with that. I think with his baby mama.
Roz49BKBX just subscribed on
Or
YouTube.
whatever, but I heard just small clips of this, and I didn't hear the ending of it, so I'm just gonna give PSA right now that if after all this past stuff he comes back and says something positive, like I regret that life, or it was stupid of me and this is who I am today. But I don't think he did, because he continues to say, like, go ask about me. I'm this, I'm that in the street. And, but then I hear him say that he was stupid as a young kid or whatever. So I don't know. If anyone's seen this, you guys should tell me, but there's a few things that I caught my attention. Me and Shai talk about it a lot, and we say that I could hear myself echo, bro. So we talk about it that, like, real dudes don't ever come back and say, I'm gonna talk about this shit, later. And talk about all the stuff you got away with or whatever. I'm not a real dude, so I could talk about this. Because we didn't know his story, you get me? And he came on the I haven't seen him in other podcasts. This is the first one I see him, and he came here and told his story. So I feel like it gives me the right to basically speak my mind and speak my opinion. Because I will say that Cartel Crew only exists just because Val decided Val and Vivi decided to turn down the original show that was going to be called Cartel Wives. And they had a pivot and they called Cartel Crew and found someone else. But that's some insider information as well. So let's see what they got.
My life of crime started at a really early age.
Okay.
And I left the house at 8. I was on the streets at 9. Already trying to figure shit out. Yeah, I had my first pistol at 11, which I had tatted on me, a fucking Desert Eagle. Mind you, I couldn't even carry that shit at that time. Yeah, so
And there it is, guys.
Bruh, I don't want to hear that shit from motherfuckers that I love. I don't want to hear the stories, man. Get the fuck out of
Hey,
here.
bro. No, listen to what he said. He said he was 11, and he's a big dude, bro. But he said he was 11 with a Desert Eagle, bro. You know,
A big
like,
ass yard boy, 11 with a yard, break your whole arm into pieces.
listen. I had I had a few Desert Eagles in my time. I actually had gold ones,
Gold ones with butt cheeks on them and shit. I bet.
We gifted it to we gifted one to Chopper, one to my gold plated 50 caliber Desert Eagles. Okay. Those are, I mean, they weigh like fucking 8 pounds, bro. I kid you not. I couldn't even put the hammer back. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, all right, bro. He had a Desert Eagle when he was 11. So we kind of know where we're getting at. He likes everything big.
I learned and
Why? Why were you out at 8?
That's exactly the question. Is why? At 8 years old, you never know. But I mean, I guess the neighborhood I was in, it wasn't a bad neighborhood, but we were exposed to a lot of, crime, and I started selling drugs at 9. Right. So yeah, if you're familiar with Hialeah, yeah,
I'm not apparently.
She is.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So it's a very heavy Latin-oriented neighborhood. I started selling drugs at 9. Started doing that at 11. Started fucking, toting guns and hanging out with the gangsters at 13.
I mean, was your dad there or
no? My dad left the house at 8. So I was 8.
Your mom she can't control you,
right?
Okay.
My mom is Brazilian, so she came here with her sister very early age. She was, she took the right path. So she didn't have much life experience, which is why she couldn't handle the heat that came with raising a son on her own. And I just fucking took off, man. 15, heavy in the streets, already catching gun charges, all sorts of shit. So my life of crime started at about the age of 9. And I got 25 when I finally caught my fair case. But in between there, I got arrested 61 times.
Is this
all
just
sorts of shit, man.
just
61 times. Shy, so you can't be gangster. You never got arrested once, so you're not gonna be a gangster like Eddie. 61 times. I just don't know, man. How do we get to the world? Like, this is what YouTube is. This is why I don't do it. This is why I come on Shy. This is exactly why I come to Shy, because you know what? I'm tired of everyone coming on the thing and just glorifying the shit of what they used to do. They were Rambo, this and that. Fucking, they were rich. They were the biggest drug lords. They knew so and so, and my cousin's uncle, sister, sweetie, husband sucked some dick from Pablo Escobar. Like, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I don't do it. This is why I don't go on no fucking YouTube channels. Because I'm going to sound like this, and they're going to be like, Jay's full of shit.
You sound like everybody else?
I'm going to sound like everyone else. Again, Mr. Soto's, that's his name, right? Story could be true, but I'm just saying, it's just like crazy, I don't know, man. I just, I'm gonna fast forward.
Drugs got like.
Yeah, just
because when there's a lot of electricity running to it, that sends a red flag to the narcs. And the narcs will know, okay, this house is
this house has got way too many ampage or wattage or whatever. Like they're not.
I got fucking stories behind that, man. I mean, I've had my houses broken into. I've had my houses get put on foreclosures. We rent them out from random people, obviously people that weren't on top of it. I remember having to call a Comcast guy to come open up the electricity box. It was like a townhouse sort of setup. And because my main breaker had went out. So the Comcast guy had access to that. But we were like, so we knew how to con everything, man. Like we knew how to get around everything. So we called the Comcast guy, ordered fucking cable, and the guy came. We held him up at gunpoint, gave him $100, told him, you never saw nothing, leave this shit open. And I remember me and one of my guys going in there at like fucking 2:00 in the morning, trying to change this breaker, and the whole fucking box blew up on us. Like one blew up and then just all started to blow up. I remember like I was blinded and deaf, and I remember touching my guy. I'm like, hey, you alive? And I couldn't hear him. I'm like, holy shit, there's a dead body next to me. And after like 2 minutes, obviously, you know, it was just a couple burns or whatnot. But fuck, man, yeah, that was. I got stories for days as far as the whole cultivating thing, just learning that. But I mean, it was everything.
No. Wait, what you mean? You just said it wasn't that bad, and then you said the story's crazy. It was just a couple of burns and scratches. I just feel like if you live a long life, if you're blessed enough to live a long life, even if you live a short, fast one, you got stories to tell. That's cool. Every story is interesting for me to. I don't know, man. I got a million stories, dog. I could tell you a million stories that kicked that one in the ass. Why the fuck am I don't even like reminiscing. Fuck reminiscing, man. I don't know. It's just me, though. That's just me. All right, y'all tried to change a box. The box blew up. Y'all got burnt. Okay, so what? And then you say I got a million stories. Okay, tell the next one. That one didn't land. All right, go ahead.
I was into everything. The Fed.
Hey, business owner, tired of wasting hours on scheduling, attendance, and payroll? Nectin's here to simplify all of that for you.
Radar yet.
I'm gonna highlight Matthew Cox.
And I remember that day. I'm like,
because Matthew Cox, you don't ever know.
Hold on. You gotta stop it to talk.
I'm gonna highlight Matthew Cox because Matthew Cox, you never know. He really thinks the guy's like telling a real story. He's full of shit, or he probably just doesn't care. He's just like, give it to me, you know.
I believe dude's story, but it's like everybody is looking for the story, and so since we don't have the big story, maybe we're gonna tell all of the little stories. And it's not just him. It's just what I hear on the internet is if you stole a car, you could tell your story on the internet.
Yeah, I think that's tricky. It's weird because it's like I don't know. Like I haven't given him much thought. What he's saying is true. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, why not, whatever. I just feel like the whole environment, and I think he just got picked on today just because, you know, we're reviewing Matthew Cox. Matthew Cox has a lot of great interviews on here too as well, but we'll see.
I mean, I knew the game so well. I knew how to commit crime so fucking well that I was not going to stop. And
you knew how to commit crime so well, you got caught. You got caught. How does that sound? You know, I could say shit like that because I didn't get caught, guys. Just make it clear. FYI.
Get caught.
And that's when obviously the feds came into play.
Well, so the clip doesn't mean anything.
You don't have any prior gun charges, they can find ammo in your house. Obviously, if it's not a fully loaded gun, you know. So they tried to hit me with a bunch of shit. They stole like $40,000. I had a pit bull in the back, and under his cage, I had a plywood that I would screw a box where my money was in. They ended up calling animal control, took my dogs out of the cage, right in my backyard, and took my fucking money. So mind you, at that time, my mentality is like, I'm going to get my revenge. These are just local narcs. You know, I'm like, I'm going to fucking take these guys out. Me and my guys are plotting. We're about to go to war with fucking local narcs. And right around that time, I got probation for that charge. The feds started to...
So look, the narcs got so lucky that Eddie Soto didn't come and get revenge and kill all the cops in the whole damn Miami. Thank God for the feds. So, again, sure, why not? You know, people who live in Miami, maybe they watch too much Scarface, they start believing this shit. Who knows, you know?
And then they get, after the life of crime, they get political and shit. And again, I don't know dude from a hole in the wall. I don't know who the Cartel crew is. I don't know his story. He's just being used as an example because I could click on a million videos like this and it's like, all right, Papa, you stole a car, you sold some dope, you smacked the motherfucker, you did this. All right, you lived a life. So everybody's telling the same bullshit. Who cares? Everybody got a story now.
Yeah. I guess it's just one of these things, but, you know, let's just see what...
we start to hear peaks of them, you know, trying to find out what we were doing.
Is this like DEA or FBI?
DEA?
Okay.
DEA. I think no, ICE wasn't in there, but it was DEA, and just normal feds. And they started to pull over some of the guys in my circle. I remember when all this started to come about, what we were doing with the Mali, the China shit, DR, which was obviously all on my case. I'm not saying nothing else, and double jeopardy is a thing. So I remember getting fucking paranoid. I'm like, damn, now the feds aren't in our, like, we're in the feds' radar.
His whole like crew, and they came back, and somebody hired them to be like private protection, where this guy went to Mexico. They didn't even go to Mexico. They just went somewhere close and met guys with mom.
That's where they were fucking based out of. The headquarters was there. And I'm right down the street from these motherfuckers. And I'm hiding out. And I'm getting calls. And I had 3 burner phones. And every time I would leave the place I was stationed at, I will see a helicopter hovering over me. I'm like, bro, this can't be me, man. Like, I'm not fucking no Chapo. This is impossible, right? So then I go back to the house.
Chapo's very popular nowadays.
And then I leave again. And these motherfuckers are on top of me again. I'm like, holy shit.
Good fellas.
Again, those 200 federal agents from all prior of my co-defendants now looking for me. And at the time, they didn't even know who I was. They had just found out 3 years of surveillance. They had just found out 30 days prior who I was from just a phone that they confiscated. They didn't know I was, the head honcho of all this. And I remember the 3rd time, I'm like, okay, now, again, I'm going to have to start thinking fucking feds. I knew how to maneuver the state. I fucking, paid the judges and the DAs in the state, but these guys are not to be fucked with.
What?
So the 3rd time, last phone, when I came out to make that call, I set up a diversion. I let them know. I'm like, look, I need to go to the mother of my kids' house. I need to see my kids.
007.
He's my go-to guy. He's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
They go, I'm not taking your case because
I have another angle here, And again, this was his way of finessing the state. It's either we pay him or we finesse him. None of them worked in the feds. He's like, bro, I can't find no loopholes here. Like, nobody wants to work with me. Nobody wants to talk to me about nothing. I didn't get the vibe that there was any. So now we're just fighting our case head on. And I remember going into my last hearing, and I get there and I look back and none of my family is there. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then there was like 30 people. Fuck are those people? Like, am I in the wrong courtroom? Is that the other people's family? And I remember looking back and there's this really pretty lady that I remember seeing her at the Fed building the day I turned myself in. And I remember them telling her how she had just, had this big bus or whatever. I'm like, holy shit, this is how the feds look? Like, the feds are it's a different game. The state and the narcs are these big fucking dumbasses. They're just big and stupid. Well, the feds are like, they look like you almost, right? They're smart, they're intelligent, and they use more brains more than they use,
Because how they look?
This really beautiful woman from that day, and I look back and I'm like, holy shit, those are all feds. So at this point, they know I'm the leader of my organization, and I hear them all whispering in the DA's ear. They manipulated my family to go to a whole other courtroom. I had 30 minutes to fight my case, and my lawyer had nothing.
What do you mean to fight your case? This isn't your trial.
This was the last hearing. This was like, either you're going to get, they were offering me 12.5 for conspiracy of 4.5 kilos of MDMA.
Okay.
Conspiracy. They had 2 text messages and 1 call that none of them were incriminating, but one of them I was thinking, I took the call walking outside of the state courthouse. So in their eyes, they're like, this motherfucker just walked out of court and is already trying to run a play here. Well, it ended up being that the mother of my son had just beat up my side chick, and I was at the courthouse fighting her case. So I was like, trying to, tell the judge, I'm like, Judge, I was desperate at the time. I was trying to figure something out to get money to get, the mother of my son out.
Normally, I use a burner phone, Your Honor.
Right. He kind of took it as that, right? I'm like, look,
we probably got what we're going to get out of this video.
I just had a son. I was trying to get out of it, but, I was a desperate measures. The only reason the judge took my side is because the DA tried to use it and say, no, he was walking out of his.
Okay.
Comps or complete.
Right.
Or comp.
A few of them. At first, it was just 2 of them. And they were kind of still low key.
Way more.
When I left, there was 2 of them, and they unloaded like 7 of them on there. I remember seeing them all the week before I left. I'm like, fuck, I got out here right on time.
So there was a group of them, and then they lasted a few months, and then a bunch of them got picked up and moved somewhere else. And so it was back down to just a couple. And then boom, a few months later, a couple more. I came in one day to the unit. This was right after RDAP, after the second RDAP, when I did RDAP, and then I dropped out. And then so I had like 3 months where went back to the same unit. And I had only been there maybe a week or so. I come walking in to turn the corner, and the very front cell, there was, I shit you not, a 13 or 14-year-old girl this is what she looked like, I shit you not. And I'm walking in fast, right? I'm just looking at the ground, walking and turning the corner, sitting on the locker, kicking her feet, singing with little headphones on. I've never, I mean, in a way, like you can't, like the other ones are like freak shows, right? Like this looks like a 13, 14-year-old singing. And I walk around, and as I walk around, I got like maybe 5 or 6 feet past, and I kind of.
I mean, obviously, he's gonna talk about that. I was gonna go into some of the other stuff. I can't find it. It doesn't have markers.
It's hard to put into words the horrors that we've witnessed every day during our time here. Entire families coming to their.
He understands the marketing game.
I had a guy the other day, a UFC guy.
Yeah, but big shout out to Matthew Cox. There's a lot of stuff in this video. We needed markers though, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, no. Let's see. Is there anything else that you had in mind?
Not very off the top of my head, but was there anything else we had to address? I'm sure we have a whole bunch of lists of things that we could address. But
You want to talk about this mini league pleading guilty? Do you want me? I read the article yesterday.
what's going on in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking over here. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Shout out JP. JP said he had a question, but I don't even remember what it was or if I seen it or any of this shit. Let me see. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. We've been here 2.5 hours. All right, this is my second live stream of the day, my third or fourth hour streaming. Boom. So, let's see what we got here. This is not a drill. Shy's liver is available for the taking tonight. There's only 2 beers. I have 2 beers. I mean, 4 beers. 2 of them are 9.5s. Each one of those is $10. 2 of them are 5.0s. Each one of those is $5. Right? So, you got to be quick. And there's only 4 available. Jay, an interview with you and Rene Boxer Enriquez would be dope. Let's see.
I did one with him, but we haven't. You know what? It was a weird situation, but I think we're gonna work on doing more of a conversation. We'll see how that works out. But yeah, it yeah. For those who don't know who Rene Boxer Enriquez is, he's a former Mexican mafia member who dropped out. He has a channel called, what's it called, the Mob Spot, I think. There's a couple of different things. Yeah, check it out. So.
Let me read this quickly. Give me 1 sec. I am what was I doing? I was doing something.
You know what I like about my interest with doing something with him is only because like in the gangster world, he's, I guess, would be a good, gangster of gangsters, right, Shy? And I think just to see kind of like the difference between me not being that tough dude and then here is this, Mexican mafia member, hardcore, killer, smart, intelligent guy. Right. And basically I feel like he he has the same type of message that I have. You know, different organizations, different time. You know, I can't say I'm anything like him because you know how it is. I'm not. I'm too soft for.
You're not built like that, bro.
I'm not built like that. You know, but you know, I think that it give a great PSA to all those young people out there and all those people that say we're too soft and we're not built like that for you guys to see it from both angles. So yeah.
All right, let's get this right here, Jay.
You don't want no problems.
Shout out to y'all. Hundreds up in the chat. We hanging out doing hood rat stuff with our friends.
Hood rat stuff with my friend.
Hundreds up. We're gonna play Jay's theme music quickly before we move on. Wow. Hold on, this shit don't never work. I gotta fix this thing.
I came in like a rainbow.
All right, got Jay's song. Hopefully Miguel don't hear it. He start twerking. JP, Shy, that's what it was. Okay, Shy, can you tell Jay we friends? I give him a hard time, all in good fun. He's appreciated around here. Oh, and my dude Macho McFly gonna check him on the flip side.
No,
because you said something about some gang shit, and he said Macho Man, I like that shit.
You only have to type that, Jonathan, man. I get it.
All right, let's get to this.
You don't want no problems.
In the U.S., Damaso Lopez admittedly pleads guilty to Fetty Wap trafficking. All right, let's get it. Lopez Serrano, who is the son of Damaso Lopez Nunez, one of Joaquin El Pocha Guzman's most important operators in the Sinaloa Cartel, has pleaded guilty for the second time in the United States, this time to Fetty Wap trafficking. Remember, in 2018, he surrendered to U.S. authorities after his father was arrested in Mexico and sent to the United States. He voluntarily surrendered and later pleaded guilty to trafficking.
Old Soul sent $20 salutes. Shit just ain't the same for gangster. Drink them up.
Shout out Old Soul for the $20 power chat. Salutes. Shit just ain't the same for gangsters. Drink them IPAs. All right, that's two 9.5s right there. There's only two 5.0s available. Two 5.0s available, and those are $5 a piece. Salutes to Old Soul for the $20 super chat. I will pop them beers out immediately. All right, let me finish this up.
You don't want no problems.
To United States. He voluntarily surrendered and later pleaded guilty to trafficking cocaine, heroin, and method man. Shortly after the FBI targets him, he fell into a trap. Through a confidential informant who trafficked Fetty Wap, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was able to detect that Damaso Lopez Serrano was involved in Fetty Wap trafficking. He had negotiated with his FBI informant to send at least 4 kilograms of Fetty Wap from Mexico to California. Now, remember, we thought that was we hypothesized that it might have been a smaller amount than that, or maybe some fuckery involved with the DEA and FBI. We had a bunch of theories. Maybe he said hi to a guy on the street, but we'll get to it. Almost done. This is the basis for his latest case. Everything allegedly occurred at the end of last year, between September and December. This negotiation was made with FBI informants. Through these same informants, the FBI managed to seize this shipment of Fetty Wap before it reached Damaso Lopez Serrano in December. The FBI arrested him and one of his operators who assisted him in this negotiation. From this point on, he is charged with conspiracy to traffic Fetty Wap to the United States. Today in the Eastern District Court of Virginia, he formally pleaded guilty in a plea agreement. Regarding his guilty plea, he is expected to be sentenced on September 5th of this year. We'll see what happens for this man. It's important to point him out again for the second time. He pleaded guilty to drug trafficking in the United States. He was free after spending 5 years on parole. There are some of these negotiations that are taking place there in the courts of the United States and that are emerging step by step. And he said that's correct. In fact, the interesting thing here is that Damaso Lopez Serrano never formally trafficked Fetty Wap to the United States. It never reached his hands. The FBI was able to intercept him because he was an active trafficker in Mexico, but he is an informant for the U.S. authorities. Of course, once he fell into the hands of the authorities, as he did in 2018, he reached a plea agreement, which will likely result in a sentence much lower than the maximum. He could face 20 years for conspiring to traffic Fetty Wap, and there you have it. The floor is yours.
Wow. Well, it's not surprising that he that he's cooperating. I just like, when you're with the feds, pleading guilty is probably your best option. Um, that he's pleading guilty to those 4 kilograms means that obviously he's saying that, that he was part of that wrongdoing and part of that criminal, conspiracy. And a conspiracy, you don't need to receive the drugs or, or take possession of them. All you have to do is show the intent to. That's what's a conspiracy. And I mean, it's sad. I'm not sure what was his motives or why, but the court is not gonna like care. And it being that it's a second time and he was just released from like prison and he already had cooperated and that he still got involved in drug trafficking after all the stuff that he had been through. And I just don't see a judge being lenient with him or the government even recommending a light sentence. I think he's gonna do another at least 15 years maybe, especially in that district.
Shit.
And in hopes that he would be used maybe later on to testify and then cooperate or something and get a Rule 35 or something to reduce his sentence. But the way it looks like it's like with so many people cooperating and all that, who knows? But you know, he does have a lot of information on a lot of people, and he might be useful in the future, but who knows? But again, I mean, as we talked about this, in the channel many times, is that it's such an unfortunate situation that he would even have got involved. And we thought it was more about like pride and ego and him fighting the Chapillos and for whatever the reasons was, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it seems like it's about money.
Well, I mean, we don't know about. I mean, sure, yeah, why not? Money mixed in with hate and all that, but who
Right.
knows? Obviously, it was like an entrapment kind of a thing, right? Where they entrapped him to do so. So I guess we're gonna see later on, but I just don't think he's gonna get off easy this time. I see him doing at least 15 years probably.
You think there's any credence? It might sound movie shit, might sound Fast and Furious, to the idea that he was, working for the DEA and the FBI stepped on their foot.
I mean, I thought about that, but if it was by now, it would have been made known. You get me? It would have been made known to through paperwork, right? The the department, Department of Justice is not going to let two agencies argue about that, and I don't think he's that important to any agencies to be like, oh yeah,
Mm.
And it was going on. It's like obviously the FBI and their case won, right?
Mhm.
Where they were not gonna backtrack anything or make themselves look stupid. You get me?
Right.
And that's gonna be a casualty, right, of what happens.
Mhm.
I just in something like that, I would think that they would have evidence that they would say that they had that would show him that he was cooperating or doing something on behalf of DEA and FBI end up arresting him or something like that. But who knows? I mean, anything's possible. But we'll see. I guess it's in September.
Were you, I mean, I know you're surprised and disappointed in the whole situation, but were you surprised when you heard that amount for 4 keys of Fetty Wap from Mexico?
It's the first time I hear it. Just
Mm.
I hadn't even like paid attention to the amount because I had looked for the amount a few weeks back. But I mean, like, I, 4 keys compared to the people like who I know him to be, and the people he was involved with, it doesn't seem like much to me compared to what they were probably capable of.
Right.
So I'm not sure. To me, it's like a small amount for them. I know in the grand scheme of things, the way the government's going to present it, they're going
Oh.
to say 4 kilos was going to kill,
Yeah, 8 billion people with this.
8 billion people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, I don't know. Like we're talking about like giving his history, his background, and who he was, and it almost seems like he went back to to the damn, like forget the minor leagues. He went all the way down to you know,
Right. In the
Little
mud,
League.
in the mud with it.
you know. So yeah, I mean, that's surprising to me, but in this case, I guess it's good for him, right? That it wasn't more.
Mm. I have one more question from me personally before I let you do your thing. Um, I want to go to the article. Just it's another thing that we've covered this week, and it was the story of La Peris and how he got. But there's a part here that I want to read, and I want to get your thoughts on this because we're always talking about the betrayal involved here.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the media is not above, throwing propaganda out there to incite certain things amongst certain groups. But let me see if I can find this part right here without showing these crazy pictures. Here we go. So he was just unalived. What, last week, something like that. We know he had I thought it was him that had a close call. It might have been the day before. The day before Ivan Archibaldo supposedly made it out of that tunnel. And we questioned and wondered if those guys had gave up his location and shit. But I want to get to this. They say in March that he flipped, that La Peris flipped. In March, federal government intelligence sources reported to this space that Peris operated in collaboration with the federal government and that his support had led to the arrest of several criminal leaders of the Chapitos. This means that he had betrayed the Chapitos to provide information. Today, in a confrontation, he was unalived, according to what authorities confirmed to Milenio. Federal authorities have unalived La Peris, who was the leader of Ivan Archibaldo's hitmen, but later betrayed him and provided information relevant to the arrests and operations against that group. This is a division of the Sinaloa Cartel known as the Chapitos, who are currently fighting the Mayos more than 9 months. Do you believe that? I feel the same way with the girl that got unalived, that Valeria Marquez. That the media, they kind of jump on shit before people's bodies cold. Now, mind you, this was an ongoing story that goes all the way back to March that says he betrayed them. Do you believe that there was a betrayal there, or do you think that that's media hijinks?
Well, I've been hearing about this betrayal. That's why I was surprised when they basically said they had unalived them, right? I did see reports of him, like they were saying there's reports of him calling for like help and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, evidently he was trying to get the apoyo of the hats. You know what I'm saying? So,
oh yeah,
that's what they said. They say he was trying to. I believe it was. Can't show that. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure here.
I mean, what I saw later was that they were saying that supposedly it was the hats that had gone after him, and when they were fighting and they couldn't get to him, then the military came right in right after them, like saying that the hats were using the military to go after him. So how about this? How about we take real information? We just comment. He was unalive. Again, to me, it was by the military. That just shows that the military is not playing. I do believe that any military action is being taken place right now in Mexico. It doesn't matter what state is being, it's being done with American intelligence and American, cooperation. There, the reasons why betrayal, whose side he was, to me is like that's what it is. Betrayal shouldn't be something of a surprise. It should be like absolutely there had to be something, there, and maybe there wasn't. But they have been saying, and usually, some of these journalists who give this information about the betrayal and him giving up people, they are saying it for a reason. Usually it has some truth to it. And we've heard this for, what, maybe 3-4 months since the last time, right? When he escaped. I just don't know, like we probably would have heard stories about them coming after his family and stuff like that. I don't know, we heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me, especially when people like that are around and they start thinking about, damn, their own brothers turn, Mayo in and what they're willing to do for themselves. And you start seeing all the stuff and people make selfish moves. And if he was, the right hand man of them and had been along their, with them for such a long time, you start thinking like, shit, that's gonna be me as well, you know. And at the end, it's like it's all sweet until you start seeing what's really gonna happen, and then
Well, we saw what
people.
really happened to him. We saw it. It's in the Discord in the gore section. For those that are not in our Discord and you're into shit like that, they did him dirty.
I just think that right there, it's like if he was cooperating, right? If he's cooperating to help one, one group. But I don't think he was cooperating for the government. You get me? Because the government would have probably not done that. But then again, the fact that he was armed, the fact that he was on fire with them, maybe they were. Maybe the people he cooperated against were like, nah, just go get rid of them. They pay for favors too. You get me? And that's a good favor.
All right, man. That's all out of me.
That's the life.
That's the life.
That's the life, and you live by the gun, you die by the gun.
That's the death.
And just so you know, something else to take into account that I don't think people really are like paying attention to. He was like one of the main persons that was like around when the first Culiacanazo came out, and they have him shooting the 50 cal.
We watched that video yesterday.
Yeah, he was involved with other stuff. So what do you think the military is gonna do? They're gangster too. You think they're gonna let him go? The fact that he even died that way, you know what I'm saying? It's probably they're not gonna let him subturn himself. And trust me, they wanted him. So they have those type of feelings as well. So.
All right, man. I think that's it for me, man. As
Yeah,
far as
I think that's me too.
as far as you know what I'm saying, if you got no last words, we got a lot there. I could cut together. We damn near 3 hours. I'm gonna be here for.
So I mean, going back to the last message, man, that's the life, bro. You know what I'm saying? These are people we're glorifying. These are people that think that they're like superpowers or something. Nah, they die just like everyone else. It was betrayal. It wasn't. One thing's for sure is that the good guys, got their get back. That's for sure.
Yeah, they busted dude down bad, ugly.
Yeah. So Shy, man, it's a pleasure, bro, for being here.
Bro.
I want to say blessings to you and to everyone in the chat, everyone who tuned in. I know we have people coming in and out. Again, right, this is just my thoughts, my me sharing my point of view, and I appreciate everyone tuning in, and hopefully we'll get a bunch of views off of these videos, Shy.
Yeah, man. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time. And you know what I mean?
Before I go, is there anything else you want me to address? Anyone in the chat? Just to make sure I don't want to leave nobody hanging.
Let's see. The last question I saw wasn't from a usual. Again, members, wrenches, usual suspects, y'all have priority over newbies and weekend warriors. So if any of the wrenches, members, or usual suspects have a question, they can get up in there. JP mad. He has right to be mad. He's mad with the leaderboard. We got this new thing over here, this new feature in the chat where it gives you the badge for number 1, number 2, number 3. JP be working hard, and you two be it looks like holding him back. But I don't know. He's up there. He's in 4th place right now, so he should be all right, man. All right. Blessings to Jay and the family. Thank you from Shannon. True story. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Shout out Al the Pal. Back. What I missed? You missed everything. Amy said, okay, guys, I'm going to work. I'll see y'all next time. Yes, I do have a job. No one fucking asked, Amy.
No, stop. No, big shout out to Amy.
Nah, you can shout her out. I think Amy is a dude named Jamie or some shit. Shout out Francisco S. Hold on. I gave priority. Let's wait for some priority here. Jay opened himself up to final thoughts. So, wrenches, usual suspects, and members, y'all get it in right now. Get it in quick. Don't make me wait too long. Any news on the front? Anything new? Anything happening? Boxing was on. Had to watch and go to the boxing channel. We're not trying to hear that lack of loyalty around here, out of pal. Walk up to your nearest mirror, punch yourself in the face. Make sure you videotape it and put it in the Discord so we believe you. I don't even understand how this leaderboard thing works. It's funny. Well, you in second place, bro. Kind of think Amy was actually at work and working the whole time. I don't know. Shout out also. Unfortunately for Mexico, they will forever be involved in bullshit. Unfortunately. Jay, this is a good one from the pool right here. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Jay, do you have any stories of how you almost unalived?
Yeah, we'll save those for another time.
Oh, see, he's holding those, man. You gotta, those big money right there. You gotta sign contracts and shit for that
You
one.
see, I'm gonna sound like Eddie Soto if I start talking about all the stories
Nah.
about,
Come on, man.
how they almost killed me with a bazooka.
Nah, he had an opportunity to let a bazooka off and he didn't go for it, man. That shit left a lot to. I was like, man, I think lesser of you now, Jay. You weren't built for the bazooka, bruh.
No.
Shout out IB. My being in second place is the thing I don't understand what I even do. You commented, you were engaged a lot. There's two ways. For those that don't know, it says it right here. There's two ways to get up in that top three. Send live chat messages, send super chats and super stickers. JP does both, but he does when he takes his breaks are lengthy, so that might hold it back. I don't know what's happening. But salutes to JP. We appreciate him in fourth place. Hold that L. Bye, Jay. Thank you for your time. Many blessings. Shout out Raven.
Thank you everyone for listening too, for tuning in.
Raven said, "Hey, this is family. We're not about the YouTube confusion. Yeah, I want them to argue." Shout out also. He said we need the more stories. Nah, man, he want to come over here and be politically correct, and we not the HBOs, the Netflixes, the Univisions of the world. We not the Tubies of the world.
We're gonna be different. Remember, they could get that shit everywhere else. You could go listen to
That's true.
Those stories everywhere. They probably have way better stories like that than me.
I got stories, but until certain people are unalived or in jail, I can't talk. Well, there's no point in talking because there's a bunch of shit I'm taking to the grave with me. Real talk.
All I gotta say is like, look, how about this? There's a lot of people on the internet that I don't know about. Like I heard this story about that dude. What's his name? Whatever Hansen, the dude, the gambler guy.
I don't know.
Well, we don't even talk about that, but like everyone has story. Like people have their lives they live in. I'm sure, but it's like you could imagine how many stories we have just being in that life. From top to bottom, and yeah. What do you want to highlight? I just think it goes with who you are. You know what I'm saying? Of what type of things you want to highlight, what things you want to talk about. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, you're a DTI in the pillowcase. I just need her to look at me, and I'm scared. I said, I don't need the iron or the pillowcase. All I need is the look, and I'm scared. I can't wait I can't wait for her to be back home and for her to be giving me that side eye.
Oh, y'all, they didn't even hear that. You heard it. They didn't even hear it. Did y'all didn't hear the pillowcase talk? Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna have to say it again.
Yeah, hold on. We just told everyone the story of how I almost got killed.
The last time that he almost got unalived, it was motherfucking Val standing over him while he slept, and she had a motherfucking iron in a pillowcase, and she was standing over him crying like Karen and Goodfellas, and he was like, Val, you can't do this. This is all the blow we had, Val. And she was like, I'll kill you, motherfucker. That's the last close call Jay had. And he said he don't need a pillowcase with an iron. She just eyeball him, give him a side stare, and it's a wrap. but we missed it. First time was better.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I can't wait to have my best friend back, my wife. Uh, I can't wait for her to be back, and I can't wait for her to start telling me what to do and what I shouldn't do, and back to reality.
Mm, back to reality. Yeah, he said, "Nah, we couldn't hear you, fuckers." Well, it seems like y'all ain't got no questions or comments, so I'm gonna let the man get back to his life. Hold on, let's see what I be talking about. Jay, I just think it's badass that you could come out the other side of all of this and still sound like a normal stand-up guy. I'm sure you had to do a lot of healing, or maybe you just built like that.
Oh wow! I think, yeah, I think that the healing's always gonna be there, right? And at times it's like you try to figure out what you're healing from, like like when you're so used to being like that, it's just like sometimes it's like try to never forget like where you come from and who you are, and and yeah, I could see my my sometimes my personality like kind of try to like change a little bit. I try to always bring myself back and be like, you know what, um, things are gonna be okay. But yeah, yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate that too. Reality news. So
No, that's IB right there, hiding behind some fucking alt account.
I don't know who it is. I just, you know what? I think I don't know if it matters, and I get that a lot about being like genuine or about something. And I guess maybe it does matter, but yeah, um, because we're just talking about other people's stuff. But yeah, I think that which is what you hear, right? Because you don't get to see me is what you get. And I think, well, how long has it been? Why did it seem like it's been like almost what, a year and a half, more than a year and a half, right, Shites? And we've been doing this.
Year and a half, yeah.
So yeah.
Year and a half. Shout out Raven. I know that's right. Valid's my sis. The truth. They're humble. The twins. Salutes. Uh, One phrase that got me from Jay was, "I don't look the part." Salutes. Look at Nazi like got song requests. We do song requests and shit. La troca perrona. What's that? Does that mean anything? And he's just trolling. La troca perrona.
Los Chacas. I don't know what song is that. Yeah, big shouts out to the wifey and to VB as well.
Shout out Ivy said figuring out what you're healing from. That's pretty much the story of being human. Salutes. Salutes to the wives. Yeah, man. Sounds like JP gonna be mad. Also, done passed him up. JP mad.
Yeah, so guys, well, I'll leave you guys. Hey, thank you guys so much for the blessings. Always, I always receive them, and blessings to you and yours, man. Stay safe out there. Stay blessed. Stay positive. Shy, big shout out to you.
Salutes, bro.
Hopefully this stream will get you another 10,000.
Man, we working on it, man. We trying to get there. You know what I mean? We dedicated the first 10,000 to Chucky Chingon. So rest in peace to our brother Chucky
Rest in
Chingon.
peace to Chucky, man, and to family, man. Blessings to them, and hopefully that sending them strength and it's hard, right? My condolences is like they lose their loved one, and you can imagine what they're going through. But my condolences to them and their family.
Yeah, man. Salute. Say hello to yours, and we'll get up, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out.
We're working on some big things too, right, Shine?
Big
so we'll
things.
be good.
Big things.
So yeah, thank you again for having me, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in, listening to me. Just ramble off and talk about all kinds of shit. But I appreciate it.
Shout out JP. I stepped away for 10 minutes and y'all trying to end? Robin, don't look the part, dropping his Chicago card wearing a Yankees cap instead of socks. He's a Cubs fan.
Hey, yo, Johnson, don't forget about shit. Man, drop some links in the Discord. I know we have a whole bunch of old ones stashed, right, Shai?
Of what? Suggestions?
About clips? Yeah,
we got questions. Well, I'll create a new channel that's just for former Kingpin Reacts where people could drop stuff directly in there that they want you to react to.
That'd be a good idea. That'd be a great idea. So,
all right, man.
Yeah, let's promote that. So, all right, guys. God bless you. Have a good night, man. Take care of yourselves.
Peace. Shit, I've been muted all this time, son of a bitch. My bad, y'all. I was just saying, hundreds up for y'all. I was just closing and shutting everything down. Again, salutes to Jay for helping us out. Shout out HG. He's not just muted, he's drinking. I'm fucking up. That's what I'm doing. Are we driving again? Who's driving? Where we going? Upper, don't you have a Discord as well? No, he don't have a Discord that I know of. All right. And I was saying how tall they were. I said Jay is 4'3", and I'm gonna not make them the same because I don't need Peter mad at me. Peter's 5 foot. We just lost a third of our viewers. Hopefully, all those weekend warriors hit the like button. If you didn't, hey, thanks for the view. But we won't fuck with you like that. And the world record for the longest mute goes to, coming from number 2. It's an honor. It's usually the little dudes that got some power. Yeah, motherfuckers is out here discrimination. You know what I mean? Discrimination. What are we doing? I owe another beer. So I can't just bow out yet. Alright, so maybe y'all are telling me what the fuck we're doing. We gotta figure out some more shit, like a wheel of links or some shit. Shout out Raven. Shout out 323G. Again, hit the like buttons if you have to do so. If you haven't done so, everybody that bounce.
Your services are no longer needed in the community.
Who the bomber clot? Oh.
We chilling. Salutes to Jay for giving up his time. Again, we don't get the stories that they gotta tell on TV shows and books and all of that stuff, but which is one thing. But we get shit that nobody else get. Insight on people that they had experience and relationship with. You know what I mean? So it's I think it's a different perspective, a perspective that people don't normally get to see. Hey, y'all want to see a crazy fucking video? Wait a minute. All right. Shout out Poetic Flacco, because he's digging deep as far as this Rock Nation situation is going. And I kind of want to watch that video. So we had a conversation. About the Tory Lanez situation and how they played him. And we stated that Tory Lanez had bought himself out of his contract, and maybe you got to refresh, Sally. He bought out of his contract, and Meg was on Rock Nation, poached from another label. And JP posed the question, didn't they have a federal informant that is a head honcho at Rock Nation? And yes, that is true. But there's more to it. Now, we've heard rumor all the time. We've heard rumor of Rock Nation as a company ruining people's lives in the name of their best interests. And those stories, they go by the, they go by the wayside. Well, being that Tory Lanez is going through what he's going through and he's trying to get out of prison at the same time as he's trying to survive, Poetic Flacco got some shit going on over here, a breakdown over here. Salutes to him for that. Shout out Sally Correa. Shy, was a great night. Salutes, good night. Have a good night. Shy didn't recognize 75% of the chatters. All right, they was trying to take your number one spot, son. We get we get the context between the lines. Salutes. But let's check this out. This is a story of this lady that we're talking about from Rock Nation, and how all of those stories go by the wayside of them destroying people's lives. But this one right here looks like proof positive that they're capable and willing and it's part of their game. Let's get it.
And that what happened to Tory Lanez isn't this new concept. This new Rock Nation lawsuit proves that Tory Lanez has been innocent all along, and that what happened to Tory Lanez isn't this new concept. It's something that Rock Nation has partaked in before. Two people have came forward to reveal that Rock Nation did them exactly how they did Tory Lanez. But not just with their words, they even got the local police confirming that they were deceived by Desiree Perez to bring on false charges. Tory Lanez from the very beginning has always been really vocal that he was being framed, that he was completely innocent, and that these charges and what was happening to him was coming directly from Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, and Megan Thee Stallion's handlers. And they were committed to making Megan Thee Stallion look like a victim and him like a perpetrator. And this was being done for career advancements or for other reasons. Because the storyline of Megan Thee Stallion being shot by her manic boyfriend is a much better story for Megan Thee Stallion's image than the alternative, which is Megan Thee Stallion and her friend got into a huge fight. She ripped her friend's chain off. They really got into it because the friend found out that Megan Thee Stallion was sleeping with a man that she was involved with first. And when they found out, they got into a fight. The friend got super upset because she was being beaten up by a woman in Megan Thee Stallion who was about 6 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier. So the friend pulled out a gun, began to shoot at Megan Thee Stallion. The friend missed. No bullets ever hit Megan Thee Stallion. They all got back into the vehicle. And when they got pulled over because the neighbors called the police, Megan Thee Stallion stepped on glass and tore open her leg or her foot. And that was the quote-unquote injury that was seen. So that story is still, like, she's still the victim, but it's not as juicy. So Desiree Perez and Rock Nation concocted this entire story, allegedly. We've seen them do it before on a smaller scale. Rihanna was the victim. Chris Brown did put his hands on her, but Rock Nation did a very good job at making a story surrounding that a whole lot different than what really happened. The real story was Rihanna and Chris Brown was driving. Rihanna began to hit Chris Brown. Chris Brown reacted in a fit of rage, which no man should ever do, but that's the story. But Rock Nation made sure the media was carrying this story of Rihanna confronted Chris Brown for cheating. She was distraught. And because Chris Brown was caught cheating, he put his hands on Rihanna. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. Rihanna put her hands on Chris Brown first. But we've already seen on a smaller scale what Rock Nation is capable of in terms of shipping the media narrative and making sure that whoever their act is, whoever the artist they're signed to, and whatever scandal they're a part of, that artist is going to leave that scandal with a preferable storyline to enhance their image. And it worked. Megan Thee Stallion went on to win Grammys, went on to win every award possible. Listen, I knew something was going on, bro. When Megan Thee Stallion won like a songwriter award, I said, "Come on, bro! like, what exactly is Megan Thee Stallion winning a songwriter award for, bro? Like, what type of profound songwriting has Megan Thee Stallion participated in?" But this is what Rock Nation.
That is crazy, man. You know, when songwriter awards was, won by the baby faces and the, real writers. Not no fucking Meg Thee Stallion, right? She don't need no fucking songwriters award.
Does, and this was the plan, allegedly, because Rock Nation loves to come after smaller YouTubers. We've seen it. But Tory Lanez and his conspiracy would feel like it's this grand story. It would feel like this is some type of thing that Tory Lanez just made up if he wasn't being backed up by Desiree Perez's own daughter.
Also, you think this is crazy so far? Wait till you hear this bullshit right here, dog. Watch this.
If he wasn't being backed up by Desiree Perez's own daughter, who's alleging that Desiree Perez, with the help of Rock Nation, has done something very similar to her and her husband that they did to Tory Lanez.
A South Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother, and others who should have protected her failed her.
NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri has her story.
Here's 13 ways to grow your Amazon sales in 2025. TikTok influencers, co-branded partnerships, and
So legally, I can't go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being Baker acted.
Body camera video shows the moments Broward deputies encouraged Demore Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she says she didn't know.
She's getting Baker acted. This is crazy right here, son. Bananas. They try to Britney Spears.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're going to be in handcuffs, the dog's not going to be able to come?
No, I don't want to be handcuffed.
Okay.
Demore says they took her to a hospital for a mental health evaluation after this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to herself.
What he told me was, we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before.
A doctor she says she'd never met before.
Even how they got her institutionalized is super janky and super sketchy. Imagine being called to a particular parking lot for a business inquiry for a business that you run with your husband. And then when you get there, it's a bunch of random people trying to kidnap you and put you in their car and take you to an institution. And you're like, wait, hold on, what's going on here? I don't know you guys. And then they tell you that you have to go with them and you can't go home because this doctor whom you never met before is telling them and law enforcement that you are a risk to yourself and they have to institutionalize you. This is usually how this works. It's a network of cohorts they use to torment your life. And we've seen it with Tory Lanez. Rock Nation has used a network of people to allegedly torment Tory Lanez's life. In this situation, her mother, Desiree Perez, the CEO and president of Rock Nation, is using similar tactics to what they use with Tory Lanez to get her institutionalized, to ruin her life. It's a network of cohorts. They've managed to get the lead doctor at a mental health institution to say that she's a danger to herself without never seeing her ever in life.
Welcome back. It's called the Baker Act. Under state law, people can be forced into a facility for a mental health evaluation if, among other reasons, they are a danger to themselves or others.
But in a new lawsuit, a South Florida woman says that she was held in mental institutions for nearly 2 weeks for no legitimate reason. And she shared body camera video that she says proves her case and raises questions about how this law meant to protect people can be implemented.
We're talking about the daughter of the lady that runs Rock Nation, Jay-Z's label. We talking about her daughter getting locked up for 2 weeks because her mother said so. What the fuck are we talking about here? Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Salute.
6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri takes a closer look.
Prevent me from leaving home.
The incident started on March 27th of last year.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
Why?
Body camera video shows Broward Sheriff's deputies met on the side of the road in Dania Beach.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going?
By this man.
I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it. She's like a kind of mentally unstable person.
BSO has not responded to inquiries about who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. Pinging her or? Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up. And he's going to Baker Act.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she...
Sorry, it said he's going to Baker Act her.
Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up. And he's going to Baker Act.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the landscaping company she runs with her then boyfriend, now husband.
The Baker Act, officially known as the Florida Mental Health Act, is a Florida law that provides for the involuntary examination and treatment of individuals with mental illness who are a danger to themselves or others. Is named after Maxine Eldridge Baker. But that's the problem here. According to Demore, she don't have a history of mental illness. That this entire story of her being mentally ill and her being a harm to herself was completely made up by her mom, using the same tactic that she used against Tory Lanez to essentially get Damori institutionalized. And according to Damori, this is all over her not wanting to leave her husband. That her mom, Desiree Perez, the CEO and president of Rock Nation, don't like who she's married to, don't like the person that she chose to love. And because of that, she has told her, hey, bro, you got to leave him. And if you don't leave him, I'm going to have you institutionalized. And she made well on that promise according to Damori. But the...
I'm laughing because I know him. Fucking Oso said, fuck the Baker Act, I'm going to jail. She has told her, hey, bro, you got to leave him. And if you don't leave him, I'm going to have you institutionalized. And she made well on that promise according to Damori. But the rabbit hole goes much deeper. Desiree Perez allegedly used her network of cohorts to get the husband arrested on multiple occasions for things that he did not do. She would get him arrested for domestic violence or for putting his hands on Damori, when Damori will say, that's just not true. He never put his hands on me. He has never done anything to... God damn, I didn't intend to do that. That was an accident take.
On edge.
Members Mark is your everyday. Elevated. The Members Mark brand is made up of an...
And her son is up by her mom, using the same tactic that she network, who has a long reach, Damori. But the rabbit hole goes much deeper. Desiree Perez allegedly used her network of cohorts to get the husband arrested on multiple occasions for things that he did not do. She would get him arrested for domestic violence or for putting his hands on Damori, when Damori will say, that's just not true. He never put his hands on me. He has never done anything to me. My mom, who has a vast network, who has a long reach, who has a lot of power, was able to get my husband locked up for things he didn't do because she don't want to see us together.
What? They got a landscaping business. That's not good enough for the lady? What's happening? She got dude locked up, got her daughter institutionalized. She snitched on a trafficker. It's too much power. You can't give a lame power. They're going to use it.
The lawsuit names Rock Nation, Desiree Perez, and a bunch of other entities as defendants because she's very clear here. She believes that Desiree Perez didn't act alone, that Desiree Perez used her immense control, network, and reach that she has because of Rock Nation to torment the life of her and her husband. You're about to understand why Rock Nation and Desiree Perez is undefeated in the industry when it comes to beats. You're about to understand how powerful their reach is and why anyone who ever went against them fell, and why they are the industry biggest bullies, why they've been running amok in the industry uncontested, because nobody really want that smoke. The only person who ever acted like they want that smoke was Kanye West, and we've seen what happened with Kanye West. July 18th, 2022, they discovered that Desiree Perez allegedly conspired to plant a camera and listening device in Damori and Javon Headley's bedroom without their consent, illegally recording their private communications.
Shout out Raven. She put cameras in her daughter's bedroom for years. Fuck is wrong with this lady, Raven? This lady got to be in everybody's business. Oh, snitch ass.
Now, how was she able to get a camera and a recording device in their private bedroom? One can only assume. Again, it's a vast network that has really helped them to torment these people's lives. The goal of this was to record Javon doing anything that could be interpreted as physical or verbal abuse and try to use that to split them up or try to use the court to get Javon arrested. March 1st of 2024, they discovered the hacking of an iCloud account. Desiree Perez or Rock Nation tech staff allegedly hacked Damori's iCloud account, accessing private data such as text messages, photographs, and videos. Evidence shows an unauthorized iPhone 2 device pinging from Rock Nation headquarters in New York. She only has one.
Now, y'all got to understand something. This is, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, this is OG Juan, who was a cohort of Jay-Z when they were in the game. This is OG Juan's wife. OG Juan was the plug. If she up her kid and her kid's husband's ass like this, imagine how far up in his intestines she is. Crazy.
One iPhone. So when she seen that there was an iPhone 2 attached to her iCloud account, she was confused. So she would write, the problem is Damori only had one iPhone device attached to her iCloud account, the one she literally had in her hand. So not surprising that when she seen there was an iPhone 2 that had access to her iCloud that had a location at the Rock Nation headquarters, she thought, what's going on here? I was hacked. Diddy is currently on trial for a RICO, running a criminal organization that helped them torment and commit other crimes. This is the definition of a RICO conspiracy. This is the definition of somebody using her resources to commit crimes, using a network of criminals, a network of people and professionals with specific skills to help her commit crimes. Hacking somebody's...
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Salutes.
iCloud to try to get messages or anything to where you could use it against her husband to get her husband locked up and her husband out of here because you don't want her and the husband to be together. Yo, if this woman is this obsessive and allegedly this evil when it comes to her actual daughter and her son-in-law, imagine how much worse she gets when it comes to somebody who she has no form of love for at all. September 14th, 2023, according to Damani, Desiree Perez lured her to her Pinecrest, Florida home under false pretenses for an intervention with an unlicensed counselor, Victoria Hunter. Desiree confiscated Damori's dog, prevented her from leaving, and threatened the Baker actor. As we've seen, she made good on that promise if she stayed with Javon, using a racial slur. Now, according to Damari, Desiree called Javon the hard ER. Now, the Pinecrest police apparently came.
And the bitch is racist. No, mommy's way.
No, mommy's way.
This motherfucker's a super villain. Shout out Oso. I said, dude, OG Juan was the plug. Oso said, was he? She been the puppet master since day one. Raven said, that ain't the half. She paid her daughter's boss. That's crazy Rico shit, the whole thing.
Intervened for like a false imprisonment, but they didn't arrest Desiree or charge. Desiree called Javon the hard ER. Now, the Pinecrest police apparently came. They intervened for like a false imprisonment, but they didn't arrest Desiree or charge Desiree due to her influence, according to Damari. Now, September 14, 2023, the same day, Desiree confronted Javon at Damari's grandfather's home, claiming she knew everything about their activities and threatening his life if he stayed with Damari. So, do you understand here now, man, when people say Tory Lanez was framed, that this is not some type of outlandish accusation. This is a very possible thing. These people are the epitome of evil. All right, October 1st, 2023, stalking and harassment by private investigators. After the Hadleys moved to Homestead, Florida, Desiree Perez, again, this is to me the scariest part, and it really shows the power, the influence, and the wealth. After they moved to get away from Desiree rented a house across the street, installed cameras, and hired a CTS Research Inc. investigator to follow them 24/7, often at unsafe distances causing fear. One unlicensed investigator displayed a gun while following Javon.
In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Damori falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money.
They look happy. They got the little leopard print. They got the little, what's it called? Lace. They got the little fucking puppy dressed up like an asshole. You know what I mean? They got their little life. That lady can't help but stick her eyebrows in their business.
Power and influence to tear apart Damori and her husband, Javon Hadley, and created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Damori filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Damori's husband, Javon. Citing evidence, Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of and abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law
that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing DeMore in the lawsuit, which claims Perez.
Shout out Shannon. Shannon, do you see why I mentioned yesterday, before this video even came out, do you see why I mentioned just the irony that Meg was on Rock Nation, poached from Crawford's label, how she was a member of Rock Nation, poached from another label, and how Tory bought himself out of his contract? And this video dropped, I don't know, hours later maybe?
Harassed the attorney
practicing law, that it is so clear.
I knew it was this crazy. I know it was this crazy. I knew in the music business it was crazy. This told my daughter, I'm putting my daughter, I'm Britney Spearsing my daughter. This I didn't see coming. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. This I did not see coming. Mind you, Tory has, I don't know if it's a senator or a congresswoman. He got somebody on his side. We'll talk about it. But this is crazy.
That someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing DeMore in the lawsuit, which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence.
Y'all ain't hear nothing yet, bro. Y'all about to fully understand why I affectionately call her the Griselda Blanco of the music industry. This woman is Teflon Don, bro. Yo, she's Debo. She shut it down, bruh. It don't get more Debo than her. Tory Lanez ain't stand a chance.
Shout out Flacco, man. I like when Flacco does this. Better than that no jumper shit. This is better. This is where he shines right here. Well, she liked Higgins at some point. Who? The CEO lady? Like, yeah, she's racist. Yeah, she's good with the money. She's good, but if not with the daughter, that's where you at? I think that's what you're trying to say, Raven, and you're right. With her fucking crazy brow face ass.
Yes, yo. October of 2023, the music industry. This woman is Teflon Don, bruh. Yo, she's Debo. She shut it down, bruh. It don't get more Debo than her. Tory Lanez ain't stand a chance, yo. October of 2023, Desiree Perez allegedly resolved financial issues for DeMaury's employer. Now, the daughter works somewhere. That company was having financial issues. Desiree Perez, having infinite amount of money, gave them a loan. Said, hey, I'll bill you guys out. But in exchange, according to DeMaury, she asked for control over DeMaury. Now, when Desiree Perez bailed out the company, Iconic increased DeMaury's salary from $65,000 to $125,000. And that would appear to be a good thing. However, they imposed excessive work demands to separate her from Javon.
So they gave her some help. Mommy came to help, but in the manner of giving her giving her a raise and demanding more work, so that she don't get to go home to her husband that the lady trying to put in jail anyway.
December 12th to 13th of 2023. Iconic creative owner Liz and Benny Fragilla required DeMaury to attend a Zoom training with the Nike Academy, which was a cover for a psychological evaluation by Rachel Bernstein, posing as Rachel Thomas. Bernstein is a California therapist specializing in cults, was not affiliated with Nike. A fake Nike Academy profile was created and later deleted.
Bro, how the fuck is this not illegal right here? This is illegal as fuck. This is some crazy scammer shit going on here. Huh? You're going to do a Nike call with a Nike rep, and it's a fucking psychotherapist giving you a psychological evaluation, and she's just some cultist? That's crazy talk. That's what happens when you got money and you're a little loose in the mente. You start doing the stupid ideas that people think of stupid shit all the time. When you got the money, the ways, the means, the opportunity, you make them happen, and then you end up with a Diddy or whatever this fucking Desiree's name is.
Affiliated with Nike, a fake Nike Academy profile was created and later deleted. If she didn't have mental health issues before, she would have mental health issues now, bruh. I don't understand anybody who could bear that who's not strong mentally. To me, this is all the proof I need that she don't have mental health issues. To endure this and still be strong and standing up, you're somebody special, bruh. Imagine your crazy mama who's been stalking you all across the U.S., bro. You buy a home somewhere out of town, she rents a home across the street, hires 24/7 private investigators to follow you guys everywhere, bro. Bug your home with cameras and audio devices, and you don't know how she did it. And your entire life is under 24/7 surveillance. You don't have nothing called privacy in your life. You thinking the only piece you have, and it sounds weird, is your job, is your employer. And then all of a sudden, this crazy mama is able to build them out financially. So now she has control over you. So now your employer begin to work for her, begin to be one of her co-conspirators. And now they are engaging in practices to help her essentially institutionalize you by doing things like bringing a therapist under the guise of a work meeting. And that therapist then have a conversation with you, and she jot down a couple of notes and then use that to institutionalize you. This is insane, yo. When playing nice and increasing the salary ain't work, then they started playing dirty. So according to Damari, all right, early January of 2024, Iconic Creative filed,
shout out Raven. I was just wondering that, Raven. I was saying to myself, not only that she's going through it right now, but she was raised by this lady. So imagine what her life was like. But like you, I guess you, I'm sure you know better than me. She didn't raise her. Her maternal grandfather did. It explains a lot. Shout out Young Jizzle. Long day. How you doing? Salutes to you, sir. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Shout out Shannon. Yes, I do remember that. You saying that. It's just on a whole nother level. This shit is bananas.
Fired her without explanation. This year 2020 playing dirty. So according to Damari, all right, early January of 2024, Iconic Creative fired her without explanation, despite recent positive reviews allegedly at Desiree's behest. Iconic withheld payment for December of 2023 work, requiring Damari to sign a gag order to receive it, which she refused. I feel like this is killing two birds with one stone. The first thing this really gets rid of is, hey, yo, if you want your payment, sign a gag order that you will not talk about anything that goes on, including the fake Nike profile and the therapist disguising.
Don't tell nobody that we did a whole bunch of fake shit and punked you a bunch of times and shit. Don't tell nobody.
Herself as a Nike employee so we could institutionalize you. Sign that. Well, no, I'm not signing. Okay, yeah, you're fired. All right. And then also, too, her being fired now makes her reliant on Desiree Perez to pay her bills. So now she's financially now has to rely on Desiree Perez. And I feel like that was the goal, right? I can control you if you are dependent on me to eat and feed your family. If you've been following this Tory Lanez case, you're about to get some real deja vu. Because what Desiree Perez allegedly did to Damari's husband, Javon, is eerily similar to what Tory Lanez is accusing them of doing to him. Between December 26th and 30th of 2023, Desiree falsely reported to Miami-Dade police that Javon battered Damari, her daughter, on January 16, 2022. On December 30th, she made a false 911 call claiming Javon kidnapped Damari at Pinto Farms, leading to his arrest in front of his nephews. Making a call to the police that this man kidnapped his own wife is crazy.
I want to know who did this timeline because they ain't nail shit. And I hear a lot of crimes in there. There's a lot of crimes in there.
In front of his nephews. Making a call to the police that this man kidnapped his own wife is crazy. The state attorney's office noted, that this kind of looks a little janky. A kidnapping claim on his own wife looks a little janky. But they still charge Javon because Desiree Perez, again, her influence, right? Yo, they initially pursued this dude, arrested him, and charged him because they felt like they had to, according to Damari, due to Desiree's influence. Now, here's where it gets spooky. Here's where it gets really nasty, okay? January 8th of 2024, Desiree hired an attorney, Brett Shorts, who went to Javon's court date, and falsely claimed to represent Damari in Javon's misdemeanor battery case without her knowledge or consent. Shorts pushed for unfounded trafficking charges against Javon.
Yo, she hired a lawyer for her daughter without her daughter knowing to push a trafficking charge. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Shorts pushed for unfounded trafficking charges against Javon. So not only was it enough to make the, to make the call to get him arrested, But you hire a lawyer to go to court to speak on the wife's behalf because you know, bruh. Listen, it's easy to get off if the wife is claiming this never happened. But if the wife got an attorney coming to court and telling the judge, hey, judge, yo, he did it. He's a menace to society. She's fearing for his life. Lock him up. You're going to get railroaded. Roc Nation and Jay-Z is already being sued, allegedly, by a Pennsylvania attorney for having an illegal influence on prosecutors. Demore is about to lay out the influence that Desiree Perez attempted to have over prosecutors in Javon's case. February 1st of 2024, Desiree Perez emailed prosecutors using her Roc Nation email requesting they extend Javon's case to keep him on edge, which they accommodated, allowing her to continue her actions. Tell me someone you think have that much pull to where they can tell the prosecutors, hey, listen, man, I know you guys are probably going to dismiss the charges, but just extend it a little longer, man.
How many rapper cases and RICOs hasn't this lady fed up to the feds if she's so plugged that she can hit up prosecutors? Evidently, she's been doing work for years since she did work for years. Imagine the cases that if they really looked into it and really disclosed the shit, the cases of rappers and hip-hop police dating back to the 2000s, dating back to 50 Cent, 2003. You know what I mean? Imagine. Because come on, man, if you could call the prosecutors and be like, hey, man, hold his shit down. Let's keep him thirsty. What?
You know, just to keep him on edge. And they did it. March 26th of 2024, attempted manipulation of a therapist. Desiree directed Roc Nation employee Natalie Anderson to present a fabricated audio of a woman screaming, "Don't grate me," to Demore's therapist, Dr. Luz Barrio, falsely claiming it was Javon assaulting Demore. Dr. Barrio, familiar with Demore, refused to support a Baker Act. This is textbook racketeering. This is textbook criminal organization. But Desiree Perez has already cooperated with the feds to take down the cartel. She wore a wire on the cartel. She's a federal informant. She can run amok because she got the feds in her back pocket too.
Do you still need your high school diploma?
No, bitch.
Are you struggling to find a job?
This is what Tory Lanez was going against, yo. That man never stood a chance ever in life. But the thing about this is not even a situation where, the daughter could be lying. How? How could the daughter be lying? From my opinion, allegedly, I would think this is true, allegedly. Because think about it for a second, yo. She's listing dates. She's listing names of other people.
Oh, so the daughter came with the timeline, okay.
People involved. This story could be easily debunked. Contact the therapist, Dr. Luz Barrio, and ask him, did this happen? So this is a situation where there's probably a 95% chance that these things occurred.
They got Flacco fucked up. They brought his stutter back for this shit. Shout out also.
And that this woman is out here squeezing the police, squeezing professionals, squeezing tech people, squeezing a lot of powerful people and companies. And she's doing all of this to make her daughter's life hell. Now imagine what she would do to someone that she don't like. Now do you think it's still outrageous the possibility that this woman could very well utilize Gascon, the DA, to bring charges against Tory Lanez and set him up and frame him? I don't think so. And anyone who was calling those accusations outlandish, you're out of your mind. March 29th, 2024, Fraudulent Marchman Act petition. Desiree filed a fraudulent ex parte Marchman Act petition falsely claiming Demore sought drugs from Liz Fragala and this name Garcia. Both later testified Demore did not use drugs or alcohol, contradicting Desiree claims. I want to applaud the husband in this situation. Because if this was me, if I'm getting arrested multiple times because of your crazy mother, bro, I'm probably walking away from the situation and saying, it's not worth it, bro. But the husband stayed. And you're about to witness how many times and how crazy the collusion and the conspiracy was against this poor man. How many times his life was affected? How many times he got arrested? How many times his freedom got taken away for doing absolutely nothing? And the local police admitted to such. They even wrote a letter, according to Demore, like pretty much chastising Desiree Perez for using her influence to get this man falsely charged. April 5th, 2024, Javon was arrested again. So Desiree, with attorneys Laura Gotts and Jessica Casso, pressured Miami-Dade police to arrest Javon for an alleged September 11th, 2023 battery, despite prior findings of no probable cause. The arrest relied on recycled evidence and was facilitated by Desiree's influence. How do you arrest somebody using the same evidence in the past you found no probable cause? But because somebody contacted you and said you arrest him, you arrested him? April 8th.
Yo, what? That shit's crazy. That lady got too much juice. She done told on everybody, man. All right? I'm already convinced that the twins was going to go down a week later because she was going to give them up. All right? They just did it first. Shout out Deb on the checking back. Problems. I'm back. What have we missed since Jay left? The craziest record label snitch mother-daughter relationship you've ever heard of in your life. This is bananas what we're dealing with here. I can't even explain it. You have to replay gang for that one. Should have run for his life. Also said, fuck love. Ain't enough love to have me getting locked up on crazy cases. Over and over and over again. He could have ran for the hills, but he loved her. Also, he loved her. Three-letter word? What's a three-letter word? Run? It's better than love? Run. He could have gone, man, because that's crazy. This lady just called the police and said, hey, man, go and get after him. So, Deb, we talked about Tory Lanez and what happened to him, and we made the three-letter words, Luz. We talked about Tory Lanez and how he seemed like a setup. It seemed like he was set up, and we talked about how Meg Thee Stallion was on Rock Nation, and how Tory bought himself off of Rock Nation, and people think that it's far-fetched that Tory could be being set up by Rock Nation, but this story here is crazy. So the CEO of Rock Nation is a known informant and cooperator. She did some cartel trafficking and told. They are telling us the story of her estranged relationship with her daughter, where she tries to get her daughter Baker acted and put in a mental facility on a regular basis, and she tries to have her son-in-law, who she doesn't approve of, who's a young black man with his own business, a landscaping business that he runs with his wife, her daughter, and she's trying to put him in prison for crazy charges and put her in a hospital. And she's getting away with it. And she's doing it. And this just gives credence to the fact that Tory Lanez may have been done dirty. Three-letter word, rat.
2024. Third fraudulent arrest of Javon. Desiree's private investigators reported Javon for violating a stay-away order when he entered his home to feed a cat, leading to his arrest. Officer admitted they acted on higher-up orders, and the state noted the arrest was based on questionable surveillance. Teflon Don, man. Even the police don't know why they're arresting this dude, but they got to arrest this dude. Our supervisor told us to arrest him. But when he said higher-ups, it's coming from the supervisor, boss. Even the DA said higher-ups, bruh. I don't know why.
Commotion, we causing a commotion. I put it in motion.
You need the best music for your videos. Go to Motion Array to soundtrack your videos with music you can't get enough of.
Yo, that level of power you cannot compete with. I'm terrified at that level of power. That level of power have no business being in hip-hop, to be honest with you,
with that shit. You're not terrified, Flacco. You talking about it. I ain't terrified.
It has no business being in hip-hop, bro. Because this is a woman who's essentially playing the role as a slave catcher. She's literally running up amok, ruining people's lives for the sick of it. And this is someone who's attached to Jay-Z, who was empowered by Jay-Z. But at this point, I'll be real, bro. I don't know who empowered who. I can't tell you if Jay-Z empowered her or if she empowered Jay-Z. Because for some reason, this woman went from being a federal informant to her and Jay-Z going into business just out the blue.
No, Flacco. No. Not out the blue. OG Juan is the connection between the two.
And she has risen to power. She's now like the most powerful executive, probably second to Lucy. I remember specifically when Jay-Z was going through the whole lawsuit saga with Tony Busby. They got this YouTube channel here demonetized for speaking on Jay-Z. We've never seen this before. We've never seen a YouTube channel get completely demonetized. Not just the videos, no, completely demonetized out of here for allowing.
Oh, really? Is that what happened? Real life got demonetized? That's crazy.
Specifically when Jay-Z was executive, probably second to Lucy. I remember specifically when Jay-Z was going through the whole lawsuit saga with Tony Busby. They got this YouTube channel here demonetized for speaking on Jay-Z. We've never seen this before.
But how is it demonetized? They still got a join button, so that means they get paid.
We've never seen a YouTube channel get completely demonetized. Not just the videos, no, completely demonetized out of here for allowing Jaguar Wright to speak on Jay-Z. And that's allegedly, right? Because that's what the YouTube channel said. April 26, 2024, attorney Lauren Gotts, hired by Desiree Perez, appeared at the state attorney's office during DeMaury's sworn statement, falsely claiming to represent her and the witness to intimidate her. April 22nd, 2024, Desiree filed a lawsuit against DeMaury, falsely claiming the ownership of a car titled in DeMaury's name, alleging a mutual agreement that DeMaury violated. Once the criminal charges didn't work and they were able to overcome it, she began to pursue them allegedly civilly. She began to pursue Javon. She sued her own daughter, allegedly. Now, the Javon lawsuit you guys heard a little bit about earlier in this video. We will cover the full Javon lawsuit probably in another video. If you guys want it, comment below. We'll do a full deep dive into her lawsuit against Javon.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened.
You're a criminal, sir. You're not about people's mental health. You sell snatchings. You sell Baker Acts. The same way Jay Flores, one of the men who cooperated against the Sinaloa Cartel, say that people were selling Rule 35s. Basically third-party operations to get time off. Okay? Music industry responsible for keeping prisons full. It's a part of it, for sure. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. This pig right here, criminal. Dirtbag. Probably got a brocaine habit. He definitely pays for it, if you know what I'm saying. And got plenty of skeletons in his hoard closet. I mean, Jay-Z and his female rat did Crawford and his humble investing projects dirty. And that's what they do. They step on people. Listen, salutes to Jay-Z. I like a lot of Jay-Z rhymes, right? It took me really paying attention to say, all right, I fuck with this, right? His character, different story. You know what I'm saying? Miss me with the he's a legend. I have this argument all the time with friends from the next generation. All the time. Oh, Jay-Z the greatest of all time. They marketed you with that. They put that on you. You know what I'm saying? Because of business and numbers and bullshit. I was there. I seen it. You know what I'm saying? And how many songs didn't he just throw verses on because somebody else made the hook and picked the beat and made the subject matter and all of that? So, you know, this is what they do. They step on the little guy, they move on, and they let him, you know, go somewhere. All right? We'll probably cover that on For Beginners. We should. Shah, you still have cervezas available? I don't know, man. You was gone. We've been here 4 hours. Let me think about it, like for 3 seconds.
Overdose yesterday.
Demore's lawsuit alleges her mother conspired with prominent psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, seen here in body camera video, and others to have Demore committed for a mental health evaluation. Bober cites supporting evidence from her family and diagnosed Demore with an unspecified psychosis. He ordered she be taken to Memorial Regional Hospital, where he is chief of psychiatry, and where results from drug tests taken upon admission were negative, according to records Demore shared with us.
They told me your tox screens came out negative, and I go, I know. I don't do drugs.
In a statement, Dr. Bober's attorney said Demore was placed under the Baker Act for 38 hours due to the potential risk of imminent harm she posed to herself, adding failing to take appropriate action would have been a breach of Dr. Bober's ethical and professional obligations. While Demore was at Memorial, her mother further petitioned.
Yeah, it did, young Jizzle. I looked at that when I said he got skeletons in his closet. Let's go.
Have Demore committed for a...
Somebody gunned up this exploder. Yeah, he got problems here. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you start snatching people. Fuck out of my face with this Baker Act bullshit. You know what I mean? Who was that?
Act for 38 to records Demore shared with us.
They told me your tox screens came out negative, and I go, I know. I don't do drugs.
In a statement, Dr. Bober's attorney said Demore was placed under the Baker Act for 38 hours due to the potential risk of imminent harm she posed to herself, adding failing to take appropriate action would have been a breach of Dr. Bober's ethical and professional obligations. While Demore was at Memorial, her mother further petitioned to have her transported to a different facility under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming again in court records that Demore suffered from severe drug abuse. A judge granted that petition.
They ran the test. They knew that she had no drugs in her system and she was not abusing drugs. And the fact that you can't do anything about it is scary.
At Harbor Freight, all our hand tools get a lifetime warranty because they're engineered to last a lifetime. A lifetime of hard work, routine maintenance, and quick fixes.
Demore was sent to this treatment center in Deerfield Beach, where Dr. Bober serves as medical director.
Where are the people that are supposed to protect me from this happening?
According to her lawsuit, Demore requested a hair follicle test at that facility called Life Skills, which detects drug use for at least the past 3 months, and which showed no drugs had been in Demore.
Bruh, this is a crime. They've been tormenting this young lady, man. She just had the unfortunate circumstance of, experience a monster's womb who did her dirty, because that's crazy right there. Que madre. What kind of mother is that?
Demore was held at Life Skills until April 8th. She shared discharge paperwork that lists a diagnosis of persistent depressive disorder, which she disputes. No medication was prescribed. Court records show Demore was able to leave that day after her mother voluntarily dismissed the case. But Demore says the damage has been done, and she feels a system designed to keep people safe failed to protect her.
Money, influence, and power should not be something that's used, right, or abused to hurt innocent people.
There's about 20 counts against the various defendants. So for the federal claims, there's a RICO for Desiree. Fourth Amendment violations, Desiree, Bober, Fondo, Caddy, the Sheriff's Office. Stored Communication Acts, Desiree and Rock Nation. Federal wiretap, Desiree, the state claims. The civil conspiracy, the false imprisonment, the negligence, the Marchman Act violation. Florida Security of Communication Act violation. The intentional infliction of emotional distress, fraudulent misrepresentation. Damages sought, economic and non-economic damages. So I'm assuming she probably wants a confession. She wants some money. Punitive damages, treble damages, which is a part of the RICO. Statutory damages, attorney fees, and a litigation cost. The daughter is absolutely right. Just because you have money, power, and influence don't mean you should torment people's lives, yo. And that's what's been going on for a while, as it would appear, allegedly. I don't know. This is sick. It's very sick. And they got to be really careful here, bro. The last person who felt invincible, who had a network of people doing harm on his behalf, was Diddy. And we know all it took was one lawsuit to reveal a lot of these things. And you know what happened? Diddy ultimately got a federal RICO, a real RICO. They got to be careful here, man. But y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? Do you guys believe this? Do y'all believe that Rock Nation is operating as a criminal organization to torment people's lives? let me know. And we'll be doing the Desiree Perez lawsuit against Javon pretty shortly. But if you're still...
All right, listen, he got another video on it. 100's up in the chat if we go into the next one. Damn, homie rocking that old school Gen 2 Explorer. Definitely a Brocane man. If I'm guessing, he's that guy right there. It's the Brocane guy. Let's get to 70 likes, please. If you have yet to hit the like button, please do. I got a half a beer that I owe. Half. Damn, Velez popped up out of nowhere. Shout out Velez. Alright, let me see here. There it is. Now, I don't know how, but this motherfucker said lawsuit drama that exposed Rock Nation and Desiree just got worse. How it can get worse than that shit, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? That I don't know. I like Jay-Z, but he grimy using Big's rhymes, messing with Cameron and Petey Crack's verses and that rat, to say the least. Listen, if she was doing business on the level, fine, she ratted. The bitch got a new life. She's doing her thing, cool. But now you ratted and now you a super fed and you know, taking people and Britney spearing them and shit.
I'm 15. I called 988 and spoke to Mateo.
In our last video on this Rock Nation lawsuit involving Desiree Perez, we covered how her daughter is currently suing her and Rock Nation because the daughter is alleging that Desiree Perez used her influence and connections and network through Rock Nation to basically torment her life, get her institutionalized 4 times using lies, manipulating people, bribing people, and using her network of people to essentially control her. She would also claim that she got her husband locked up 6 times on false pretenses. The police will confirm that the husband's arrest was under false pretenses and they apologized. And she will claim this is all being done because she wouldn't leave her husband after Desiree Perez asked her to leave her husband.
Welcome back. It's called the Baker Act. Under state law, people can be forced into a facility for a mental health evaluation if, among other reasons, they are a danger to themselves or others.
But in a new lawsuit, a South Florida woman says that she was held in mental institutions for nearly 2 weeks for no legitimate reason. And she shared body camera video that she says proves her case and raises questions about how this law meant to protect people can be implemented. NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Bateri takes a closer look.
Prevent me from leaving at all.
The incident started on March 27th of last year.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
I want you to see how obnoxious these guys are. Look at fucking
look.
Dude thinks he's Kevin Nash right here. Look at him with his hands in his tight ass bitch pockets and his stupid shades and this fucking PDF file over here with his fucking glasses and his shot up car. Fuck these dudes, man. Vultures, demons, diablos, mamabichos, right? I need a good fucking sound effect for them putas. I've got a good one. Also, I got nothing but love for you, but I'm coming for that crown. Where also got number 1? Nah, he got that number 2. Shannon is stuck in position. Shannon have to go to sleep for a week for that shit to move. I thought he already killed what he had. I thought he had already unalive what he had. No, I got this. No. No te hagas, right? Salutes. I got 2 beers left, bro. 2 beers left.
Prevent me from leaving at all.
The incident started on March.
Law meant to protect people can be implemented. NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Bateri takes a closer look.
Prevent me from leaving at all.
The incident started on March 27th of last year.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
Why?
Body camera video shows Broward Sheriff's deputies met on the side of the road in Dania Beach.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going?
By this man.
I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it.
And that's crazy. You're waiting for a car to go by. They're on a whole sting waiting for you to pop up. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so.
She's like a kind of mentally unstable person.
BSO has not responded to inquiries about who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. Pinging her or? Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up, and he's going to bake her out.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the landscaping company she runs with her.
Bruh, you a potential client? You tricked me to get there? Wildin'. $10 if you shotgun one. No. We're not doing circus acts around this motherfucker. Relax. All right. Bless. He got 2 5%ers since also took one for the L Avengers and got the other 2 IPAs remaining. All right. Yeah. Talking about 10 and shotgun one. What am I, fucking 21 years old? The fuck are we talking about, Velez?
Then boyfriend, now husband.
She claimed her mother used the full powers of her criminal organization against her. Claims that once the daughter refused to leave her husband, the mom just upped the ante. She got involved with the daughter's job.
This is crazy, dog. This is crazy. Shout out also. Plus, I'm highly intoxicated. Happy Saturday night, motherfucker.
She runs with her.
Everybody else catching cheeks, boy. All the boys, they've been gone all weekend. Birthday boys.
Then boyfriend, now husband.
She claimed her mother used the full powers of her criminal organization against her. Claims that once the daughter refused to leave her husband, the mom just upped the ante. She got involved with the daughter's job. She was able to bail out the job financially, and she used the job to essentially torment the daughter some more. And when the daughter wouldn't leave her husband, she had the job fire her so she could be financially dependent on Desiree Perez. Allegedly, that's according to the daughter. She had their home wiretapped with cameras, surveillance, audio devices. She bought a house across the street from them when they tried to move to get away from her. This entire situation is crazy.
Explain that one, Robert. Small example of true similarities between USA and Mexico. Break that one down for me. Shout out Hams is a snake. Get that chill. Salutes. Shy, salutes. I appreciate you.
But this particular video will be discussing another lawsuit that Desiree Perez filed against the daughter's husband directly. Now, this lawsuit...
okay, this is what he was talking about if you wanted to cover this. All right, let's see what this is about.
Lawsuit was discussed briefly in our last video. So, essentially, Desiree Perez has been using her influence, according to the daughter, to get Miami-Dade police to arrest her husband on false pretenses. There's an email that Desiree Perez sent to the chief of police or to the Miami-Dade Police Department.
And shout out Robert. He might be somewhere else in the stream different than where we're at. You know what I'm saying? Salutes for getting us our 70 likes. If there is 70, it says 69 here. But hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Robert might be behind on the live or you with us. But either way, explain it. Also, I just took my 5-pill cocktail, but I wish I could hit the plant and drink some liquor like everyone else. See, that's why you sitting here getting me fucked up.
From the Rock Nation email, letting them arrest her husband on false pretenses. There's an email that Desiree Perez sent to the chief of police or to the Miami-Dade Police Department from the Rock Nation email, letting them know, hey, I know y'all might drop these charges, but extend it some more so we could put some pressure on them. So these are things that are happening. Now, the Miami-Dade Police Department released like a memorandum essentially saying, hey, listen, man, we made a mistake. This man is innocent. These charges, was filed under false pretenses. And they essentially chastised Desiree Perez for even getting involved or using her influence to do these things. Desiree Perez will file a response claiming she stands by it and that she did nothing wrong.
And according to Demore, it's her own mother who's behind it. In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Demore falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and
Desiree, your daughter finer to you, just saying.
Influence to tear apart Demore and her husband, Javon Hadley, and created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Demore filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Demore's husband, Javon, citing evidence Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of...
Alejandro Fernández, el potrillo de México, te invita encanta celebrar la música de su padre, el charro de México, Vicente Fernández. De rey a rey. Una noche de familia.
We're gonna get clapped for a fucking ad. Watch.
And abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is
Did
representing
something wrong.
Demore in the law.
Did something wrong. Did like 30 things wrong. I mean, did 30 things wrong. Right? Hold on, man. Let me get this shit. Let me put this out there for Oso right here. Hold on.
You don't want no problems.
I don't want no fucking problem. Talking about don't be scared. Want me to shotgun some shit. What am I doing? Keg stands next? Somebody could come. Also, drive over here. We'll do keg stands next. All right? Remember, I used to bring kegs and just put them in my kitchen. All right? Tell them also, the L Avengers is forming Voltron right now. The way each shout out Robert. He said, small example of the true similarities between USA and Mexico. He said the way each legal system can be manipulated with enough power, money, and threats. Man, bro. Old girl is running the gambit. Every resource that she had at her disposal, she used it. Absolutely, but the issue is going to get better or grow worse. Oh, wait, he's responding to JP. Damn, also in second place, talking his shit? No shit. JP said, I can see similarities, but I feel Mexico is more easily accessible, unfortunately. But let's try to get me to that emoji right there. Sai, can you put the 2 beers for sale, por favor, Thanos? All right, man. Bar's open. I have 2 beers. So talk amongst yourselves. Figure out how you're going to do it. All right? If one person cop, they're $5 a piece. I have 2 of them. If one person cops them and then the next person is too late and then you done donated to the cause, all right? So talk about it amongst yourselves and make the decision. I have 2 beers for sale. Who's going to pay the $5 a piece for them? All right, 2 5.0s. Now, he said $10 to shotgun one. I don't know. All right, maybe we slang some milligrams around this bitch. But the 2 beers are for sale. Y'all talk about it amongst yourselves. This was about to be done. Y'all gotta stop making me drink that fucking acid reflux at the bottom of the fucking cup. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. We're gonna keep this moving. I gotta go find my milligrams. Right? At Avengers, this is not a drill. Get this. Let me do this. All right. No, hold on.
Lawsuit which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence, charges prosecutors did not pursue.
The state attorney's office wrote a 11-page scathing closeout memoranda, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police.
In this closeout memo, a prosecutor with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office cites Demore's lack of cooperation and raises concerns about some of the evidence and how it was obtained. The prosecutor also wrote Demore was wrongfully Baker acted last year, something her mother's attorney disputes in this letter, challenging many of the memo's other conclusions.
I went digging and I found the Desiree Perez lawsuit against the husband. And this is one of the craziest things I've ever read. As we all know, every charge the husband was ever arrested for got dropped and the police apologized, right? Things like Desiree Perez got the police to believe that this man was trafficking his own wife, that he raped her, all type of things, all right? Now, what I would say, though, when I read this lawsuit that Desiree Perez filed against her daughter's husband, the lawsuit is still active, by the way. When I read this lawsuit, my initial jerk reaction was, this began from a good place. This began from a place of
Velez sent $5 shot. Gun emoji. Eyes emoji.
Shotgun. No. That's $5 for the 5.0. That is no shotgun. Look at Robert. Just shotgun the beer like Steve-O did one time. No. That's a regular beer right there. What's 20 milligrams worth to you? What's 20 milligrams worth to you? Shy, you won't get the flux if you shotgun it. Let me school you on that. It's too late for me as far as the flux because I drank the IPAs and those are the ones that give me the flux. The 5.0 Mountain Dews don't give me the flux, so I'm gravy. Shout out JP. Shout out, be a good friend and keep my milligrams to myself. You stick to your Oreo lines. Shout out Velez. He got a $5 beer. Salutes. Boom. Velez got one. And that's it. All I have to drink is that one. Not a problem. What's JP talking about? $5. All right. Oh, you said $5 is what 20 milligrams is worth to you? You wildin' the fuck out. Right? You guys have too much confidence in my tolerance, right? Because you know I'm a tolerable motherfucker. Let's get it.
Concerned mother.
I just put that out there. And I like to say we put Oso to sleep. Hold that out.
My initial jerk reaction was, this began from a good place. This began from a place of a concerned mother, and it quickly got out of control.
I don't think it ever came from a good place. I don't think it ever came from a concerned mother. It came from a nosy, overbearing mother. 20 milligrams. 20 milligrams per. I have about... I don't know, 5, 6... They're 20 a piece. Those new Beatbox 11.5s are way too easy to drink. I don't know what that is. $20 if you slam both the Mountain Dews like Stone Cold. Yeah, half of that shit'll go down the shirt. Where's Ivy at? Team Water. Only thing you don't have tolerance for is trolls saying this fool. I don't have tolerance for trolls saying nothing. How about that? That honest enough for you? Primo, you got out your fucking, your crib, out of your bassinet to come say that because you heard me say I had so much tolerance? I got tolerance for nothing that a troll has to say. So, salutes to you, Primo. Tread lightly. We'll put you in a fucking bed. Put him in a fucking bed, you might. Sorry, as in THC gummies? No, motherfucker, as in Oreo cookies. Of course, THC gummies. That's an insult to who I am as a human being and what you should know me as. Wrong. Was just posting in the Discord. Fuck are you posting in the Discord? Alright, also wilding out right now. A message coming from everywhere. Yes, THC gummies, 20 milligrams a piece. What's 20 milligrams worth to you? We might differ on that, though. I'm just saying. Primo, you randomly showed up. Yeah, he randomly jumped out of his bassinet to come argue about this fool. But salutes, we fuck with you, Primo, but I'll put you in the fucking bathroom. You think you're slick. Let's get it.
Now, like Desiree Perez's daughter and her husband was staying in one of the family homes. And Desiree Perez...
Let me go get Velez's beer.
Bugged the house with cameras, with audio recording devices, all type of things. Trying to catch them doing something. And they was being recorded 24/7 for about a year or two. And she was only able to show 2 occurrences where she felt like some level of violation and abuse was happening. And from that particular moment, she wanted her daughter to have nothing to do with the husband, and she demanded she left the husband. And when she refused to do so, she then enacted the full force of Rock Nation and a criminal enterprise upon her daughter and the husband. And we're going to review the 2 things because I have the video and I have the wiretap audio as well. We're going to review the 2 things that made Desiree Perez demand her daughter leave the husband or else. Now, when I play these wiretaps in the video, I do want to say, bruh, the daughter has accused Desiree Perez of creating fake evidence. Like, for example, she played an audio of the daughter.
Hold on, he got audio. He's saying, let's not get it fucked up. They be, manipulating audio, which is very easy. I'm an editor. I know how easy it is. Shout out Primo. I just jumped back on, taking a masa, chilling with the fam. Salutes. Wilderness is correct. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Shout out take other milligrams. Shout out JP. I just got them 20s right here, all right? Beatbox is basically a 4 Loko that has a lot more alcohol, but instead of tasting like vomit, it tastes great. But that's what I want. Something that fucked me up but tastes great. We need to get Shy sponsored by cookies. I like that idea. Velez, how we gonna do that?
Jonathan Pantwia sent $5. Make it another beer, my friend. We cleaning house and restocking tonight. R.I.P. Chucky.
Yeah.
Praying gesture emoji.
We definitely got to restock, all right? We definitely got to restock tomorrow. Make it another beer, my friend. We're cleaning the house and restocking tonight. Rest in peace, Chucky. Rest in peace, Chucky. Salutes to you, JP. That's the other beer. I pulled the beer out, but I didn't even bring it over here. He got audio, though. Salutes. But I like the sponsored by cookies. Oreo cookies or cookies the bud, whatever, man. I wonder if they have an affiliate program. We'll go check it out. But, we'll figure out how to do that. We got to figure out how to do that. Put some pressure on cookies. Let's get it.
Supposedly crying out, screaming, getting raped to the Perez demand her daughter leave the husband or else. Now, when I play these wiretaps in the video, I do want to say, bruh, the daughter has accused Desiree Perez of creating fake evidence. Like, for example, she played an audio of the daughter supposedly crying out, screaming, getting raped to the daughter's psychologist. And the psychologist was like, hold on, like, I know how your daughter sounds like. That's not her. But she was trying to use the daughter.
Old Soul sent $20. Take them shits.
Take what shits? What shits are you talking about, bro?
Old Soul sent $20. Take them shits.
Take what shits? All six? What are you talking about? Take what shit? You got to be specific. We don't play this bullshit around here, all right? This is business. All right? Avengers, are we in agreement? $5 per gummy? Also, is it $5 per gummy? I think JP wilding the fuck out. That's what I think. I think JP is like a fucking politician right now, trying to catch me fucked up. All right, boom, I did this. That's a check mark. I'm still me. Avengers, are we in agreement about $5 per gummy? I think y'all out of pocket. Them edibles, 20. For what? All of them? Nah, I think you crazy. 24. How many we got here? 20 for all of them. I'll tell you what I'll give you for 20. How many I got here? 40, 80, $1.20. It's 120 milligrams right there. Nah, I'm not doing 120 for 20. I'll give you. Also salute my OG wrench holder. Nah, also drunk. He know why he trying to get me right now. It's 3 and 3. I got 6 of them. All right, 20, 40, 60. That's $1.20. That sounds fair. El Avengers 5. He said 2. I'll take 2. 2 sounds right. 2 sounds fair. Ferragamo. Velez, you are puro fucking JP Joomla Nation. Here's 2 of them right here. A double bubble. Gucci. 40 is good. Yeah, 40. All right. That's a good question. Talking about 120 milligrams. He definitely drunk. 120 milligrams. We setting precedents around here. I'm not gonna set no precedent that get me fucked up, be on Mars. This shit probably won't hit me till tomorrow evening. Shout out Primo, Velez. Shit's going down right now, Baldwin Park, California. Some dude unalived the cop and injured a second cop and is barricaded. JP or Velez, this is your 5%er. Yes, shout out Ivy. See, for Ivy for giving a fuck around here. Make sure you grab an extra water just for the sake of staying hydrated. I got some right there. He knows what they're worth. JP, you don't know what a 20 milligrams is worth. He had to weigh that against what 40 milligrams would do to him to say what it's worth. You know what I mean? You don't know what it's worth. Am I wrong? See? I still got logic. My faculties are in check. Alright? Now, motherfucking Velez Jumla Nation, JP. Velez got your back like a motherfucker. Right? Boom. Here's Velez's drink. It's a lot of liquid. Them shit's the truth, JP. Salute. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Let's see what these fabricated audios sound like.
Doctor to institutionalize her. So she gave the doctor fake audio, allegedly. All right, that's what the daughter said. Gave the doctor fake audio so the doctor could institutionalize her. Turned out it wasn't her. So Desiree Perez has been accused before of creating fake wiretaps, fake evidence to torment somebody.
You've probably heard about Boxable's flagship.
I ain't hear shit. I ain't say shit. I ain't see shit.
Product, the casino.
The husband is about to walk in. The daughter is in the red sweats. He walks in. He's upset. Now, he does some weirdo stuff. If this is an authentic video, he's a weirdo for doing this. So he goes in, and it looks like he throws a punch, and then he grabs something from out of her hand and then pushes her.
Ah, nah. This bitch-ass motherfucker's a toxico? Ah, come on, man. I had y'all back for a minute. Is this really them? Sorry, you didn't break it down, so I threw a price out. I broke that motherfucker down now. I don't have the, what you call it, homeostasis. Sometimes, bro. Bro, he running around smacking this girl around because he's emotional all day long. Listen, women will drive you to the brink, bro. Just leave the crib. Right? They'll drive you to the brink. They said they caught one suspect, supposedly there's another. Dude probably put one through himself already, Primo. Yeah, right? They sitting around waiting for him, Velez, and Buddy smoked. They're like, where's this guy going to come out of here? Sorry, we're on this story.
You don't want no problems.
We just bullshitting. It's the middle of the fucking night. What time is it? Oso's lit. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. JP talking about, man, $2.50 for 76 milligrams. Bro, is you crazy? I'm going to be the one talking to God in my chair in about 8 hours. Or you might see me, you might see me stand still in this motherfucker and that shit turn into, it's just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Turn into the Sopranos around this bitch like it did last night. Alright? Alright, we got some news happening. Hopefully there's a push for this channel coming soon. We're gonna see. Your boy just gotta do what he do. See what's happening. Shy, I'm gonna bring you the definition of homeostasis. Please do, because I don't remember. If he punched her, bro, now, does that mean that you gotta Baker Act your daughter and accuse him of shit he didn't do? No. But if he's stealing on her and shit, well,
those are in here.
That adds it. But everybody's toxic. All y'all motherfuckers just want to argue all day, man. Shut the fuck up. Enjoy each other's time and kick rocks, man. Feelings are not real. Fuck feelings. All that bullshit, all right? Shout out Oso. What the fuck's he talking about? Thumbs down. What are you talking about? This guy's lit. That he's done. You done? That's what happened.
That
he's
now
done.
He does
Didn't
some
mean.
weird. Is in the red sweats. He walks in. He's upset. Now he does some weirdo stuff. If this is an authentic video, he's a weirdo for doing this. So he goes in and it looks like he throws a punch, and then he grabs.
Hey, you a bitch. If you ain't got no calves, you should never be swinging on nobody.
Something from out of her hand. Weirdo stuff. If this is an authentic video, he's a weirdo for doing this. So he goes in and it looks like he throws a punch, and then he grabs something from out of her hand and then pushes her. He throws her into the door and then he leaves. I also obtained one of the wiretap audios that Desiree Perez is claiming that this is proof that the husband has been putting his hands on her daughter and the husband has been...
Listen, proof or not proof, bitch, you can't be using the police and the feds and everybody to your advantage, right? Shout out Valer, la cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con los perros. La cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijueputa.
You don't want no problems.
Shaw, you're gonna be like Zaya 2 weeks ago when he puffed on a plant and fell asleep on the live. I didn't see that. Zaya's live was going on 12 hours and no one could get to him. Like, no one could reach him. Nobody could contact him. He was out. Shout out Zaya. I don't know where he's headed. Where's he headed? He headed to wherever she's at? Like, where's he headed? Do we know where he's headed? I've been busy.
Essentially making a daughter do things against her will and violating her.
Especially because I know I've been sick.
A daughter do things against her will and violating her.
Especially because I know I've been sick. I'm gonna ask you again. You think it's okay to wake up at 9 o'clock and call somebody at 9:30 for a business call? You think that's okay? Look me in my eye and tell me that's okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes prior, yeah.
You're gonna wake up at 9 o'clock and make a business call at 9:30.
Yeah, motherfucker. What you mean? I do it every day. What are you talking about? He sound like a motherfucker ain't got no business. You know what I mean? Yo, y'all jealous people and you toxic people, y'all argue about the stupidest motherfucking shit, man. The stupidest shit. Your man could be in the bathroom. His phone could be over there. Like, all that looking through each other's phone. Eat a dick. Listen, catch me if you can. And if I'm not doing nothing and you creating shit, 2 fingers. Peace. Fuck out of here with all this. So you gonna tell me you go get a Twinkie at 4 o'clock in the morning in the kitchen and then you go back at 4:30? I think you're on the phone at 4. I think you're fucking the dude downstairs at 4:30. Y'all gotta shut the fuck up, man. You know how much drama you people give yourselves just getting your own fucking way? I feel unloved today. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Why? Because you got shit like this. You woke up at 9 o'clock and at 9:30 you making business calls? I don't believe you. Why, bitch? That's when business happens. Between, what did Big Red say in the 5 Heartbeats? My business hours are between 9 and 5. Y'all gotta shut the fuck up, man. Y'all gotta shut the fuck up. This is a stupid argument he got. He sound like an insecure, no calf having motherfucker. That's what he sound like. Not enough for old girl to use all her power to do what she did. All that took was a smack from a real father right in the mouth. Shout out Jonathan. He had to move due to this. Oh, he had to move loose to, shout out Zaya. We're talking about Zaya.
You don't want no problems.
Shout out, he had to move out due to his lease being up at SH4. No, SH1, 2, well, SH3. Lease being up, so HS4. Everyone assuming Pebs, but they just speaking because they see her. But basically, it ended like the Illmatic stream, but he couldn't end it. So it's open-ended, is what you're saying. All right, he'll land wherever the fuck he wants to land. All right, hopefully it's somewhere I want to go so I can go visit him. Shout out, also, big facts. Robert, dude is probably out here acting like he's balling his ass off while at night I bought her over where his persona is made possible. He's insecure about his landscaping business. Go talk to Zaza about that shit. Zaza's secure like a motherfucker. Why? Because he getting that money. This motherfucker want to argue with his girl about why she on the phone at 9:30 in the morning. If she's getting business, then get business. If she's lying, then get rid of her. If you could creep her, you could keep her, you could grab her, you could have her, push the fuck on.
Yes, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just literally go outside, take me out, and hit the call. Yes,
you're going to wake up at 9 o'clock and make a business call at 9:30.
He sounds stupid. I wake up at 9 o'clock. I'm making a big business call at 9:15. Go to the bathroom, handle your fucking business, and get on your money. The fuck is you talking about?
Millions.
You had me on the keyboard trying to play the journey last night. I got clapped for that shit last night.
Yes, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just literally go outside, take me out, and hit the call.
I feel nasty even listening to this audio. Nobody should have access to this audio. This is a married couple arguing about a call being made too early. Now, do I think the dude is tripping? Maybe, yeah, but I've never been married. I don't know what type of routine they have going on.
The problem is these last couple generations. Listen, I know 50-year-olds that act the same as 20-year-olds. Stop. Grow the fuck up, man, or kick rocks. Miss me with the bullshit.
In terms of why a call at 9 a.m. would piss him off, but this should be something private. There's something nasty about knowing that like this house was bugged, the wiretap, without their knowledge of their audio being recorded 24/7, and no matter where they go in their own home, they can't have a conversation that won't be overheard by somebody else. So when they are arguing, she claims that sound we just heard of the she claims that the husband like cocked back a gun. I didn't hear a gun sound, to be honest. It sounds like he was rolling out his computer or something. Now,
it sounds like you don't know what the fuck it was. It was a raccoon banging on the back door. You don't know what the fuck it was.
Now, she would also say that this next conversation they're about to have, so they have a joint business together, and he's trying to convince the daughter to take 5% of whatever like he's paying her. So apparently he's been paying her a certain percentage of the proceeds because he kind of runs the business. And he's not trying to convince her to go from whatever he's paying her to taking 5%. Again, this is some married couple stuff. We shouldn't be hearing this, but we're hearing this because Desiree Perez bugged up their home. So she presented this as evidence of abuse. Now, he's about to start having a conversation trying to convince her.
Hey, yo, if you have yet to hit the like button, please do. You here with us at 1 a.m. in the Midwest. I mean, what, 11 in the West? And 2 in the East? You're here for a reason. We chilling together. We in this shit together today. Hit the motherfucking like button.
Introducing Mind's Eye. Your story takes place in the city of...
To take 5%.
Change my son is to 5%. I'll pay you what I want to pay you because you going to be in the 5%, Amori. You cool with 5%? Shut up!
He sound like a hoe. He sound like a little putina, right? He sound like a little maricho.
Man, stop it!
She crying, he just yelling about it. I'll be like, hey man, because some women, that crying shit is just fake. Gotta stop.
Shut up! Man, stop it! This fake ass crying.
It do be some fake ass crying. Where the fuck is this camera and what are we looking at here?
Feel like breaking this motherfucker. Everything. Fuck it. Oh, my mama. You know your mama think you the dumbest motherfucker ever? No, look me in my eye.
That I believe. Your mama think you the dumbest motherfucker ever? That I believe. Remember, her mom got that secret camera in that motherfucker right there.
Look at what I'm talking to you.
I want to know where these videos came from. Who exposed them? Who put them out there? Because if the mom put them in there secretly, what, they must have found them? But how you get the feed?
Let me in my eye when I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking.
Yeah, he's real hoish, real little calved. He got a little baby calf, little skinny leg motherfucker.
I'm talking, man. No, I'm talking.
It's like it's 6 motherfuckers in there. There's 2 of them.
So the family tries to get involved in the conversation, and that's where you see the loud screaming. So it would appear the
the family what?
So the family tries to get involved in
okay, there's family there. Okay. Yeah, he sound like now she could push him to that fucking level, but he asking about percentages and shit. He just sound like a sucker. Is it enough for old girl to use all her power to do what she did? You don't put a man away for grape unless he did it. You don't put a man away for taking unless he did it.
the conversation, and that's where you see the loud screaming. So it would appear the family don't like him, and they feel like he's bad for her. I'll be real, from what I'm hearing, dude sounds like an abusive weirdo. Like, dude sounds like a dude who is emotionally out of control, and it don't really sound like he's good to her. To be honest, I'm gonna give Desiree Perez the benefit of the doubt. The husband seems like an asshole. Like, he don't really seem like a good guy. I wouldn't want that man dating my daughter either. From
yeah, he played himself. He couldn't play the innocent, I got my own business role that I gave him earlier. Nah, he definitely just they're in a toxic situation. They, he's real little and frail, and she's probably the only place he has control. You know what I mean?
That particular snippet. However, that's one thing, all right? Thinking, this dude is bad for my daughter. But if your daughter is choosing to be with this dude, she's choosing to forgive, she's choosing to overcome, she's choosing to move forward with him and to love him, then you don't get to take it upon yourself now to say, okay, I'm going to just make sure my daughter's life is a living hell so she could leave him. You know what? Since the police won't prosecute him for what I showed him doing on camera because I obtained it illegally, I wiretap his house and obtain his evidence illegally. So because they won't prosecute him for that, I'm going to go ahead and try to get them to prosecute him for other things such as trafficking and other charges that don't stick up in court and the police apologize for.
Shut up, Raven. He doesn't seem like a guy that I would want my daughter with. He sounds like a little jerk off, man. He sounds like a little jerk off.
Right? So this lawsuit that was filed against the husband was actually filed by Desiree Perez and other members of the family, but it was led by Desiree Perez. Desiree Perez, Olga Zayas, Melodies Garcia-Gonzalez, Denise Milagros-Gonzalez, apparently these are all family members. They sued the husband because they're claiming them having to watch him treat her a certain way gives them mental anguish, and they're suffering is pain.
Nobody had to watch shit. Everybody could have left. That little skinny leg motherfucker wasn't holding nobody there. Sorry, miss me with the bullshit. You didn't have to go fuck with your mom. You could have just left dude alone. Mom would have left you alone. Done deal. So cut the bullshit, man. People got to take responsibility. Y'all adults. Y'all ain't little kids. You got to take responsibility for who you chilling with. You know what I mean?
And suffering, and they deserve to be compensated for enduring pain and suffering, for watching him treat her a certain way. I've never seen this before, ever, to be honest, bro. I've never seen somebody sue somebody for treating somebody a certain way because they have to watch it. To me, this is kind of crazy, right? I've never seen this before. So that's the claims. Because they have to watch him treat her a certain way, they deserve to be compensated. Honestly, I feel like this legal battle was just created to bankrupt this dude, ruin his life, ruin his small business, and eventually have him say, you know what, bro, having to deal with this just isn't worth it anymore. I'm going to leave your daughter before you destroy my life. She accused the husband of a lot, to be honest.
Amy said, I don't think he got picked on. He sound like a top dog alpha male. Dudes like that get smacked around everywhere else they go, and they talk like that. So they don't talk like that nowhere else. They talk like that at home to their chick. All right? Period. Shot homeostasis, in its simplest terms, is the ability of a living organism to maintain a stable internal environment despite changes in the external environment. Basically, I don't like change. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Right? If change is necessary, change will happen around this bitch. Shout out also, how you feeling? I don't know, motherfucker, how I look. Huh? I look okay? Then I might be okay, right? How you feeling, motherfucker? You feeling tired? Well, it's 1 a.m. How you feeling? You good? Huh? How many drinks you had? Huh? Almost done with this. Might as well have shotgun the motherfucker. Y'all can't fuck with me, man. I'm all in y'all.
I'm in your bubble. I'm in your bubble.
Keeping it real goes wrong.
And a lot of this thing the daughter will claim is all cap. So she will claim that the husband engaged in relentless and sadistic pattern of cruelty and abuse, including physical, mental, sexual, and financial abuse, psychological torture, exploitation, and coercive control over DH, which is the daughter's name, devastating the lives of the plaintiff and her family. So claiming right that how he treats her have devastated their lives, right? So they claim he used coercive control techniques such as indoctrination, physical surveillance, isolation, subjugation, emotional abuse, gaslighting, and animal abuse to dominate and control like the girl. However, with the animal abuse, they've already like rebutted this in their initial lawsuit, claiming that whatever damages she claimed the husband did to the dog like never happened at all. So again, the allegations goes.
What they had abuse against the dog? Nah, stop it. They got abuse in there, economic abuse, gaslighting. That's crime.
Girl. However, with the animal abuse, they've already like rebutted this.
Oh, hey, shout out Split That Pie. I guess you went through the Zach TV stuff. Rest in peace, Zach TV, man. Salute Zach TV. Look at Michael Jordan. First of all, change your name, stupid. Why y'all got this guy Flacco on here, man? We can have no one on here without the credentials. Y'all, come on, man. Come on, man. Shut your ass up, man. Who the fuck are you? Put your own name in there. If your name is Michael Jordan, then shame on whoever named your ass, all right? Them gummies should be put on the wheel respectfully. All right? Also said he's chilling. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Split That Pie said 7 years ago today. Rest in peace, Zach TV. And in a couple days, T Streets and everybody else involved. Crazy. And say Shy City.
In their initial lawsuit, claiming that whatever damages she claimed the husband did to the dog like never happened at all. So again, the allegations goes, like he indoctrinated DH to believe that he is a god, that he is always right, and that she should only speak when spoken to and never interrupt him. This sounds like somebody who is controlling. This don't sound, bro. Like, bro, what are we doing here, bro? You suing somebody for what? Right, for having his wife think that he's a god, bro. Like, come on, bro. All right, that he isolated the wife by telling her that her family doesn't care about her or love her, urging her to distance herself from them and make him the center of her world. You know what tells the daughter her family is out of control and she needs to stay away? Her finding out that she's under 24/7 surveillance, that her house has been wiretapped, that when she moves to get away, the family just buys a house across the street to watch her, hire private investigators to stalk her 24/7. Oh, also, when she gets a job so she don't have to rely on, the mama and her funds, the mama, bills out the company financially, and they use the company to further torment her. I feel like that would probably tell her to stay away from the family, not just the husband. All right, so it continues. Degrade the wife by constantly calling her stupid, unworthy, dumb, and comparing her unfavorably to her mother, claiming her family thinks she is stupid. Economically abuse the daughter by forcing her to fund his request, demand or beg money from her family, turn over her salary, sell her possessions, and seek permission for minor purchases like a cup of tea. I think this needs to be said. We could agree on both things. We could agree the husband don't really appear to be a nice guy. From the little snippet we've seen, he appeared to be pretty horrible. But we could also say the daughter, being a fully grown woman, has every right to choose who she wanted to love, right? If the husband being kind of controlling, if she can deal with that, if she wants to still be married to him, she should have a right to be married to him, and she shouldn't have to deal with the mother tormenting her life, trying to get her institutionalized, right? Allegedly contacting doctors and having doctors who she's never met before co-sign on her being mentally unstable and her being a risk to herself and having her institutionalized through the Baker Act. July 5th, 2021, take a look at the threatening messages they claim that Javon sent to the daughter. So, he sent a message to the daughter demanding surveillance of Desiree during her visit to the family home, stating, "You better handle her. And if she is here, I need her to be watched the whole time." Javon also texted the daughter and says, "And when they are around that house, anybody from that side, you need to have eyes on them." And she claims that Javon threatened physical harm, stating, "Because if I catch them, I'm effing telling you, I'ma effing go to jail. Starting with the men, I'ma effing shake Ish up soon. Now, according to Desiree,
You ain't shaking shit, little man.
right, that when he says starting with the men, he's referring to Julio, which is their 88-year-old grandfather with dementia. To me, that sounds like poking a bear with a stick. Like, come on, bear, you won't do nothing. You won't do nothing. And then as soon as the bear react, you pull out the camera and say, see, I told you the bear's violent. Bruh, if this man has to deal with having his home wired.
That is a point. But he didn't sound like he was arguing about that. But if you're driving the man fucking up the wall, hit the like button if you ever had to do so. If you're driving the man up the wall and then you want to videotape him and put that footage out, but you ain't putting the footage out when it's flowers and fucking candy, then I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Tapped, having private investigators following him, being well aware that you guys are trying to pin false charges on him. And then when he realizes y'all are coming to visit, he tells his wife, hey, bruh, you watch them with a close eye. Don't let them out your sight. Because if they do anything, I'm going to lose my mind. That sounds like you done poked that bear enough times to now the bear is angry at you. And when the bear reacts, you got the camera out like this. See, I told you, I'll lock him up. She will say she has threatening messages between Javon and the daughter in regards to the business. Apparently, he liked the landscaping business done a certain way. And he would text her, if it's trash and trees blocking side entrance of the lot and they can't get close enough on the outside, that's your behind. You better pray. I'm telling you, I'm going to...
See, he like talking rapper lyrics. I'm telling you, I'm going to devour your hopes and dreams. Shut the fuck up, man. Do the landscaping business and shut the fuck up, man. Shout out Big Joe, sup, Jay and Shy. Salutes. Jay is still in the title. He been gone a while. Catch that replay gang. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. All right, shout out Velez. Oso and JP have to concur on if them edibles is going on a thing. But it has to be thought out first. Shout out Raven. She was telling her family stuff about her husband too. He sounded like a little jerk off. I got the hiccups. What was Zoraida's cure for that shit? She was like, hold your breath until you fucking pass out or something? I don't remember. Salutes.
Devour your hopes and dreams if it doesn't fit. And all I'm saying is you better fix it or I'll fix you. Directly threatening physical harm. Now, again, these messages can't really be confirmed. Again, the daughter has denied them, but I'll be real. I believe these messages do exist, and I believe this dude is a psycho, to be honest. But again, it's the daughter's right to want to be with the psycho, all right? And even if, like you're saying, hey, bro, I'm going to try my hardest to get my daughter not to be with the psycho. Cool, you could do that without destroying the daughter's life, right? Without trying to get her institutionalized, without lying about her doing drugs when she hasn't done drugs, when she passed every drug test they administered after she was institutionalized, you know? And she continued, apparently she claims that, like Javon, tried to access the surveillance system for their family home. So apparently Desiree Perez owns the home, or right, that Javon and the daughter was living in.
On Rover, there's a service for every dog and cat. First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family, but treated like a king or queen.
And, you know, it was their home. She owns it, but it's their home. Just like a landlord is not allowed to come and start putting bugs and cameras all up in your home, right? So apparently Desiree Perez has surveillance system set up that Javon wanted to access just to make sure, you know, that he is aware of what they're able to see and what's going on. She claims that, you know, him trying to access that is him wanting more control. And, you know, she also claimed that he would try to drive a wedge between the daughter and her family, telling her they were untrustworthy and needed to be watched. She would claim the husband would verbally abuse the daughter, calling her a bitch and a dummy and threatening to slap her. Now, she would claim the husband demanded humiliating acts from the daughter via text messages. Now, one of the messages that she read shows, you told me in order for you not to leave me, I need to get on my knees. I'll suck your D tonight and get on my knees.
Jesus.
And promising to do everything he said to avoid abandonment. But that's the thing. The daughter is saying, yo, I will get on my knees and suck that D. Just don't leave me, baby. I'm sorry. And a lot of what we read in this lawsuit is one-sided. We essentially know what he apparently did, but don't know what she did. Because if she's begging him not to leave her and begging him to give her another chance and she will do whatever he wants and get on her knees and do this, it looks like she feels like she's to blame for a lot of this, but I'll be real. I really have a zero tolerance when it comes to men talking or treating women a certain way. So if any of this is true, even 1%, the husband is a garbage human being. But I
you
still
ain't never had a woman drive you fucking crazy.
stand by the fact that no matter how bad the husband is, if the daughter is choosing to stay, that's not like y'all right to then go ahead and use the criminal enterprise and use your cohorts and your network to make her life a living hell, to torment her, to try to apply pressure on her, to leave the husband, right? No, bro. Like, she should be able to be with the husband if she wants to be with the husband. And as an adult, she should be able to leave when she wants to leave. She shouldn't be getting institutionalized. She shouldn't be having her job affected. She shouldn't be like being followed by private investigators 24/7. No, and that's wrong. All right. So I think two things could be true. The husband could be terrible. Desiree Perez could want her daughter to date better, but it could also be true that you guys have no right to torment the daughter because she don't want to leave the husband. Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? Do y'all believe, that Desiree Perez is correct in the situation? Y'all think she flawed?
Dude's a dickhead, but Desiree Perez is diabolical.
Let me know, okay? And we'll
listen, your daughter, let your daughter do her thing, man. She gonna get in there, get out of there, whatever she gonna do. Let them cut grass. Mind your fucking business. Go give somebody on Rock Nation a budget. Shut the fuck up.
Covering this case, so this Javon and Desiree Perez case is going to progress. We'll also cover the daughter lawsuit against Desiree Perez. But y'all let me know in the comment section exactly what do you guys think about this. And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my...
Salutes Puerto Flaco. He getting all the way in on that story. Salutes. Hunters up in the chat. What the fuck y'all talking about? Let's see. Hold your breath for 2 minutes. Death. I think 20 seconds. That might be bullshit too. Unfortunately, looks can be deceiving. Never trust a big butt and a smile. No thought. Put them on the board. I think about it. El que manda aquí soy yo. Ustedes no mandan. But we shall see. JP, I'm glad you finally got that crown, bro. I almost verbally relinquished that number 2 earlier, but I figured reality doesn't really track like that. Listen, man, Oso got the 2nd space. JP got the 3rd. Shannon went to sleep an hour ago, and she still got 1st place. And y'all still got some work to do, so miss me with the celebration early. Shout out Raven. Raven, you make sure, Raven, I know you love them boys, but watch these motherfuckers. They're out to get me. Right? But let's say unanimous decision. Edibles is going on the wheel. I'm 40. Hold on, and that's the 3rd beer. Stop playing games. Which I could say, listen, okay, here's the question. Y'all gonna let me start claiming those 9.5s as 2 beers, at least in my fucking count? 3 beers down. Still ain't even no dog in me. And check mark. Yeah, relax. Shit sound crazy. Shit sound like that lady got shit on lock. Let's see what else we got. Shout out Blaze for Hunters Up. Also said hold your breath for 10 seconds. A whole bunch of doctors in this motherfucker. Need to be done early though. They be taking like an hour to kick in. Sometimes they take 8 or 12. Ask Oso, he'll tell you. I got stories too. Let's go on a podcast so I can tell all my stories. Huh? But how many milligrams I gotta take and how many days later that shit kick in. Right? I go do a line right now, a line of Oreos. Play games if you want to. Shot, drink some Coke or Pepsi, it helps. I've been told my medical professionals that hiccups is due to spasms in the diaphragm. I forgot about that shit, so it went away. Hundreds up. Thank you so much, my dude. I couldn't believe I was like 14th spot when I came back. Where you at right now, man? You at 3rd place, man. Also smacking your shit up. Let's see. Shout out Young Jizzle. Shit sounds crazy. Glory Days. Love from New Zealand. Please keep doing these together. Hits every time. Salutes to you. I appreciate you, New Zealand. All right. I like New Zealand, man. Fuck with you New Zealanders. I like New Zealand fighters. Shout out also. No, I don't even know what that nose for. I'm past that shit already, man. You're going to have to remind me down the road. I don't know. The way a man treats his woman is the way he will treat his mother. Not everybody got a great mother. I do. Also does. I'm sure you do, Jizzle. Shout out Raven Jefferson. Raven, watch him. Shout out, what about just adding the bong like initially planned? Something's gonna have to come off. You know what I mean? We'll take out the double shot. We'll leave beers, shots, bongs, edibles. That's just a thought. Don't hold me to it. All right? I can do whatever I want. Flip that shit. Shit. Oh, shit. Back on. I just got to be pregnant again. Con esa? That's it. It's a done deal. LOL at them gamifying YouTube like this is literally get us more addicted to touching these screens. We're just, I figure we add some fuck shit to it. So what happens when I'm doing a long stream like today, IB? I'm almost pulling a shift at this point. You know what I mean? I did a mukbang earlier with a review of a restaurant that I fuck with. Boom. Then we're here. What happens when JP is tired of a motherfucker being number one? So he said, you know what? Clap that motherfucker for 24 hours. And he pay a certain price for it. It's fun. It's just a little more fun. That's it. But you guys don't have to feel pressure to argue with each other about, you know, the top three. All I know is Shannon asleep on you motherfuckers and she's still doing her shit. And Jesus said, saca la bolsita. You just got hungry about a line of Oreos. I got a line right there, but I need a sleeper, a night with some sleep. Sleepless nights over Oreos is crazy. I drank mad shit yesterday. I don't know how many shots I did. Oreos is what did me in. Shout out also facts. 100% mama. Fact. Can't take out the double shot. So what the fuck are we talking about? Y'all want me to keep adding shit? Then we gotta add more waters and we gotta add more free not free spins. That's for y'all. We gotta add more waters and we gotta add more skipper turns then. If you want to keep adding shit, I gotta keep getting, we gotta make that shit 60-40, 50-50. You gotta relax. I got a show to do. I mentioned everything. I'm saying if we're going to keep adding shit against me, we got to add shit for me. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Y'all sound drunker than me, man. Do the math. Motherfuckers, get it together. Take off the water. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't even drink the water and you want me to take out the water. You guys sound like a bunch of fucking abusers right now. Take off the water. Take off the skip a turn. Take off the motherfucking. That's it. That's all I get all I get is skip a turn and water. You want to take them shits off. Y'all are wilding the fuck out, man. I was making love with the live on the TV. Salutes. Boy, we at the Hip Hop Guru, we put a baby in your baby mama, all right? Salutes. Motherfuckers. Yeah. No, not that one. Not that one.
Are y'all ready to party? Let's go! Get your hands up! 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 Get your hands up!
You're welcome. Dang, bro, you be on that mukbang? I don't know. That's what we called it, a mukbang. I went to Charlie's. I had a burger and a half, a bunch of fries and some good cheese. Shout out at the Hip Hop Guru. I feel good. Sorry, wait, but you didn't mention the bong. You mentioned edibles. I mean, I'm saying now, if y'all keep adding, I got to get something too. That's my point. Y'all just trying to bully me right now. I fight you, motherfuckers. I think I'd destroy my entire life if I went down the Shine Mukbang rabbit hole. I went to Charlie's. They gave me a barbecue burger on the house. I wasn't feeling the barbecue burger. It was too much barbecue sauce. And then I had a Charlie burger. That shit was 9.5. And the new cheese, gave it a solid 8. I'd give it a higher score if I had it next to the original cheese. So we gotta have that conversation. At the Hip Hop Guru said, bong rips. 73rd Light, get after it. At the Hip Hop Guru, it doesn't matter when you arrive as long as you arrive. Alright, Billy the Kid shit, I shall finish the game. Yo, IB. Now let's give props to Shannon first. Shannon been gone for hours. And she was in the number 1 spot until right now. IB, number 1 spot. Shannon, number 2. Also number 3. Also might get some props in there tonight. Bong rips aren't worth mentions. Do you mention your sneezes? Boom. Get him, IB. Also knows who the fuck I am. I bust out the DMT. Right? $100. $100 for the DMT. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Don't send no money. Alright, I still ain't even got all the way to the chat. Shy, no edibles, yes, bond like initially agreed upon. No edibles, yes, bond like initially agreed upon. I still gotta get something, even though we're not putting the edibles. But they already had a consensus that we're putting the edibles. Hit the like button, yo. I'm sorry for the newbies. This is, we go through, we get a lot of content, then we talk bullshit to each other. Yo, Velez is like Dr. Evil. Him and Loki over there is fucking wildin'. Now he can't. We got to put him in the Marvel universe. I'm Thanos, but the Thanos that won. Like I'm a different multiverse Thanos that wins. Imagine the story that would be one day. What fucking story? You wildin'. Velez said gravity bomb. Velez is crazy. There's some nice ones out there though. Nah, y'all would have to cop me at one of those cool gravity bong machines and shit. Cause I'm not going through all of that. I'm not doing no bucket or no crazy shit. Nah. I look like science class. I said, I thought you had another channel reacting to actual mukbangs you've been hiding from us. No. But that's what they want me to do. Jay want me to do. A lot of people hit me behind the scenes and say, Shy, food show. And I'm like, I like food. But we already got guys in my city that do that. You know what I mean? We already got guys in my city that do that. But we had a nice little show up to the Charlie Burger today, which is cool. I wanted to build a community that fuck with me no matter what we talking about. And that's what y'all been. So, salutes. Rest in peace, Chucky. JP said, Mrs. Soul Liddy, too, if I may ask. Shout out Ivy, heavy as the crown. Shrooms. Look, Ed want to put shrooms on the wheel. Velez says, say less. I don't even know what we're talking about no more. Prove it. I don't even know what we're talking about no more. We smoking anyway, it's facts. I don't even know what we're talking about no more. Sai cuidado, I suggested the spirit molecule. You probably did. JP is crazy. JP, no, she's sleeping. Yeah, but they ain't you, Shy. Who's they? I don't even know what we're talking about no more. We just talking bullshit. The chocolate shrooms? Yo, bless. To me, DMT is the illest shit I ever done in my life. Say less about the $100 molecule. It's like $100. That's like 12 minutes. So I was the first who suggested. Here's the problem. I think El Tubo will clap the shit out of me for that. Get me the entire fuck out of here. That's probably some Patreon shit. You know what I mean? I have a Patreon, but I don't even. Members is enough. Wrenches is enough. Usual Suspects is enough. Listen, other YouTubers, they broadcast on other channels. I'm not even there yet because I got my system set the way it is and it's working as much as it can. Once I get to I'm broadcasting on all the platforms, different game. We can have these kind of fun situations. Shout out Raven. Purple pink micro dot. Nah, I don't need all that. I'm going organic. DMT is the peak, ultimate. There's nothing past it. Nothing that won't ruin my life. And here's the thing. I don't think those ruin your life rugs, I don't think those things even come close to the spirit molecule. I don't think they do. I think they get a taste of that. And to them is, ooh, they give their whole life for it. It's like, Papa, you don't even have to be addicted. You got some shit that'll have you standing on the sun talking to God. Velez, they got you paying $1 a molecule. I'm saying $1 per trip, which is one bowl. That shit ain't cheap. Motherfuckers is in the Discord. We just hanging at this point. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. No, but I'm sure 100 will gather up real quick. I wonder how that will work, because we got to be fair, right? Y'all want to be fair to me, I want to be fair to you. Would it be more in fees in Power Chat from $100 worth of small donos than the fee of $100 dono for one go round, meaning a bowl? Does that make sense? I don't even know if I'm even allowed to be talking about this shit. Let's get a tank. No, Ed on some other shit. Nitrous. You wildin'. To me, these are not. To me, it's not about fun. It's not about recreational. That shit is different. I need a plug for the scroomies. Microdots won't ruin your life. At this point, you have yourself all figured out. It'll be another tool in the toolbox. I feel like I've done the dots. And I just think DMT is just... And mushrooms is like, man, I gotta hustle, man. I don't got time to be 8 hours tripping balls. But to me, it's not a recreational thing. Spirit molecule or otherwise, it's not a recreational thing. It's a different thing. I mean, the big blue one. Shot, you know you want to talk to God. Alright. I want to drink this fucking green beer, whatever this is. I want to take a bathroom break. I want to find a body cam or something to enjoy with y'all. The Discord is jumping right now. Salutes Adrian Torres on a check-in at, I don't even know what the fuck time, wherever he's at, but it's 1:30 where I'm at, for sure. Salutes to you, sir. How is up? Salutes to everyone in the chat. You have a good head on your shoulders, you know what's up. Yeah, it's just the accumulation of experience. That's it. What's the top 3 looking like, though? I see Ivy in the #1 spot. Shannon, Sleep, still in #2. Got Oso and JP smacked up. Shout out Split That Pie. We put in work today. How about Los Fugitivos? Hell no. That's a lot of work, though, right there, JP. A lot of work. No hablos inglés.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Shout out Fernando. What the fuck? What a warrior. Live. Papas. This is easy compared to the shit that I be having to do sometimes. And there's only one motherfucker that could testify to it, and that's Oso. He knows. He's the motherfucker that knows when I go off to the set and I come back 24 hours later and I've been standing up in 0-degree weather all night. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Oso. That's it. Our experience mold us. That's it. Shout out, these body cams can be traumatizing. We'll find something good for you, JP. But every now and then, bam, a little trauma. Hold this trauma right quick. Every now and then. All right? Sometimes it's good to have that perspective. Shout out IB. Took the #1 spot and we retired him for the night. I'm out. Much love and respect to everyone in the chat. Salutes. Alright? I'll holler. JP said, Shot, I got the links in English. Here's the thing, JP. Tell me, JP, I'm gonna level with you. Tell me if this makes sense. It's a mind, it's a brain power thing. I'm on my 6.5 hour of streaming. For me to get into something more than a body cam is for me to have to use brain power that I don't have left. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm fried, bro. It's not the liquor. The liquor's helping. The bud is helping. I'm lit. It's kicked in. Alright? But I'm here with y'all, right? But we gotta make it as simple and plain for me as possible for me to perform and still give you a show. Alright? Now, do you have carte blanche and you have dibs on that story? I'll get to that story. Maybe the next live, maybe members only. We got a members only we gotta do.
Fernando Ortiz sent $19.99 on YouTube. I need a text when she goes live. I never get the updates.
Hey, yo, I think it's dope. I don't know what fixed itself because this shit was not working like that. But the super chats are getting the music, so salutes to the super chats. Shout out Fernando Ortiz for the $19.99 super chat. Said, I need a text when Shy goes live. I never get the updates. Man, the best way right now is the Discord, because I try my best to go in there every time. And another way is, I don't know, maybe we could create some kind of phone system. I don't know. I don't know if an email system will help, a phone system will help, but we could try to figure something out. Again, that's brain power for 4 beers ago and 2 burgers ago and 6.5 hours ago. But it's a conversation where fuck. I was looking here trying to get to Fernando's joint and give him a shout out. And I was saying, I saw Oso say them 40 milligrams doing their thing. And I said, oh, I feel them in my fingertips. I'm not one that's going to bullshit about it. But I will say this. On the first Illmatic stream, I did 18 shots in an hour and 20 minutes on 60 milligrams. Play games if you want to on 4 beers. Miss me with the bullshit. Hold that L. I didn't get the notification for this one either. Spit That Pie said I very rarely get the notification. Hands up. El tubo, you know, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I need to plan the live streams earlier. But my life moves by the minute. You know what I mean? And I have to make decisions when I can make them, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm doing it to myself, but who knows? I try, though. It's a lot. It was my son's 28th birthday yesterday and have been celebrating since, but making a point to check in. Salute to you as a father. Salute to your son, 28 years old. It's an amazing thing. Happy birthday. Shout out Fernando. I was at my boy's cookout. He had YouTube running. Was about to throw Shy on. Boy, you just bombard they shit. We tell everybody, we don't believe you. They'll be like, he's muted. He'd be like, I don't give a fuck. He's lit. JP, salutes on the support, my dude. Discord, if you got the settings right for following social media, should help. Payolas encouraged if you want that number one spot. Who got the number one spot right now? Ivy still got it. He went to sleep. And Shannon, and she been gone. Shout out also, fuck it's correct. Don't even remember what you talking about. Shy, so much for them faculties. Hey, it happens. I do that shit sober. Fuck is you talking about? Coño, te miras chino, pero no dormido. Todavía despierto. Fuck around and find out. 60 milligrams, I'm getting carried out. I did 60 milligrams and 18 shots. Somebody in the chat tell me I'm lying. I'll wait. Tell Fernando the truth right now. JP, Oso, Velez, you know, Zoraida, she's celebrating fucking graduations. Raven, somebody. Ilmad Extreme, 18 shots, hour and 20, 30 minutes, 60 milligrams. Fuck around and find out. At my age, and I'm not trying to do no feats of strength. I'm just, supply and demand. It's definitely YouTube. I agree. Shout out Adrian. Salutes. So let's see what I can find that placates to everybody's sensibilities and doesn't bum JP out. Shout out also. I had a son turn 24 yesterday. Damn. Also old as fuck. I'm just saying. Alright. Are we doing a poll for this? I'm going to pick some short ones because we're going to get the fuck out of here. Shout out Dev. Unfortunately, I'll be MIA next week. Very long work week coming up. Stupid work interfering with what I'd rather be doing. You'd rather be doing hood rat stuff with your friends.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend. Shout
out Adrian. You the man. Shy can't hang like that. You know? Motherfuckers be putting a challenge down on a motherfucker. Salutes to the birthday. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Get it together, nephew. I got you. Shy, how about some light-hearted comedy humor? All right. I'm looking for it. Dog owner fights the entire neighborhood. Y'all let me know if you hear something that's interesting. Fake rich shoplifter loads up carts like she's shopping from her daddy's store. Tekashi 6ix9ine calls 911 after fake cop tries to kidnap him. What y'all want from me, man? You making me do too much work right now. Pick some. Salutes. I'm lit. Man crosses the line at the airport bathroom, gets a big surprise. I just got to make an executive decision. Girl turns simple traffic violation into a felony. Let's get it.
Cut across all lanes of traffic right there.
Oh shit.
No worries, you got your license, registration, insurance?
My insurance is on here.
Okay.
I know, I was cut across at the last second.
Yeah.
I know.
Bathroom break. But I'm gonna rewind this shit.
I looked, I made sure no one was coming.
No,
I didn't know,
the car had to hit the brakes. I couldn't even pull you over right away because I passed right around you. I had to freaking drive all the way up and do a U-turn.
I'm sorry. Registration's right here.
Yeah, registration, insurance, and license. Thank you.
You scared the hell out of me, I'm so sorry. I was on my phone texting.
You got some paperwork from the DMV there?
Yeah, because I had to get, I think it's a D6 or something.
What's that?
License according to Florida State.
Oh, so your license, you need to reinstate it, so it's
No,
not
I did.
reinstated.
No, I did.
When'd you reinstate it? What's that paper say? This letter is that your driving privileges.
Yeah, this is all the older ones. I
Okay.
have all the, yeah. See, I have all.
So where's your license at then, since it was reinstated? And when'd you get it reinstated at?
At the DMV.
No, what day?
It was right on this paper. I'm glad I kept all this in here.
Before you go right now. You live at the Osceola Drive?
I just moved into Mascot. Right.
How long ago?
Not even a full month. Not even a full month ago. And I don't even really know the address. I know it's right before Smith Road.
Your license is suspended.
Wait, how? I just paid it. I literally just paid it.
So I'm gonna look and see if you got any history of being pulled over or anything like that. If you got any tickets since it's been suspended, stuff like that, okay? So if it has been, if you know, just let me know. Be honest with me.
I am being honest. I am. Look, I just paid it. And my insurance goes up on the 6th of this month.
Do you have insurance?
Yes, I have Geico.
Alright, I'll find out why it's suspended and tell you.
Why did I just pay all this money?
While I'm getting all your information, do you mind if Officer Balderas checks the vehicle for any guns, drugs, weapons, just for mine? Peace of mind?
Any what?
Any guns, drugs, weapons? Is there anything in the car that we need to know about?
No. I have.
Well, don't reach for it and say you have.
No. I'm saying my boyfriend has a little knife.
Okay, no worries. No, you can.
Okay, I was gonna say, just cut shit out.
What's in the paper right there in the center console? Right there? No. The front paper with the yellow pill bottle right there. Yeah, ma'am, I see it.
I know. I'm trying.
Okay.
I just came from someone else's house.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Here.
No,
Set it right
take
there.
it. Oh my god, am I getting in trouble for something? It's okay. I can't, I have a broken foot.
Alright, well.
Oh my gosh,
oh my gosh. Here, Officer Balderas.
I should have never let.
Hey, come here.
I should have never let that kid take my car.
Hey, listen.
Oh,
What kid?
I'm gonna get in trouble for something.
Sydney, stop the crying and talk to me. You're fine. You know I saw it, right? I mean, that's why I asked. Don't reach for nothing else in the car. Is there anything else in the car that someone might have left that you want to tell us about before we get our hands in here?
I have my medication.
What's your medication?
I have my.
Because that's not for pills. Is there any crack, meth in the car?
I already feel like she's gonna cry. Oh shit! Shout out Deb. Oh yeah. Salutes. Catching up on everything. Y'all want to see Takashi? Okay. Okay. We're gonna do it. All right. We've been here 5 and almost a half. This time, hour and 20 last time. We're almost out of here, but we're gonna get to that Tekashi. Y'all see Caleb Plant was upset. What he was upset with? Hold on. Excuse me. Fernando, I didn't see that regarding Caleb Plant. What happened? My youngest just said, starting to go, vocals. My youngest just said next video, if he was able to pick, would be Jorona sighting. What? La Jorona sighting. What the hell is he on? Boy, take your ass to bed. Yeah, I agree. Also, absolutely. Salutes. Also, happy belated birthday to your son. May God always bless him and your entire family. I hope y'all had a great and unforgettable time, full of love, blessings, and prosperity. Yeah, salutes. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. What's going on, man? I don't even know what she did, so we'll just save her for another time. Y'all want to see that one end, or y'all want to go straight to Tekashi? Let me know in the chat. I'm here. I'm at your disposal. I got a little bit of this fucking Incredible Hulk looking shit to go. We gravy. 40 milli. We good. Right now, I walk the center line of the street from here to the lake. Right? Shout out also. Thanks, Adrian. Likewise, congratulations. We some proud fathers. Facts. Tekashi. Alright, vámonos pa'l carajo a Tekashi. I saw that Mauricio over here somewhere.
Introducing the station.
Hopefully your boy sleep good tonight. You know what I mean? Sleep good tonight. Strategize tomorrow. Do good business on Monday. That's all we trying to do. We can finish this then, Tekashi. Just wait until the Incredible Hulk on the wheel. Back up. You can't walk a straight line. You calling me out, motherfucker? Huh? Run the laser. Now, have y'all heard about the DMT shit with the laser? That if you're on DMT and you look at the laser, you got a laser on the wall, and you go to that laser, you'll see code in the laser, like the Matrix. And you'll be able to look down and up and sideways into that shit. That's just me talking shit, though. Let's get it.
Bench-made performance, made for the grill.
Shout out Deb. Deb a soldier. Deb said, all right, chat. Time for me to call it a night. Stay safe and blessings. Salute to you, Deb. Appreciate you.
Vision cutting.
Flores, 911, what is the answer to your emergency?
Hello? How you doing? I'll get
Do you need the police?
Yes, please.
Right,
I'm leaving my house right now at 2:15 a.m. There's a white car with police lights that just try to stop me with their guns out. It's a police car, but they're not police. Like.
Okay. So they pulled them out on you, or did they just have?
Yeah, I got a video on my phone because I was like, why am I getting stopped leaving my gate? I haven't even left the gated community.
Okay, you want to make a report with them, correct?
I'm trying to have them make an arrest. Like these people are outside a gated community with guns.
Okay, I understand that. Do you know how many people were in the vehicle?
2. I said 2. Like you need to pay attention. 2.
Now he's antagonizing the person taking the report.
All right, so you're at the front gate. What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a white Durango. Yo, you said there's no police, right? Like, there's not one police car in there?
I don't see a deputy in there. Do you know these people's names at all? Have you ever seen them before?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Do you know what kind of vehicle it was? It was like a
I
Ford
just got a
Chevy?
white Cherokee, white Jeep Cherokee.
Did you get a tag number on it or no?
Nah, they literally stopped. They had their lights on and pulled me over in the middle of like me leaving my house. But I mean, it looks like they trying to. I don't know what they trying to do. I don't know.
When you left, did you see them drive off at all or no?
I got it on video. No, they haven't him out the
No.
community. They
When
haven't
you
taken-
drove off after they did that to you, you didn't see them move at all, correct?
No. So as soon as, like on the video, you hear him say, "Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up," and I'm just like, I just drove off because I'm like, you ain't no police. I couldn't see. All right, so look, they got their whole car equipped with like police lights. So you know when you pull somebody over, they flash like that big light. So I'm recording them. I got the video, but you can't see because the light is too strong.
Okay. All right. So we're not sure about drugs, alcohol, mental health conditions, or whether or not they're going to be aggressive with the deputies when they get there, correct?
Yeah, I have no clue.
Okay.
Daniel Hernandez, also known as Tekashi 6ix9ine, found himself in what may have been an attempted kidnapping or robbery. In March 2025, while on his way home to his gated community, he noticed a vehicle trailing him for several miles. Just before reaching the entrance to his neighborhood, he saw flashing lights, guns drawn, and individuals wearing bulletproof vests attempting to force him out of his car. Instead of stopping, he drove off and immediately called the police.
Alright, it's him?
Yeah, that's him, man. As
So,
far as
what
this-
about a Jeep?
Listen, I have not seen a specific Jeep or anything like that. I haven't even heard of an issue.
But you do take pictures and all that, right?
Cars that are coming in, yeah. But anything recently,
Oh, if you're able to just go through.
So security didn't see no Jeep. So is security in on it or what's happening?
Cameras, and see if we can start finding out.
Yo, what's up, bro? Look at this. Look, it's 220. It's 236, right? So I look back there. So I'm literally leaving my gate, right? I'm leaving. You need to see this. So look, I get pulled over, right? So this is inside my house. So I'm like, ain't no. It's an unmarked car though. So I'm like, why am I getting pulled over? So there's two people in there. Niggas told me put. So I just stayed off because I'm like, I ain't no police, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna ask you, did you see a gun or you're?
Nah, definitely when because both of them got out. I said, first of all, two niggas, when one get out, one stay in the car, you know what I mean? They both pop out. So I'm like, all right, he following me. So he followed me. Once he see, like, I poked the phone out the.
Put your car in park open.
Once I put out the window, he like, yo, let me stop chasing the nigga, cause I ain't no police. You know what I mean? But they haven't came out. I know that for a fact.
But like I was saying, I need it for sure. I saw a gun or you.
I got it on video, bro. Like I seen something. Like the nigga came out like this. You know what I mean?
No, I understand. But the thing is, for me, for my
Now
side.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but you know what I mean? The suspicious fact that I just got pulled over by niggas that's not.
No, it's straight, bro. Listen, I just need to make sure we know if it's a gun or not. Like, so you're saying for sure you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see them? What they look like?
I got the video right here, but I don't know how much. Like, you know what I mean? And I can't see because they hitting me with a beam. You heard?
And listen, you don't have homeboys over right now. You don't think anyone pranking you? Listen, bro, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Why don't you want to take him seriously, officer? Why would he lie about that? Security said, I ain't seen no Jeep. Yeah? Where your loyalty's at, though? Who are you?
But y'all not in there?
Can you check for any Jeep coming in? Can you do it? Well, can you? How long has it been here? 10 p.m. So when you came in, a Jeep. Maybe you can go back and see through it.
Less brain fog, less headaches. I know I'm just all around staying more hydrated. These are my favorite electrolytes by far. I've tried.
Because it's,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Let's see how to use it.
Apparently there's like a Jeep Cherokee playback.
Yeah, like, I got the video. Like, let me see. There was 2 dudes in the car. I got it on video. He hit me with a beam. Like, he hit me with like. What is that? What would you describe that?
That's a spotlight. It's like what we got on our cars, dude.
That nigga hit me with that shit. You know, I just got raided by the feds 4 days ago, so I'm like, yo, they probably trying to do it one of those takedowns, but they ain't no feds. You know what I mean?
You said they haven't came out? You haven't seen them?
They haven't came out, for sure they haven't came out. Yo, there's only one way in, one way out, right?
Yeah.
Did we see a Jeep or not? What happened? What I missed? What's up? Y'all fell asleep already? What happened? Let me see if the top 3 sleep. Yes, I be sleep. Shannon gone. Sleep. Also, I think he sleep too. Alright. Hold that L.
I got it on video. He hit me with a beam. Like, he hit me with like. What is that? What would you describe that?
That's a spotlight. It's like what we got on our cars, dude.
That nigga hit me with that shit.
If there's a Jeep in this security footage right here, buddy right here is a liar.
What we got on our car.
But I'm lit, so that's alleged. I don't know what water. JP over here JP want to negotiate when I'm lit. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Also said wrong. Wrong what? Explain. You guys can't come with this one word shit, man, when I'm lit. I'm supposed to guess? I don't remember what I said 2 seconds ago.
That nigga hit me with that shit.
Ivy said he been ghost watching for a few minutes. Loose. Is that a Jeep? If that's a Jeep, do lie, because as soon as the police rolled up, the security said, I don't know nothing about no Jeep. I allegedly ain't seen no Jeep. There was no Jeep. What are you talking about? Also said wrong. I'm still awake. Oh, okay, that's what I said. I don't know. I don't know if you woke, man. I don't know. Probably got that birthday kid texting for you or something.
I just got raided by the feds 4 days ago, so I'm like, yo, they probably trying to do it one of those takedowns, but they ain't no feds. You know what I mean?
You said they haven't came out? You haven't seen them?
They haven't came out, for sure they haven't came out. Yo, there's only one way in, one way out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they still in there. There's a car coming up, but that's not a church.
Is anyone home?
My mom, but she's not answering.
Alright, let's go take a look over it. Maybe.
That's not good. Your mom in there, they're not answering. I'm not waiting for the police. We got to go figure out what's happening.
Maybe. What's your parole? You on parole?
Yeah, I'm
Where
on
are they?
racing.
Okay. What's your parole officer drive? Have you seen anything like that? Them drive? Are you allowed to be driving around in it?
Yeah.
That's him. That's literally him. He's Bruce. So I'm gonna go because I know that he's been here. I'm gonna go back to 10 o'clock.
Alright.
I would never called y'all.
No, I get it, bro. I get it.
Let me put it over there for 50 points.
Is it?
JP, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I can't interpret that shit right now. JP wilding on the water. He talking about, yo, he got me. He trying to fuck my head up right now. Hit the like button. Well, so you think he'll switch water for what the fuck are you talking about?
Mono con los ojos tapados.
Umbrella 44.
Hey.
Just 14. 54 and him C and a signal 0. The time that he took that video?
I don't know what time he took that video.
Hey, what's the time on that video that you took? 2:16.
We just did 12 to now, so I'm about 10.
So nothing from the camera showing what time they're coming in.
Well, the thing is, I think they came in earlier before he came in and flashed their lights, and they went in because they let any Ali in.
And they just been waiting for it.
That's what
They're probably still in.
100%.
Probably for him to move, and then
because they would have been behind him, and he didn't see him follow him out.
Hey, bro, can you call someone that came before, that was here before you, and ask them, hey, was there any cops that came in?
Cops?
Yeah, well, like the unmarked, the white Jeep with lights. Because I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Somewhere before.
Bro, what the fuck have we got all the way through this video? What the fuck have y'all been waiting for to ask security if he knows something about the white Jeep? Like, what the fuck are we waiting for? Now you talking about it?
Person before you?
I don't think it's a cop though. He didn't
No,
put a siren
not at
on.
all.
He didn't put a siren
No, but
on,
I'm talking
those
about
lights are bullshit. That's
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about.
saying.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about. I think the person before you let that car in. I'm guessing they flashed their lights because I know you guys let us in all the time.
Well, while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna play because I played.
Yeah, just play it.
It's a 2, but I got from 10.
I'm thinking they came in and they've been waiting. So if you're able to call Sue, it's late. It's late. I know. But if you're able to play it from way before and just fast forward it, bro.
What time?
you guys are as good as mine.
Yeah, no, our own cars are here. We're running when we pulled them. We got it.
And then I thought this car was just running. This car fell behind me too.
So supposedly the dudes, we ain't even reacted to this. Supposedly the dudes that try to pull him over and couldn't are still inside the complex. But security, I don't know why they're not asking him, hey, get to the fucking Jeep. Was there a Jeep? There's not a Jeep. If so, why would dude lie? This looks like them cases in Mexico where they wave him in and don't have footage. I don't get it. Wait, so this is a dude just so used to being in these situations, he just prolongs them subconsciously? Tell me what's happening. What am I missing? Am I missing something here, Ivy? This guy's on some weird stuff. I don't know.
But this car, I started one of the neighbors.
He just got here at 10.
He got video. He's showing the police video of somebody flashing a light in his face.
Guess is they've been sitting here for a while. The person before him let them in.
His guess.
He just got here at 10. My guess is they've been sitting here for a while. The person before him let them in. I'm guessing the car hit the guard with the flashlights and they let him in because they always let us in. That's my guess, that he's been here for a while. He says he didn't let Jeep in. So I'm guessing the person before him got hit with lights and let him in.
Y'all want me to go and see if he pull me over?
No, hell no. It looks like a flashlight.
He had a flashlight?
Yeah, that's
Part
what
3, suspect 1091.
Yellow. Looks like gun lights are white. I haven't seen a yellow gun light in a while. Give me 1 second. Yeah.
What time did you get it?
JP, if that's what I'm thinking it is, you've lost your motherfucking mind. Shout out, what is it? Is it Mario? Shout out Mario Ramos. Yo, Shot, been subscribed to you for about a year now. Big fan. Gracias for the content. Desde Los Mochis, Sinaloa. Salutes to you, bro. Stay safe out there. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming around. Or maybe he got me. Is that y'all let me know if he tricked me. Got me while I'm lit with an alt. But salutes to him either way. I think if anyone missed anything, it was me and maybe 6ix9ine. Oh. I'm wondering what's up with this Jeep. Show me security. And they say, oh, he just got on at 10 o'clock. Well, show me what surveillance saw.
I got it at 10. Start at 10. I can definitely go through the cameras. I got my supervisor call you guys.
Thing is, do you want to prosecute? Yes or no? I need to know that now.
I'm not. I just don't want the shit in my community. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, listen, that's why I'm telling you. Do you want to prosecute? Not simple.
yeah, nah, because then I
No?
gotta go do all the shit, like all that court shit. I'm
So
like,
listen, we can go welfare check your house, but if you want to prosecute, we're done here. Okay? So, like I said, it's up to you, bro.
alright, but y'all gonna go check.
We're gonna go check. We're gonna check the neighborhood out.
If there's a private community, gated community, y'all gotta.
Listen, we're gonna do it. We're gonna. But that's the thing. You don't want to prosecute. We're not gonna do nothing on our end. We'll document.
Now, question is, was it the security? Shout out Mario. Was it the security on that shift or the one before him? He said security definitely in on it. Now he can't pull that footage from that time. Somehow he got footage. They're telling him, you want to prosecute? He's like, nah. They're like, well then, welfare check and we gone.
And do all that. But if you don't want to prosecute, we're not gonna do all that. Okay? So you don't want to prosecute? That's what you're telling me?
Just because I don't want to do follow up, go to court, do all that shit, I don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, as a public server, y'all gotta see who's in
As
your
a public server, bro. Well, that's not a public server. They try to get you for your shit is what they try to do. If that's what you're saying, right? If it's not the police, maybe it's a bounty hunter. Maybe it's not. Maybe they're trying to get you. But you a public server?
We're gonna go in there, but I just need to know if you want to prosecute or not.
You a self-server. That shit's about you. That ain't about the public. It ain't about your community.
I don't want to do follow up, go to court, do all that shit. I don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, as a public server, y'all gotta see who's in your.
We're gonna go in there, but I just need to know if you want to prosecute or not.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go
No.
back and do all the
So
court
no.
stuff.
Okay. So can you say no? I don't want to prosecute.
Nah, I don't.
Okay. So you're gonna stay here with two of my buddies. We're gonna go in and check it out. Okay.
Yeah, but
we're gonna go to your house.
I'm gonna go with y'all because how y'all know where the car was at? Just leave the car here.
No, there's 3 of us that are gonna go. We're gonna do the whole area. They're gonna stay here with me. Okay. We're gonna follow the whole.
He's like, deputize me. Let me do your job for you real quick. Unless he think they in on it. I don't know.
Give me 1 second. We're gonna go.
But I gotta go there to make sure that, first of all, I need to go inside my house, right?
I understand, but the thing,
I need to go inside my house.
No, we got you.
So I'm gonna go, yeah.
Shout out JP in first place. Salutes.
One stay here to make sure that white Cherokee don't come out. And obviously, I know where the car was ducked off. So when I'm coming out my crib, it's 3 houses down. It's ducked off in somebody's residence.
Okay. Listen, we're gonna go, and then when we're done, we'll come back and we'll go with you again. Okay. But let us go first, check it out, and then we'll come back.
The thing is, if we go over there, they see us, and something kicks off, and now you're in the middle of it, we're liable for you getting hurt. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll have you pull off the street, and then we'll have you wait here, and as soon as we clear it, we'll have you come up with us, and we'll go to your house. Okay? Did you get the same media?
No problem.
Even for false imprisonment, for keeping you there?
Not because at the end of the day, as a public servant, I don't want to go do all the court shit. So as a public servant, I just want to make sure who's impersonating y'all. You know what I mean? Somebody in there impersonating y'all.
Okay.
Unless it's some deep sting operation, like somebody invested.
It's just a public servant. I mean, shout out JP, shout out Takashi, hitch ass, snitch, living in fear for his actions, scared of men and women. Imagine if the bartender or someone stronger than the streets mad at you. What happened to being untouchable? He gets close. He knows what to do though. Shot, please take a screenshot of this memorable moment. Of what? Of this? Alright, screenshot, bro. There it is. Whatever ended up happening is this is an old video because his mom not answering her phone and they in there. It's too late. You should have been in there.
Asking me about data because if I would have been on
We
my
would have been
ass.
called already once you like pulled off on them. They would have called us. Yeah, they would have called us. It's kind of weird. Once you pulled off on them like that, they would have called us, or at least said, "Hey, this is going on."
Oh, I bet.
So something's weird. Yeah, just pull around.
You're gonna stay here with two of my guys, and then we'll come back to you.
Despite a thorough search, the suspects were never found. One way in, one way out. What happened? Police canvassed the area for over an hour but came up empty-handed. The incident was officially documented and the case remains open and under investigation. So who was tripping? I'm lit, so I can't even judge. It's like not paying attention to a fight and trying to fucking talk about it. Like this won't even get edited and put out. This is members only, motherfucker. So he was bullshitting the whole time. Shout out, your vid sucks. Good night to everyone. Stay safe. Salute to you, sir. Yeah, your boy about to tap out. I'm gonna finish this up right here and be done with this nonsense. Sorry, I'm muted. I said thank you for hanging out with us. I'm gonna finish this up. Hopefully I sleep good tonight. It's been a long day. I'm more affected by the lights right now than anything. I just want to cut the lights out. Sorry, I told you I was trying to sub for was potent water that was earlier than my time. I saw it on the History Channel. We'll talk about it in the Discord. You're trying to break my brain. I can't allow it. Shy, when you're having the twins on again, I had one on tonight. That's all I can concentrate on at the moment, Mario. Salutes. It's been a long day. I did a shift on these cameras. It's been a long month. Rest in peace, Chuck E. Cheese and Gone. Shout out Mario, my family members that fought at Cholo Ivan, 2008. Another day, dog. Meet us on another stream, alright? Meet us on another stream. 100's up, y'all, because when it's over, it's over. I'm going to hit that button and it's a wrap. No pomp and circumstance, no music, no nothing. Hit the like button on the way out if you have yet to do so. 100's up for y'all. I just gotta get these lights off me. Y'all hold this L. L's up. Dunzo. Everybody else will answer your questions in the chat. I did my thing. Salute to y'all. And with that, I will holla. Peace.